Hello there, welcome back. My name is Paul, I'm with The Best Tech. In today's tutorial, we're going to be building this out, what you see on your screen essentially, the e-commerce UI kit. I've got the Figma design over here, we're going to be going through that in a bit. But first of all, I will try to answer some of the possible questions you might have. The first of which could be, who exactly is this course for? So this course is for you if you already are good with Flutter, because I'm not going to be going into Flutter beginner details or whatnot. It's going to be mostly focused on Riverpod and the backend essentially, and how to combine Riverpod with clean architecture. So for that reason, I'm not going to be going into the nitty-gritty details of how Flutter works behind the scenes, or whatever little details you might expect from me. So mostly you're going to be seeing more details from the back end. We're not going to be focusing a lot on testing this video. So we're trying to put this video out and have as much information as I can put in this tutorial series without making it too long, right? So for that reason, we're going to be cutting corners and a lot of explanations when it comes to things I would expect you to basically know a little bit about. So testing is one of those things. This tutorial is not going to be majorly focused on testing. It's going to be majorly focused on Riverpod as an interface adapter, and somehow as a state management. It actually uses the new Riverpod API because the older versions have been deprecated. You can read more on that on the Riverpod documentation site. But back to it. I digress. This is who the course is for. The course is for you if, again, you have some Flutter expertise. You don't have to be very good at Flutter, really, but you just understand what widgets are and all those things, because I'm not going to explain them. And you may or may not want to know a little bit of JavaScript, but even if you don't, it's nothing too complex, really. If you already know Dart, like I said, you should already know a little bit of Flutter. And if you know a little bit of Flutter, then you also probably know Dart. So if that actually comes to be the case, then JavaScript should not be too difficult for you to pick up, because that was how it works for me. I actually picked up JavaScript after I learned Dart, and it actually was very familiar. Right, so I will go ahead and show you some of the differences between JavaScript and Dart in the next video. But for now, this is all you need to know for this particular talk. So let's get on to looking at the differences between JavaScript and Dart in the next video. You can skip that if you're already a JavaScript guru. So you can pull up any code editor that you've got. For me, I'm actually going to be using Vim. So I'm going to show you some differences between JavaScript and Dart and what you should be expecting and how they actually look similar. I'm going to point out some similarities between them and what you should maybe know before you actually get into the course. So let me go ahead and create a new project. I'm going to call this maybe test.js. Right. So what should you know? What should you not know? So in Dart, we know that Dart is very strongly typed. So usually we have things like string name is equal to, and that takes my name. It could be Paul, as it is my actual name, Paul. Sometimes with that same scenario, or that same example, string name is equal to Paul. Right. When I come to in Dart, essentially in Dart, you can actually go, if I come all the way back, I could actually remove the string, a type of it, and just say final name, and the Dart compiler will automatically know that the type of it is a string because of its initial value. That works. Now, also, if that thing is a constant, for example, it's a string is an actual constant, an integer is a constant. So if the thing is a constant, you can go ahead and let's remove this final and use the const keyword, and that will essentially set it to constant. But that simply means you cannot change it. You can't change the value of it when it's constant or when it's final, right? So also we have this keyword var in Dart, where you can actually use this when you don't want to explicitly declare the type of it, the type of the variable, because let's say it already has initial value, in this case Paul, which is a string, and the compiler knows it's a string automatically. But then we could have used final for that, or constant. But then if we wanted the value to be changeable without having to explicitly state the type of it, we can use var keyword, and with that we can actually go to the next line and edit the value of name and say that name will now be equal to the best tech. And that is it, essentially. Right, so you can see the differences. We have const, we have final, we have var, constant and final. Simply lock it up. You can't swap it out, change the constants or the value of it. Then we have a var keyword, which gives you the ability to change the content of a variable. Now in JavaScript, essentially the same thing. Right, in JavaScript we don't have a final keyword, that doesn't exist, right? But what we do have are the constant, the var, and the let keywords. The constant is what it says. It makes it a constant. You can't edit it. Now you don't declare types in JavaScript. We can do that in TypeScript, but then we're not using TypeScript, we're using JavaScript because this is a Nodejs Express application, APIs. But in that case, we have a const keyword for things like name. It's still the same syntax with Dart. You can use single or double quotes for, and you can close it with a semicolon, but that's not very necessary for compilation to take place. It will compile either ways. But if you add, say, a formatter for your JavaScript, it will actually add the semicolon at the end of it in most cases. Now the constant means the name actually can't change later on. So you can't go and say name will now be equal to the best tech. This simply doesn't work, right? So if you wanted to do that, you can use the let keyword, which usually is more scoped than the var keyword. So when you're in a scope, or say in the scope of say a function or a loop, essentially, for example, in Dart we have for final word in a list of words, which could be called words, and you can do something with it. In JavaScript, sorry, that was in Dart. I don't know what I said. Probably said Dart. But if I said JavaScript, I meant in Dart. That is Dart. Now for JavaScript, you can use the same syntax and go for, this time instead of final, you have to use either let. Remember, we don't have finals and we don't have type declarations. We only have constant, var, and let. In the case of a loop, or when you're in a function, you can use the let keyword to mark a variable. Right, so we could say for let word off instead of in, off words, right? Do something with them. Now you could go ahead and use the var, but like I said, var is more used, or more generally used when you're in a global scope or in a more open scope. I'm not a JavaScript expert, but this is what you need to know. This is essentially, right? These work if you mix them up and you've got a pretty good formatter or a linter, a JavaScript linter. It will warn you and tell you to use a let keyword and correct scope. So you don't have to really worry about knowing these things. Just remember, we only use const or var or let to declare variables and whatnot. What other difference could there be? Functions, right? So functions are quite pretty similar, but then remember, in JavaScript, it's not strongly typed language, so you don't have to declare the return type of your function. So void get name, and then it does whatever it wants to do. When you want it to be a future, you can mark it async, and then inside you can use the await keyword and do whatever you want to do, right? So, let me actually leave that in async. Put this, and we could go await, and we do a future, right? This is Dart. In JavaScript, it would look something like this. It would be function get name. Now the async goes to the back of the function, and then you can in here await do a future. So you see, similar. Also in Dart, you actually can use a try catch on futures to catch any errors, any potential errors. In that case, you would have something like, sorry about that, try, and then in here you do some future thing like await, do a future, then in here you catch any errors and you do something with the error. This is Dart. This is also exactly the same in JavaScript. Essentially that try catch await, do a future, and you catch the error, and you do whatever you want to do with it. Essentially, this is also how you leave comments in JavaScript. Also the same. We also have a different style of declaring functions. So you could declare a function and save it to a variable. This is more, I see this more than I actually see using the function syntax. So in this case, if we had a function that wanted to call get name, it would be as such. So constant, remember we use constant, let, or var. But when you're declaring functions, you mostly want to use constant if the function, or if the implementation of the functions doesn't change. Right? So if later on you don't want to go ahead and say maybe get name or now be equal to a different function, no, then probably just use a constant keyword. And that would be constant get name will be equal to an async. In this case, because we've got async function, it's a async function. We use an anonymous callback. The same thing that we've got in Dart when you've got on pressed on taps. Right, those callbacks, we also have them here, and this is the more popular way, in my experience, or from what I've seen from JavaScript source code, the more popular way of declaring functions. Right, we mostly use these, and we can go ahead and try it. Do a function thingy, and we await, do a future, and we catch the error, and we do something with it. Right, so this is essentially all you need to know. Variables and functions. Difference is how they work. It's the same thing as Dart, only difference is syntax, just very tiny syntax shifts. Yeah, that is essentially it. The type system is the same. We've got strings, we've got integers, we've got doubles, float or whatever. We've got booleans, we've got lists, and these things mostly work the same. So this is essentially what I think you need to know from this course. Anything else that comes up along the way, I will explain them. No worries. I am going to save this. I'm not going to save it actually. Let me. Yeah, so that is it. Let's go ahead and take a look or a sneak peek at the UI that we're going to be building to. and how we extract our logic. Next up, we're looking at the user interface for eCommonly. What are we building? So essentially, when you're building an app for production, you're probably going to have a UI team standby building the UI for you, unless, I don't know, under what circumstances you'd have to build the UI yourself and also write the code yourself. But even if that's the case, the point is there usually is a user interface for you to go by in order to build your software or your mobile software. So this is the UI that we're going to be using. From the UI, when there's a UI, it means there's already a flow. There's already an application flow built around, because usually how this works in actual real life use cases or real life scenarios is you've got a product owner. The product owner describes exactly what they want. Let's say they say, I want an app. You've been hired by a school. The school's a product owner, and they say, I have an app. I want an app where teachers can track student attendance. So this is a very natural languagey explanation. Now, the product designer takes that explanation, creates a wireframe out of it, creates flow essentially out of it, then wireframes that flow and creates the user interface based on that flow. But the point is, there is a user flow, so they decide, alright, we're going to have authentication because it's this or that, but for this and that reason we need authentication. Now the authentication will actually go this way. We will probably be taking only emails and passwords. We don't need phone numbers because we're not going to be using them, or for that other reason. But they know what they need to do. They know how the flow needs to work. Well, we take only email and password, and we take them to sign in. After that, if they don't have accounts, we push them to sign up. We don't need forgot passwords because maybe the passwords will be automatically generated or whatever. Or we need biometrics because of the user experience. It could be whatever reason. Then they go into the actual main app flow and they have these features and they explain the flows of these features. So whenever you look at a UI design, there's usually a flow to it. There's already been a flow decided. Now all you need to do, if you didn't have the UI designer who made the UI there to explain it for you, it's your job to look at that flow and notice how that flow works. You can see the several features: signing and forgot password. You can see the flow. It goes from sign in to forgot password and gets a verification code, and they verify. Creating an account takes create an account, generate a form, takes their information, then goes over to take the number separately, and so forth, and we keep going and going. You can see the flows from them. So from this flow you can figure out the things you need. So what do you think we need from this flow? You can see for the sign in flow, or we can group this, both sign in, forgot password and sign up, into one flow called the authentication flow, where for the authentication we need sign in essentially, because this button will call the API and say sign in. And for sign in, we'll probably need a sign in endpoint and a sign in function. And when we're making that request over there, we will probably need to make a get request, a post request, or whatever. You can decide that later, or follow convention. But then, in cases for authentication, we usually make post requests, even though we're getting the user data after sign in. So we decide exactly what we're going to be doing, and after we decide that, we go ahead and write the code for it. And we also know that for this request we will have a body that takes the email and the password, so we're sending data to the server this time, and we will also expect the server to send us back a user data. We get that user data to populate our user and whatnot. We've also got the forgot password flow. When they hit that forgot password button, it will take their email, send it over to the server, and the server sends them a verification code to their email, and they should type it in here. And we also make another request to verify the OTP and so forth. So you can see we can find the endpoints that we need from just looking at the UI design, and we can even generate repositories for our clean architecture. from just looking at this. So this is what we've got. We've got it both in the dark and the light mode, and you can see the dark mode as well as the light mode. We will be building these two out. We will try to make it as seamless as possible. And what else have we got? The API architecture. So we're going to be using the MVC architecture on the API on the server side, and for checkout we're going to be using Stripe as our payment gateway. For the admin dashboard or the admin panel, we will be, for this tutorial, using Postman to handle the admin part of it, and also for endpoint testing for API tests. Then for the admin panel, for example, uploading products and the rest of them, uploading categories. What else have we got? Deleting reviews or completing orders. All of those will be fulfilling orders rather, will be handled on the Postman. Now, if you want to purchase the actual full code, you get an admin panel actually built out with Flutter Desktop. So we've got an actual Flutter Desktop panel, but we're not going to be using that in this tutorial. You can find that when you do purchase the actual course. The next thing I would want us to do would be to familiarize ourselves with the tools that we're going to be using. The first one would be Nodejs. Our second would be Express, and the third would be MongoDB, and the fourth would be Postman. Now I'm going to go through each of them one after another. Let's start from Nodejs. What is Nodejs? Why Nodejs? What is this monstrosity? So as you can see, Nodejs is an open source cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment. If you're coming from a place, by the way, if you're already advanced in JavaScript and you don't need this lecture, you can go ahead and skip it. Now, why exactly do we need a runtime environment? If you're coming from a language like Dart, you notice that you can literally just write Dart, and that is it. You can compile Dart straight away. Even if you wrote a server in Dart, you can literally just compile it straight up without any need for an extra runtime environment. The reason for that is because a language like Dart already has its runtime environment built into the language. This helps us a lot and cuts off a lot of hard work that we'd have to do as developers in order to set up our development environment. So what exactly does a runtime environment do, and why do we need it? Like I already said, Dart already has its own runtime environment built into it. So whenever you write Dart code, you see the errors or the compile time errors right there and right there. Whereas in JavaScript, when you write it, you don't see those things. You don't see the compile time errors and all that right there. This is because JavaScript doesn't have any runtime environment built into it. Now, a runtime environment will give you access to a runtime engine, and that is simply what will take your code, interpret it, convert it into machine code, and your computer will understand it. So that way we don't have to just write low-level JavaScript and try to communicate with the computer. So it gives us access to things like the input-output. So we don't have to write raw machine code that will literally tell the machine to output something for input-output or to collect input, essentially. So if you've ever written some JavaScript, you've probably seen console.log and stuff like that. So this is a wrap around the actual low-level code that tells the computer how to output information. So this is what a runtime environment does for us. JavaScript doesn't come pre-installed with a runtime environment, so we need one to do that for us. Now that we have our runtime environment, or the chef in our kitchen that will take everything and put it together and compile it, right? Now we need the framework on which we're going to build the server. Just like every other thing, we could go ahead and just build our server very plain Node.js and JavaScript with Node.js runtime environment very plainly. We could totally do that, just as you can go ahead and try to build a mobile application with Dart, plainly, without any framework. However, if you decided to do that, you're going to end up having to write a bunch of code in order to get anything done. So Flutter is an open source framework, essentially. So you can literally click and see the source code of it. And when you click on, say, for example, the stateless widget, it takes you into the source code for the stateless widget, and you see that it extends something called, I think it's an element or something. And when you keep going down, you see render objects and keep going down and down. So you get to the very base of it and you see it's raw Dart code. Now, a framework essentially wraps around the same thing that the runtime environment would do for us and compile, take our code, interpret it, convert it into machine code and all that. A framework brings it even closer to human language. It makes it even closer to what we can use, provides libraries and all that. That is, by the way, the framework that we're going to be using for this particular one will be Express.js. You can see it's a minimalist web framework for Nodejs. You can see how you can install that, but that's for later. How communication works in a full application is where we have, say for example, a mobile device or whatever device that your end user uses, or a website or whatever. It could be a mobile app, desktop app, website. But the point is, there is data collection. This is where you collect input events from the user, collect data, whatever you need. You collect that here or from here, and this sat in the middle of the room would be our web server. In this case, the server that we're about to write. Now, this server gets data or gets requests from the device or from the platform, say a website. Gets that request, gets sent to the server. The server processes whatever data needs to be processed before it hands it over to the database. Now, the database is where the data will be stored. On the server, nothing is ever stored on the server. The server is simply the brain. So this can be your eyes. Your eyes captures information from the outside world, sends it over to the brain. The brain processes that information, and then it stores it in some compartment in your memory and whatnot. So that is also how this works. And let's take a very, very common example, which would be authentication, login. You display a login form to your user. User enters the email and enters the password. You collect that information and send it up to the server. Or let's even use a sign up example, because now we're trying to store data. So because in a login, you're essentially pulling data from the database. So let's start from a sign up where you're sending data over to the database. So you show a sign up form, collect email, phone number, password, and whatnot. Take that information, send it over to the server. Server, before pushing that information and splitting them apart and saving them into individual parts in the database, it doesn't just pass them over to the database straight up, because database doesn't know. It's dumb. It doesn't know how to sort that data. It doesn't know how to find issues with that data and bounce the request. So that is the job of the server. The server receives it, does all the checks if the data is appropriate, if it has, the password has a correct length, if it a correct email, if this is correct and that is correct. It basically does all of the checking. Then it sorts that data, arranges it into proper readable format for the database, then sends that data over to the database to be arranged. It literally fixes them in their proper port or in their proper cabinets on the database, shelves them. Now comes the login flow. So this time the server uploaded data to the database. Now with the login flow, you're trying to pull the user's data into the user's device. This is why we do a login. So the user enters their details. You take those details, send them to the server. The server checks the database if those details, if any documents exist or any rows or information exists with those details. If it finds any, it will pull them and send them back to the user. If it doesn't find any, it will throw an error over here. So now the user does not have any direct access to the storage. The user only has access to the server, and the server shields the database from any such interactions. So this is why when hackers usually hack things, you don't ever hear that hackers hacked a database. You usually hear that the server was attacked, right? Because this is where all of the processing gets done. On that note, we use MongoDB to store our data. There's a lot of database solutions out there, but for this particular cause, and because of conventionality, because generally people always mix up or combine Nodejs Express and MongoDB. This is one of the most common combinations, so we're just going with one of the most popular and well-tested formulas out there. So MongoDB will be our database, so we send data from our user's device or from the Flutter application down to our server, which has Node.js as the runtime and Express as a framework that helps us build our server. Then the server, which uses these two technologies, will process that request and then talk to the database, which is MongoDB, pulls data or sends data over to it, and then it will talk back to the Flutter application. Now, when we're building a server, you usually don't have access to a client application, right? You don't have access to a Flutter application at that point that's talking to the server to do the testings and all that. So in that case, what do you do then? We introduce things like these, like Postman. And as you can see, where is it? Right there. Yes, Postman is an API platform for building and using APIs. Postman simplifies each step of the API lifecycle and streamlines collaboration, blah blah blah. Essentially, what we're using this for testing our API. So as we build the server, we need to test and make sure that the request is being sent to the database and the database is storing it, and we also need to make sure that the server is not throwing unnecessary errors and all that, and to make sure that it's throwing errors when we need it to throw errors and return success when we need it to return success. Even check the data type of the success data, and in order to test all of that, we don't have to go ahead and build out a whole Flutter application just to get that tested, right? Because that will be very horrible, having to build out a Flutter application just to get your API tested and then come back and fix this and fix that. So in that case, we use something like Postman, which gives us access, as you can see, the image over here. This is a screenshot essentially of something they've done, and that is a GET request. So they're making a request to the server to https at api.notion.com/v1 databases, getting an ID, blah blah blah, and they essentially get the response from the server. The server gets it from the database and returns it here essentially. So this is what we're going to be using, so we can start installing them one by one. And for that, let's start with Postman. Installing Postman is as easy as ABC. You simply, give me a second, reset. Simply head over to postman.com. You can type in Postman on Google and it should take you to Postman. When you arrive at postman.com, you find this section. Download a desktop app for this or that or that. You can download them, or you could actually use Postman on the web. By simply signing in, you can simply start using it on the web. So if you don't want to, you could literally skip this step, and when we're using Postman, you can just simply log into Postman on the web and do the same thing with us essentially. Just follow along but on the web. Now, for those of you who want to download it, you can either do the Windows download, which I'm not going to do because I'm not on Windows, or you could do Mac, which I'm also not going to do because I'm not on Mac, or you could do Linux, which I am on Linux, and it's essentially basically the same thing for all of them. You basically download the binaries for your particular platform. For me, Linux, I could download either this or that. Simply, I think it gives me a tar, and if you already use Linux, you probably already know how to install a tar. If you don't know, you can literally Google it. If you're on Mac, Now it literally still takes me to the Linux site when I try to download for Mac because it detects my platform. This is very beautiful programming down there. When I also click on Windows, it also brings me to Linux, automatically detecting my default platform. Now you can go ahead and do that and get Postman running. Now I'm going to open up my own Postman. Now that I've got my own Postman open, you can see what we've got here. Alright, if you want to persist your thingies, your data and your endpoints and your test collections and whatnot, you could go ahead and log in, sign up on the site, then log in with your account over here. So that way, when you also decide to open your Postman on a different computer, we don't have the Postman app installed. You simply go to their website, sign in, and you will also still see all of your endpoint and your requests, that test requests that you've made. So we're going to talk about this later when we're actually using it, how to create collections and all that. We're going to talk about that later when we start using it. So moving on, we're going to Nodejs. Now for Nodejs, it's also simple as ABC. Go to nodejs.org and find your version. Now there's the version 20 currently. It's January the 30th. What we have version 20 is the latest, and it's 20.11 actually, and we have 21.6.1. Now the stable version is this, as you can see, recommended for most users, and this is the current release but still not stable. Now you could go ahead and choose either of them, but for me, I love my sanity, so I'm gonna go for LTS. Now when you click on that, it downloads for your particular platform, and it also has information on how you can go ahead and do whatever you want to do for your platform, install it. For me, it's giving me a tarball, and I'm not going to install the tar because I already have Node.js installed. Now if you want more information on how to install Node.js, you can check out the written tutorial where we've gone into details on these things. So I'm not going to waste much time on them in the video because there's free information on Google as well. And if you also run into issues, you can ask in the community, or you can literally ask Google. ChatGPT actually, yeah, ChatGPT's got quite good lately. Next up is Express. Express.js, we do not manually install it. So as you can see, there's a little command, npm install express and save. Now I'm going to show you how to do that after I show you about MongoDB. So you essentially, npm is Node package manager, and we're installing Node over here. So we install Express using the Node.js package manager, which is essentially a package manager for all of its libraries. npm is just like pub.dev. So also when you're adding a package to Flutter, you use Flutter pub add, the command that you use to add a package. Flutter pub add the name of the package. So Flutter pub add, and you write the name of the package. Flutter pub add this or that, and that is it. So moving on, we've got MongoDB. Now you can go ahead and either sign up with your GitHub or connect your GitHub or Google, or sign in with an email address. Anything you want to do, doesn't matter, go ahead and do it. So then I'm going to log in with my already existing account. After signing up and signing in, you get thrown into your MongoDB dashboard. This is where you manage your databases. You can create a lot of projects for free totally. It's just like Firebase. If you have any experience with Firebase, MongoDB should not scare you because it's the same thing. It's a document-based database, no SQL. So they both use documents. You store collections, and in collections you have documents, and each document has a unique ID generated for it. So it's essentially the same thing. You come over here, you click on, you can see all of your projects on your dashboard. I'm going to create a new project, and you essentially give it a name. Like I said, Firebase. Don't know Firebase, don't worry, just follow along. It's going to be alright. Take care of you. Project name, let's give that the best set. ecom. Now, add members or set permissions. I don't have any members to add because I'm the sole proprietor of this project. So I'm simply going to click on create project. Wait for that to load. Project created. Now we have to create a deployment. As you can see, it's pretty straightforward. So after creating that, this is literally the next step that you need to do, and it's right there on your project dashboard. So you click on that create a deployment, and now you provision yourself a little cluster. We will go for the free version. And these things are just things you have to do over and over. Every time that you create a database, you choose a cluster, or it's going to put your cloud environment and whatnot. After that, you can choose your provider. I'm just going to go with the default to be AWS. These things you don't have to know what they mean because we're not here to learn MongoDB. We're just here to use their database service. And I'm going to leave a name as close to 0 by default. There's no point changing those. We click create. You can also go ahead and choose I'll deploy my database later if you want to do that later. But for now, we're just going to create it right away because I have to show you the steps. Nice. So now we have the cluster provisioned. Oh, it's still provisioning, so yeah, let's wait for that to complete. While we wait, we can come back here. We can just continue receive. Over here, you can go ahead and choose username and password. By default, already selected. As you can see over here, we've got a message. We auto-generated a username and password for your first database user. So they auto-generated a username and password, and you're going to need these. You're going to need your password, so copy that password and save it somewhere. You can go ahead and click auto generate if you don't like it, and it will generate again. So now they also know that we need this later, so they put the copy button over here and you can click copy, and I'm going to open a text editor and paste it or save it there. So that will be text editor, boom. Closing this up, opening a new one, pasting that. So that's my password. I'm going to create that user, and now we have to choose where we'd like to connect, either the local environment or the cloud environment. What do they mean? Now, the local environment, you can go ahead and add your local IP address of your computer, of your machine, and that will essentially let you connect from that machine every time. But when you use a cloud environment, it lets you set an IP, and usually people do this and set the IP to 0.0.0. In networking, it simply means global access. Anyone can access it from anywhere if they've got the IP address of your machine. So when you set cloud environment to that, the boring details, I know, but bear with me. You can also Google that later. I'm not going to go into details of networking, but essentially the cloud environment it gives you all free access, so someone can actually access your database from somewhere by just having your database MongoDB URL for that particular database, if you catch my drift. But moving on, I'm going to use a local environment because personally I think that will give me more opportunities to teach you about the errors or the things that we can encounter with local environments. So I'm going to choose the IP address, which is already done. Added my current IP address, which I'm going to blur out in this video. Reminder to future self, blur out the IP address. So I'm blurring out the IP address, but it's already added my IP address, and then you can click finish and close. Now I'm going to deselect the hide quick start guide because I actually don't always remember that, so I need them to guide me like a baby. So I'm going to click on them, go to overview. That should take me to my overview page. There we are. We've got our database deployment, and that is it. Now, whenever you want to connect to your database, you can click on connect right here. I'm not going to do that at the moment. I'm going to wait till later when we actually need the database. So moving on, let's go into installing and using our Nodejs, setting up the entire server environment. The very next thing that we need to do would be to start creating or to start setting up the server environment. And to do that, we need to create a project on our local machines. The same thing you do for a Flutter project. Creating a Flutter project, this time we rather do it manually. Creating a Flutter project is quite easy because you have templates that get automatically generated for you. This time we have to create the folder ourselves, generate all the files, not generation essentially, but create the files ourselves or trigger the generators ourselves manually. Now, one way you could do this would be to open your files and create a folder in a proper directory, but I'm actually not going to do that. I'm actually opening my terminal, but you can go ahead and do that. I'm going to go into VS Code project if I have one, which I do, and I'm going to make directory. Now, after you do that, enter. I'm going to hit enter. Essentially created it. I'm going to go into my Tech ecomly server, and I'm going to run a command in it. Now, if you have created this manually, this folder manually with your files, all I need you to do is to open that folder in VS Code. Now, I could go ahead and open up VS Code. This opens up VS Code for me, and you can go to open folder and then navigate your way. It opens up your file selector, and you can navigate your way through your home machine and find the folder and do what you want to do with it and open it. But I'm not going to do that. I'm actually just going to open that folder from here. So that is code dot. Should open it in VS Code. And there we go. We've got the Tech ecomly server. Yes, I trust the authors. Me. Perfect. Nice. Don't mind VS Code. Silly little boy. Always asking silly questions. Right. So in here we've got a blank folder. Very, very blank. But we're gonna write history right there. So never mind and don't worry. Just follow me. Taking you to land. So you could actually go down here and find your terminal, which is click at the top, click new terminal, or use Control Shift and whatever little key combo that you've got here. But I'm going to use this. I always use this and click this. Go to terminal, and we've got our little terminal. Now in here you could go ahead and run whatever commands that are centered around this project scope. But for me, I already also have it open over here in my main terminal, so I'm actually just going to run it here. So I actually don't like having a messy terminal in my IDE where I'm actually coding and seeing terminal code. Yeah, no, not me. I'm so sorry. So I'm going to have these separate. So I'm going to npm init. Remember what I told you before. npm simply means Node Package Manager. Node Package Manager. Now it's like pub.dev. When we actually want to install Flutter package, say for example provider, we could go Flutter pub add provider. Right? Now for npm, whenever we want to do something, we use npm install. Right? Or you could go with the shorter form, which is npm I provider, npm install provider. It will install it into this directory. Now when I go ahead and run npm install the Express, for example, because we're going to be using the Express framework, now it goes ahead and it runs, but there's nothing here. You can still see it's still empty, right? Because that isn't how package installation works. So I'm going to clear this out. We're still in this folder, in this best.tech ecomly server folder, and we're simply going to run the npm init command, which means initialize a new Node.js project using Nodejs. So doing that and hitting enter, you feel like a hacker. So this utility will walk you through creating a package.json file. So now I'm just going to walk you through it quickly. The package name by default is going to be the best.tech ecomly server. So if you wanted to change it, we'll type the new name here, but I'm going to leave it as that and hit enter. The version is version 1, obviously. Yes, the description, well, yeah. And the entry point, now you can leave this as a default, which is in, I don't know if you've noticed yet, but whatever you see in the brackets simply means when you don't type anything and you hit enter, that thing will be the default. So if it's index.js will be our entry point. Now, the entry point is just like in Dart, where we have the main.dart. The main.dart is the very first file that your Flutter final compiler will look for before it actually runs your Flutter code or your Dart code in Dart. Now, in JavaScript, you get to choose what. In Node.js, you get to choose what your entry point file will be. Now, I don't want to use index.js. I actually want to use app.js. You could go ahead and click here and add the app.js file. For me, I'm going to do that in the terminal. I know that I said that I don't like using the terminal over here, so I'm going to do that right here. Still in the same directory, I'm going to do touch app.js to create the app.js, and you can see that appear right there. I'm closing this down. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to show off my terminal skills. Yeah, so that's why I'm not using the GUI. Just like to show off. I'm going to change that to app.js and hit enter. Now the test command, skip that because we're not going to be testing the Git repository. You could go ahead and initiate or create a Git repository for this, and then add it at the link right here. I'm actually going to do that right now, so that you guys can get access to this code. So give me a bit. I'll be right back. Now I added my GitHub link. You won't? No, thank you. Author would be the best. Oh my days, can't spell. So thebesttech.com. Hit enter. License, I don't mind. You can use the ISC. And that is it. Is this okay? So we can go through and see the name is the best.tech ecomly server version 1. Well, yeah. App.js. Blah. Everything runs. I'm going to explain this later, but this is essentially what your package.json file will look like. The packet.json is like your pubspec.yaml, right? So this is super easy, sweet. So is this okay? Yes, as a default, I'm just going to hit enter. Boom, package.json created. So you see, in Flutter, you automatically get these created for you, but over here we're doing the hard work ourselves with the help of this very beautiful command line tool that asks us for all of these, and we don't have to write them ourselves. Now you can see everything that we've done, all of the atrocities that we've committed, written out beautifully for us. And yes. Oh my days, yes. So this is it. You can see over here we've got this little scripts section. Now you might ask, what is this? Because the rest of it we know. The Git repository, the auth, license, bucks, URL, homepage, blah blah blah. But what exactly is scripts doing? You can see, oh, it actually has a definition. I actually never saw this my entire life. So it says that the scripts member is an object hash of scripts commands that are run at various times in the life cycle of your package. The key is the life cycle event. I'm going to hash all of this down for you. Right, so how this works is that whenever you actually want to run your server code, say any code that you've put in app.js, say for example we had console.log hello world. blah, 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 and we save this. Whenever you actually want to run this, you're going to have to go to your terminal. You could do that over here, but I'm actually going to do that here. Now, normally you know that in VS Code, in order to run this, we actually can go into, where is it, run, and then we run with either debugging or run without debugging. You can hit F5 on your keyboard, but that will actually run the file. When I do that, run without debugging, and I can choose Nodejs as my environment, and that will console log hello world, which is beautiful. But when we're building a server, right, because this is not just going to be us writing code, data structures are now algorithm code, where we just solve stuff with functions, and then we log stuff and all that, and then we don't actually build anything. No, this one we're building stuff. And why we build? We actually want a feature, hot reload. You know, hot reload in Flutter, where when anything changes, it automatically reloads for you. Automatic. That is what we want. We don't want to have to automatically go and start debugging every time we write a new line of code, because this is what you're going to have to do. Every time you add a new functionality or you correct a bug, you're going to have to run this, because this runs once and it stops. It will run once and it stops. Console.log, and you do the next thing. So talk to server, talk to the database over here. You have to run that and have it running, and then you do the next one and have it running again. So that is it's very dangerous, because you don't want to have to do that. You want live updates where your server is up constantly. It's literally live throughout the life cycle of your development, throughout the life cycle of your usage of the app. So that way, whenever something changes, it restarts the server automatically. Hot reload feature. In order to do that, we need something called nodemon. Nodemon is short. Wait, let me type that out. But I actually have to increase my font a little bit. Minimize this. Yes, so we have something called nodemon. Use this a little bit. Perfect. I have something called nodemon, which is short for node monitor, which is Nodejs monitor. For this, we simply type npm install, or you can go with the shorter version, which is node monitor, and you can see that appear right here. We go ahead and close down our package.json. Now, because we've added that, we need to add a script. What are scripts? Scripts are simply shorter ways of running long commands. Alright, it's like a type definition in Dart, where you define a long type in order to shorten it. So in this case, we have scripts. Let me zoom this out a little bit. In this script section, as you can see again, it says that it's a member of the scripts member is an object hash of script commands that are run during the life cycle of your application. So if, say for example, you had a long command like npm install, you go ahead and add it here. So let's say every time that I wanted to install something or install nodemon, I don't want to have to run the full command npm install nodemon. Now I could go ahead and add the command over here as a value to the key of the script's name, essentially. Now the script's name is essentially the command that you put after. Let me show it to you, so I don't talk too much without anything to show it for. So let's see, I added install, or let me call this, so that it doesn't look the same to you. Let me change the name of this and call it the best tech. Right. So now with this, I no longer have to run npm install nodemon. I can simply say npm run, and I will give it the name of a script. In this case, the best tech. So it will run whatever command I've passed into as the value of that key that I've given the run command. So if it's run the best tech, goes to my package.json, finds the script section, and then finds the key, right? The key that I've passed, and then finds the value to it, and sends that value to the terminal, and that gets run. So you can see when I run this, I've probably typed something wrong. Oh, I haven't saved it. Save and try that again. So this time you can see it's running this command, npm install nodemon. So this is the command that I've passed over here. It's running it. Now, in order to solve that little issue that I've just had, where you have to save this before you actually run it, you go to your settings and search for save. I think save automatically. This is it, auto save. It will, you can tick this off or on. I think, should I save it? No, I actually prefer to do that because it's super annoying, and I love when things are annoying. Makes it less boring to code. So I'm actually going to clean this, and the actual command that we actually want to add here would simply be the start command. Whenever you want to start your server, you actually have to run nodemon, and then you type in your entry point, in this case app.js. So we add that command over here, and then we simply use the start command. So whenever, let me save this, so whenever I actually do npm run start and hit enter, you see hello world, and it just waits. It waits on me. I'm going to append this service right here so you can see properly. Closing this down, and you can see hello world is over there. Now whenever I go in here and I change the hello world to hello world and I save it, Control S, you can see hot reload working immediately. I can actually go ahead and add a new command over here, console.log my parents, oh my bad, are not home, so I'll misbehave. Oh my bad. I'm just going to use a double quote. My parents and the moment I save this, it prints both. You can see hot reload in action. So that is the beauty of scripts. Shorter commands that we don't have to run over and over. Now I'm going to shut this down by hitting Control C, clearing the terminal. And now if you're on Windows, if you want to do that clear thing, it's CLS. You don't already know that CLS command will work on Windows, but on Mac OS and Linux, literally clear. So that is it. Nodemon installed. We can do hot reload and start up a server. And we wrote our very first lick of code, which is the hello world, which is everyone's first code. And that is our understanding for setting up our environment. The environment is essentially set up now. So that's essentially all you need to know for server basic setup. Now we move into starting installing our framework and actually kickstarting the server, getting the engines running. So right now we've built a car, but then we need to turn the keys and get the engines pumping. So let's go ahead and do that. Now the last time we actually started the server with npm run start because we'd already added it. Now because this is so common that you have to start your server with commands like that. You actually don't have to add the run. So you don't have to npm run because you always do it all the time. So the script will still recognize commands like start with just npm start without the run, because these are very, very common commands. So you could totally abuse that. Oh, sorry. Clear on that. Clear. Right. So that is just to get that out of the way, because I forgot to talk about that the last time. Now, like I already said, Node.js will be the runtime environment. Then we've got Express.js, which will be the framework. JavaScript is the basic language, JS language. So we got these three things to work together. So JS is basically like Dart when it comes to development. So I'm trying to draw a parallel between what we're using and what we are used to in Dart. Those who probably don't understand it yet. You can learn more in the written tutorial, though it's a lot more informative. But then this is Dart. This is the Dart runtime, which is pre-added to the Dart language. And then we have Flutter. So Express is just like Flutter. Express gives us the ability to do things without having to explicitly write lower level code. Like, it brings the level a lot higher. So we can literally do things like respond to or create routes. That is the routes that users will use without having to manually write them with JavaScript or in Nodejs, essentially. It gives us that wrapper, and it exposes some libraries to us. So say for example, when we use the Express, we have express.router, and with that router, there's a bunch of codes that's been written in there. And in there, there's just a bunch of code in that we would have written in order to just create our own router. And you're going to learn about routers soon, but for now, I just wanted to explain these. Now, kickstarting our server. Let me clean this up. Now, in order to start the server, remember the framework is Express. Now we have to initialize the framework. So constant Express. Remember what I told you in the start of it. This is equivalent to doing final Express or final Flutter in a Dart environment is equal to if Flutter was like a package, and we could simply add the Flutter package, and that is it, and we import it. Let me do this better. Equivalent to import package for Flutter / Flutter.dart. If Flutter itself was an entire library, we had to import the Dart every time we wanted to write Flutter code. But this isn't the case. So in this case, Express is what it is. The library that we've literally added to package JSON. We will add it and it will appear here. So in order to add that, you have to go ahead and do npm i express. That will simply add Express to our dependencies. So it's more or less like a library sitting in our app, in our web app. Not a web app, it's a server. But yeah, so after adding that, then we have to import it every time that we want to use any method from the Express framework. So in order to do that, this is how we do import in JavaScript. So we say constant and we initialize a variable to contain the framework Express, or to contain whatever we're importing. So it's also equivalent to doing this in Flutter. Import http package http slash, I think that's double slash, don't remember. http, is it? No, I think it's one. http.dart as http. So what this does is it imports the library, but then it gives you front facing variable. You can actually use https.get, https.post, https.client. So this is essentially what we're doing here as well. So in that case, we save it to a variable called Express. So we can literally use the variable or the objects we've created to access it with its exposed properties. So that will be require Express. What this does essentially is importing Express. It imports it, and now you can see over here what it does: create an Express application, and you can see there's an Express function. The Express function is a top level function exported by the Express module. Now you can see we can invoke the actual Express imports that we've got here. So there's a call, the Express, that we can make. and we can actually do that right here. So because this in its own returns us an express object, and we could go ahead and invoke it, and it gives us it creates an import. Now after importing that and having a variable, we could go ahead and invoke that whatever this import exposes, and that will give us an object. I don't want to confuse you a lot, but so let's just go with conventions. So conventionally we separate that logic into its own app, else we will actually have to do this where we have express and we have to use the express on its own dot whatever we want to do with express. So I'm actually going to create an app. We call this the app, which will be equal to express, and we invoke it. Now this will give us an express object. Now with that object we could go ahead and do whatever we want to do. So you can see over here it's constant app is of type express. Now with the express object we can access all of the properties and methods of the express framework. Now one of such properties or such methods is the listen method, which is conventionally used for kickstarting the server. So this is more of one of those things that you just have to know, right? Or less boilerplate code, if you might. If you want to call it that, it could literally pass as boilerplate because we do it all the time. Whenever you want to start your server with Express, you have to do the same thing. So start server. Now in order to start the server, we use we use the listen method. What exactly is this doing? What is app.listen? So the app.listen is exactly what it sounds like. It's like listening to things in Flutter as well. In Flutter we have listeners. You attach listeners to controllers to services, and you essentially listen to changes. So this is also what we're trying to do. So with the listen method, it gives us access to a port. Hold on, I'm actually going to explain these. It gives us access to a host name, and finally gives us a callback. What to do when it's triggered? What to do when the listener is triggered? Right. So, give you a second. This is a callback. Boom. So this is it. So whenever we want to start the server, what we're simply doing is adding a listener to a port at a host name, and then we tell it what to do once the connection has been established. So let's break it down. What is the port? Think of the port as say a virtual door at a specific address on your computer. So let's say your computer, the host name is the address that I'm talking about. So this is equivalent to an address, and this is equivalent to a door at the address. So if we lived at number 2345 Allen's driveway, and in that particular building, in that particular house, we have different doors. Now we're essentially saying go to this address, Mr. Hostnet 2354 Halland's driveway, and go to the door that I'm going to give you and listen to whatever happens within that door, or comes out or goes into that door. Now the moment you get there and you establish that connection, the moment you get there and you can start listening, I'm going to tell you what to do. So do this, whatever I've put in the callback. This is essentially what this entire thing was. We just add a very huge listener to certain port at a certain address. Networking stuff, crazy stuff, very deep. You can go ahead and read more on that on Google. But this is what it is. Virtual door at an address, and then we tell it what to do the moment it's able to establish that connection. Now, the port number is simply the identifier of the door. So we have a lot of ports. A port can literally be anything. You can literally make up any port. Say 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a number, right? 1, 3, 2, 3 could be 32, 33. One of the most common ports for development would be 3000. We also have on port 8080. We also have port 80. We have port 443, and so forth. Now, when you hover over this, you can see port 80 and 443. These are more privileged ports. People use them a lot more often. 8080 as well. But then usually, what I've seen people do for Express for Nodejs development is use port 3000. Right, because it's not a privileged port, and the chances that some other servers on your computer is already using it pretty low, because 80 and 443 are more privileged, and another service, if you're maybe into networking or doing some network stuff, you probably might already be listening to 80 or 443 if you're already doing that. All right, but let's not hang around here. Now we give it an address. What address are we going to listen to? Now, the address could be anything. So in the case of development, we usually use localhost, which means the address is my computer. So we'll listen to every incoming and outgoing network operation on where the address is localhost, which means my computer. Now you can either use localhost to specify your computer, or you can use your computer's IP address. That would be 192.168.0.0 or whatever goes in there. Or you could go ahead when you go into production. Now that is for development. Let me leave that in for reference for you guys. Now when your app actually goes live to production, you can actually go ahead and replace it with anything else. It could be the IP address of the server where you've uploaded it, or it could be your domain name. So say for example, if you have http google.com, simply means that Google has deployed their server and it's in production, and they decided to use this part as their host name. And for their host name, they decided to use a domain name, and that domain name is google.com. Now this is I don't want to have to go into deeper details, but for those of you who have some networking experience or background, you will see that most times when we're pinging Google or we're pinging some website, you can actually replace this bit with that website's server IP address, and you can actually find that website with its IP address. So even Google has an IP address. So when you want to find google.com, you can actually go ahead and in your web browser, let me open up my Chrome. Right, so I've got the search result, and you can see that Google's IP address is actually 8.8.8.8 or 8.8.4.4, and they've also got their IPv6 and blah blah, networking, right? Confusing stuff. But then the point is, these are their IP addresses. Now we want to ping them. You can actually go ahead and use these addresses for ping them, and it will actually be pinging Google. So when I actually go ahead and type in let's see, you can see this is dns.google, Google's DNS, where you can actually enter a DNS and it will resolve it. So, but then the point is, you can visit any website if you know their IP address, the IP address of the server of where the server lives, and you can type that into your URL, and it will take you to that website. Essentially, you can use it to ping it. Now let's go back. So moving on, I can remove this bit. So the host name is essentially where we want it to live. Now when you leave this empty, it will default to localhost. Now it's a string, it's not an integer like this one. So it's actually a string, so it will default to localhost. Or you could go ahead, actually, so what localhost means is that only your machine, this local machine where I'm running this, can actually access this web server. So anyone or any phone or any Flutter client or any Flutter app that's running on a different device than my computer, so even if it's your actual phone that's connected to the same Wi-Fi network as you, so far as your host name lives on localhost, which means this computer, that phone cannot access your server. Right, so in order to have anyone from anywhere be able to access your web server, you do 0.0.0.0. 4 of them, as you can see. So this has become my host name. Now what this means is open my server up to the world. Now in order for it doesn't mean that anyone around the world could connect to your web server unless they actually have your IP address. So what this means is when someone wants to connect to your server, they actually need to go to http / the host name will be 0.0.0.0 at a port 3000. This is where your server is running at the moment, at port 3000. Then go to an endpoint that you've exposed in your server. So if you haven't exposed the endpoint, say login, they're not going to find anything. If you've exposed it, they're going to find whatever you've exposed in there. Now, when they're going to access your web server, they're going to have to replace this bit with your actual IP address. So let's say it's 192.168.0.0 at your port. Then they're going to find the web server that lives on this IP address, which is the IP address of your computer. So they're essentially saying, hey, take me to this computer, any computer in the world that has this IP address. Remember that IP addresses are quite unique within an environment. I mean, within a network, essentially, because when two people are connected to two different networks, they could both have the same IP address, 192.168.0.1. It could be that you're pointed 1 on this network and the next person on a different network is also pointed 1, but that doesn't mean anything, right? So but then within the network it's unique, so two people can't have the same IP address within the same network. Again, networking. Sorry for going too deep into that, but this is essentially what they'll have to do. Then it means that anyone can connect. They could also use the loopback service 127.0.0. So still am going deeper. That is it, right? So anyone can connect when they have the correct IP address. So on that note, we could go ahead and leave it open because of our Flutter application. So that way we can easily connect to it, to our Flutter application, because we're going to be running it on our physical phone. Now, even if you run it on your emulator, you also can't even connect if you're using localhost, because localhost means localhost for this machine. Localhost on when your emulator gets the URL and it contains localhost, it will try to find the localhost, and the localhost that it's going to get will be the localhost on your emulator. So whatever localhost means on your emulator, that is what it's going to get, which is different from the localhost of your computer. So it's going to get confusing. It's not going to work. So we usually use 0.0.0.0. And for the callback, we say whenever you're able to visit, whatever IP address that we have over there, then go ahead and the IP address, the host name at the port. Then go ahead and say something to me. What's the matter? Oh, sorry. Go ahead and say something to me. And usually what we say, so these are more conventional. You don't have to memorize them or anything. You can literally Google it up anytime. So what we usually do is say app.listen at the port, at the host name, and we go ahead and console.log. So to tell us, right, you could go ahead and use console.info to give you an information, but conventionally we say log, and then we say the server is running at, and we say HTTP because this is the protocol, because we're on local. It's not secure yet. It's basically our HTTP server. So it's an HTTP for now. When you go ahead and upload it to an actual in production, when you're in production, you're probably gonna get HTTPS if your web server is using that sort of protocol. But on local, we're always using the HTTP protocol. You can't use HTTPS because it's local, right? So we go ahead and say it's running at, and then we tell the host name where it's running at, and this will be the host name and the port, right? So it's running here, http://hostname:/port, and that is it. Now in JavaScript, in order to interpolate a string, you have to use a backtick. as you can see, backticks. These work, and you use the $sign with these. It's just like Dart, but then you know what I mean. Let's see. So it doesn't work that way. You only have to use the curly braces for the backticks. That gives you the ability to add these things over here. And this is why I have a problem with JavaScript, because look, it doesn't error this out. There's no hostname variable, but this lets me do this until I run the server, and then it dawns on me that there's no hostname. Let's go ahead and do that. Sorry, let me open up a new terminal. No, what am I clearing it for? Let's go ahead and cd into my VS project at the best tech ecomly server, and I'm going to npm start. Let's see. Still hello world. Wait, I actually never saved this, and you can see it's thrown an error. So this is my only problem with JavaScript, because it only shoots errors at runtime, so you never really detect them until you're running your server. So you can see it's saying that hostname is not defined. So let's go ahead and define the hostname. So the hostname will be equal to this, and we could go ahead and use that over here, and also use it over here. And we can also have a port saved. Constant port will be equal to, and we save the port. So we could go ahead and save this and see the server running properly now. So you can see the server is running at http :/0.0.0.0 at the port 3000. So it's successfully listening. We can shut this down, clear it, and start it all over again. Start. And we can see that happening over there. Now you successfully launched the server. Now you could actually go ahead and try to visit this on your website, on your Chrome browser. Let me open that up. I clicked on it and it opened it in my browser, and you pull that browser window to the foreground so you can see it. So you can see cannot get. Why? Because we haven't created an endpoint that's / yet. So I could make this 127.0.0.1. It still calls to our server, but cannot get anything at all. So if we go ahead and pass in an address that doesn't exist, like let's see, 192.32. You can see it just spins forever. It's probably going to throw an error and say cannot visit that site or whatever. So that is it for kickstarting a server. Next up, we're going to learn how to save these things, not here but privately in the environment variable. So we're going to learn how to use environment variables in our web server for secrets, right? Because later on we're going to get API keys that we need. For example, we're also going to get a database string. We don't want to expose these things to whoever's reading our code. They're going to have to get their own database string and whatnot and use it when they're using our application. So I'm going to show you how to declare environment variables and also how to store secrets and how to use them over here. Usually when you're building your server, like I already said, you have secrets with, for example, your MongoDB connection string, which we're going to see later. But for now, I don't have anything to make a secret yet. This isn't really that important or something very risky, right? But why do we even need local security? Because this is the theme of it, local security. We have, like I already said, sensitive information like our API keys and the rest of them. Now, usually when we're working on apps or things like this in software development, we usually have to collaborate with teams of people, right? So usually when you have to collaborate with teams of people like that, there's the chance that you're going to commit your code to version control. like GitHub, GitLab, and whatnot. So in that case, you don't want to expose your personal stuff. You don't want to expose your API keys. Maybe you've paid for it and it's not for free. So you don't want to expose that. You want people to use theirs because they're going to put a toll on your bill and not theirs. So we usually want to hide those things. Now, in order to hide those things locally, we could create a file. Right? We create a file locally on our local machine, and we simply read the information from that file over here. Now, when we're going to production, we actually do not, when we're adding our code base to version control, we don't want to commit, we don't want to upload. Whenever we're moving our code around, we don't want to upload those keys or those secrets along with it, so it doesn't leak and people don't get access to them. So in order to do that, there's been a convention made called env files, right? So it's env is simply short for environment files. So it's for your environment essentially. So in order to do those, you go ahead and you create a new file in the root of your project, and you call that a .env. As you can see, it's even got its own dedicated icon over here. Now with the .env, you go ahead and you save whatever you need to save. In my case, we have a host name and we have a port. Now when you're doing that, you do not write const. It's not JavaScript. This is universal. This is a universal thing. We even use it in Flutter all the time. If you've had to hide API keys and the rest of them in Flutter, you can also use this. You can use this in Python, any language at all. It's generally, it's one of those things that are very general in the coding world. So we got a host name and a port saved over here. Now we don't use string thingies over here. You just go ahead and you save them. Usually we don't even have spaces. It would just be a host name equal to this, port equal to that. Now, in order to get access to it over here, we have to read it. So we usually have to use IO operations, input-output operations, and find the IO dot, oh my days, dot read, and then we read the env file, blah blah blah. Which this isn't how to do it. I'm just saying, like, IO could be input-output dot read the file, and you get the data, extract the data from it. Now, since this is something so universal in the programming world, like I said, it's very universal. We have libraries that help us read these files and extract data from them and save them in variables. And you can literally extract these things from them. And one of such libraries is the .env library. It's very popular. We've got one in Flutter as well. You could go to pop.dev, find the .env package in Flutter. So in order to install the .env in this case, we go ahead and we npm install .env and we wait for that to complete. Now after that complete, in whatever file or in your main entry point, whatever file is your entry point, you go ahead and in here you initialize. You go ahead and you require. Remember, I told you before that we actually save these things to variables, the imports to variables, just like as HTTP. But in the case of a .env, the .env library does not actually provide any object or instance to store. So instead, you just go ahead and you require it and use .env/config. Now you could do it this way, or you could just go ahead. This would work. Now after you do this, it actually goes ahead and loads and configures all of your environment variables, all the variables that you've got in here. Goes ahead and loads them, configures them, and then puts them into this process.env objects that is literally accessible from anywhere in your Node.js Express application. So I could literally go to any file, any of my JavaScript files, and do this and do process. As you can see, it's already there, giving me autocomplete.env, as you can see, and I can go ahead and access the variable, the way that I've written it. All caps, if it was in all caps, I have to use the same all caps. If it was in small letters, I also have to use small letters. So in my case, my port was all caps, so you could see port. My hostname was also all caps, I could also use hostname. Right, so the process.env, remember, you only have to do this once in this file. Now there's a different or more modern way of doing this. You can just go ahead and require .env, which will give us access to all the methods and everything inside the env library, and we could go ahead and use the .config, as you can see over here, .config, and we invoke the configuration. This is one modern way that you can see this. With this version of it, whenever it gives you the ability actually to pass in more options for the configuration. So say for example, it has this option called override. As you can see, overriding, you can pass that by default as false. So you can pass in more options to your configuration. This is the use of this. If you're not going to pass in any configs, you could go ahead and configure it right here. This is one difference that I personally know between the both of them. Now, I'm actually just going to process.env.hostname, since it was all caps in there, and process.env.port. Now, as you can see, this is getting repetitive. I'm simply going to capture this bit and save it in its own variable, and that would be process.env. env and env. Right, so let's save this and kickstart the server. npm start. So you can see there's an error, right? Invalid argument, blah blah blah. It's probably referring to my hostname. So let's go ahead and console.log on the information. Hostname is hostname. Let's do this and see what it prints. So you can see it's saying that hostname is Fedora. So it's actually going and fetching the actual hostname of my machine, of my computer. So hostname is probably a reserved name, right? It's probably a reserved name. So whenever you try to fetch hostname, the process.env will actually go ahead and try to. It's from Nodejs, as you can see, so it doesn't have anything to do with .env. So .env cannot override the process.env's reserved shell variables, because how this works is actually .env, when you do this, will actually fetch all of your envs and save them in the Nodejs environment. It loads them in there. It loads them in. So whenever you try to access them, you can actually get these things. Now, if there was already pre-existing keywords, you actually can't use them because it will not override Nodejs. So it will fetch Nodejs' version. So what we can do is change this to say host. Right, let's hope that works. So we can actually get this from host. Let's see if that, and go back to our web server, and we can see the server is actually successfully running, and we can also see the info that we've logged. Hostname is that, and save. Next up, we're going to talk about our routing. What is routing? Think of it like you're creating a new world, essentially. You're creating not a new world. Let's make it a new building. Let's make it a building. You're creating a new building. Now you've got your UI design, and you go through the design. This is how it usually works in real production and real use cases when you're working with a company and stuff like that. You already got the flow defined for you, right? So you usually have a user flow. So for example, you could come here, you can see that we've got authentication. For example, sign up. What does sign up do? As you can see in the user flow, the sign up gets the user's name, their email, and their password. And it tries to do what? It tries to save it to the database. So on the server, you're going to have to create the doorway. So you have the main gate, which is your thing over here, your hostname and your port. Whenever they want to do that, to do a sign up, they have to hit up, find your gate, and find the door to the particular house or building they're going to in that huge estate or colony. So in that case, after they find it, they're going to have to define or build more doors to specific areas in the house. So say, for example, they actually want to do a sign up. You're going to have to build a separate door for the sign up. Right. You could also combine route, but that is, you can semantically group them, and that is up to you as a developer. What do you wish to group this functionality with other? But I digress. So you create a route, and you say the route is going to be go to my my host / localhost, so my protocol / localhost, or whatever host name you've got, on port so, and then / the thing. So / what. So if they're going to sign up, it could be / sign up. If they're going to log in, it could be / login. But usually I think I see more of register for sign up than login. So now you also have to decide what HTTP method they would be using. So we have the CRUD, create, read, update, delete, which I believe you've heard a lot of times, which is essentially what it is. These are database terms. You have to create data in the database. Then after that, you can read the data that you've created, and after that, you can update data that you've created, and after that, you could, if you wish to, delete the data that you've created. Now, there's more methods, but these are the main and the core methods that we use. The rest of them are fine-tuned versions of these, abstractions of these 4 main methods, right? So now you also have to, you also have HTTP methods that match these. Now the Express library gives us access to methods that let us carry out these operations. So when a user is going to create data, you usually use the Express, and you use the gap dot creating this post. So they're posting data to the database .post. We also have to read app.get to get data from the database. We're reading the data. So this is create data, read the data, then we have update the data, and we finally will have delete data. Now for post is for creating, get is for reading, updating will also be update, and no, sorry, what is wrong with the update is put.update. Sorry about that being silly this morning. And then finally we have the delete. Delete will delete the data. So these are the methods that the Express the Express framework exposes for us. So without Express, you will probably have to do the implementations of these things yourselves. But Express has helped us, and now we have these things, so we can manipulate data or put them in the database using these. Now, whenever you define a route using any of these methods, it means that the client or whoever is reading the data, is trying to carry out these operations on said route, need to know what method they're going to be calling. So if you define a route, say sign up, if register was defined with a post route or with a post method, and the Flutter client is trying to register, the Flutter client will also have to do a post, http.post, and then they go to the URL will be uri.pass and blah blah blah, right? So it has to match. So if the Flutter client is actually trying to get register, they're going to get the error cannot get. Of course, if you remember properly, we got that issue, we got that error when we tried to visit this website, because he cannot get to / because this by default ends with / right? So this is by default /. If I actually tried to do / register, you can see it will tell me cannot get register, because there's nothing like a get request and app.get that has the / register thingy, right? So this would not work. So we have to use a post. But then on a website, whenever you actually put in a URL and you hit enter, what you're doing is a GET request, because this is what browsers are for. Browsers are only meant for getting data. So what a browser does is it displays data. So whenever you visit a URL, so let's say I went to figma.com/file/ the file ID, and then you can see the rest of it. So this is what it does. It goes over to Figma, the domain, goes over to the file, to /file, which means they've defined a route as such, a route called /file. And then in the file route, you go ahead and you give them the ID. So what they're doing is a GET request. So they're saying, get me the file that lives, go to the files, get me a file with that ID that has these operations or operators or whatnot. So it gets it, and then that on the server serves an HTML page and get rendered. In our case, we're building a REST API, not a website. So we're not going to be serving web pages. We're rather going to be serving JSON requests, JSON responses, because in Flutter we also get JSON and we decode them, JSON.decode. You can go ahead and serve XML if you want, but generally REST APIs usually use JSON, as we all know and love. So these are the methods that have been exposed. Now, that is what I call, let me leave that in for you lot when you want to reference. You can find this in the source code, which will be provided as part of the course. So I'm going to comment these out let me do that quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Pop. Nice. All right. So, wait, let me indent these. Nice. So you can find them that way. So moving on, we could go ahead and create our first route. So in order to do that, you can actually go ahead and do that right here, which I don't think not the server yet. I should leave that in. So you can go ahead and do that right here, right after you've declared the app, because we're going to do that with the app. So we can say app.get, and you can see we can define the /. Remember, it told us can't get /. Now with this, it gives you a callback that gives you access to the request that the user is being made. It carries all of the data, but the user is sending with a request. So if the user is actually sending a request and they want to give you, say for example, the sign up, they're going to make a post request and give you the user's name, email, password, and that you can get that from the request object over here. So we have request and we have the response, which we usually shorten to rec and res, which you're going to see more often than the full name. Response. And with that, we get this. Boom. Nice. Beautiful. Now from the request, you could get the request.body. This is why in Flutter, when you're making a request to the API, you usually do this http.post, and then you give the URI.pass, and you give the URL, and then you give a body, which will be a JSON encoded map that contains the data of the body. So it could be name, which will contain the username and so forth, and then you have maybe headers. You can also access headers from the request as well. So request has request.header, and you can see it has header and headers. We will see all of that later, but then this is what the request is used for. It's used for grabbing the data. You can also see all of the params, request.params. We also request.query params. Now, what is the difference between params and query params? Let's look at what these things mean. So now, in a URL, say for example, https/. Let us get a classic YouTube video. Now, when I head over here and I actually want to fetch any video at all, open this up, and you can see this. They're showing me at. Hold on, YouTube. Oh, sorry. You can see this URL. Let's go ahead and copy that and close this back up. Paste this here, and you can see it's got youtube.com/watch question mark this and that, right? So this is our domain name, and then when they visit that domain name, they're visiting this endpoint. So it will look something like this, like /watch. So if we haven't defined an app.get/watch, this wouldn't work. Now, after they visit the watch place, they go ahead and they pass us some extra data about what they actually want to do. And you can see it's got some sections. It's got question mark fee. Now, the question mark fee, let me leave that in. Question mark fee is 1 bit, and it's also got the AND. So these are ways of passing us data. Now, these things are called query parameters. So they're parameters that you pass with the query, that you make it to form part of a query, essentially. So they're not part of the main URL, because parts of URLs are attached with /this, /that. The moment you want to attach a query or build a query, you use this, which means you're giving more information about what you want with a GET request, because GET requests don't have bodies. So when you want to pass information like the name and this and that, you actually rather use query params, because we don't pass bodies. Remember, we don't pass bodies with GET requests. In Flutter, if you're trying to do atcp.get URI.pass and then you try to pass it a body, it does not have a body. You can't do that. You can rather give query params. Now, a query param simply give more information. So you can see it's giving a question mark. Question mark means I'm about to give you query params. This is how you start it. Now you give the first query param, in this case V, which means video for short. We're saying the video ID is equal to this. And then you could, when you want to add more query params, if you had name, email, password, you will concatenate them using the AND symbol. So it will be, I want the video that is equal to this, and the one that's from the channel, the best tech. So you can see how that works. And now we also have things. So these are called query params. Now we also have params, which are, these are path params. Path parameters. Yes, so path parameters, which are simply params that have been passed directly with the URL. Remember what I said previously, just a few seconds ago, that these are not part of the URL, because when you talk about part of the URL, you're talking about things that have to do with /. So watch. Now, if YouTube wanted to take the video ID to find with the path parameters, they would have allowed us to do something like this. So watch / the video with this ID. So it will still work, because in their server, it would actually listen rather for request.params, which is the path parameters dot, and then you type in the name of what you're looking for. In this case, it would be the ID. So it could be something like video ID. Now, remember that when we were fetching for query parameters, which I actually haven't explained, you can actually wait request.query. In this case, it would be request.query dot, and then you should know what the user or the client is passing. So in this case, the client is passing the V. This will get us the video ID. So constant video ID will be equal to that dot V. And then finally, we also have the channel. So channel will be request.query dot, and it will be this. So now remember, if the user or the client goes ahead and passes query param key that doesn't match what you're using in here, you actually won't be able to grab it. So if they make a typo and maybe say AB channels, where what you're actually trying to grab is rather AB channel, your AB channel, your channel variable will be undefined, it will be null. So they also have to know exactly, this is why documentation is very important when you're writing APIs. You have to document everything possible, right? So now this is how to fetch queries. Then what if it was a path param? What if we had path parameters just like this? as you can see, it's part of a URL. It's not giving like this. We don't have this. In that case, if you wanted path parameters, you'll have to include it in the URL definition, in the endpoint definition. So in that case, it'll be /watch / and we take the ID, or you could call it video ID. But remember, whatever you've called it here will be what you use to fetch it. So constant video ID, or simply be request dot params dot video. As you can see, it's already given it to me, right? So dot video ID, whatever is it. So if this was ID, this should also be ID, right? So in that case, this is more descriptive, so the user doesn't have to, or the client doesn't necessarily have to go through the entire documentation to find every possible query param that they could pass. This way they know everything, but the only point with this is that you're going to have to add more // if you wanted to add channel, it will be channel name, which is in very conventional. So conventionally, we only use this for URL construction. So say for example, in this case where we have a watch, we're trying to watch. What are you trying to watch? You're trying to watch a video with this ID. So how these are usually used is with collections. So if say for example you want to fetch a particular user, you could go ahead and visit the endpoint users, which means the users collections at the user at this ID. If we had videos, it would be videos. So it could be /watch /videos and videos at this ID. So go to the videos collection, or go to the videos endpoint and find me the video with, in the videos collection, the video with this ID. Now this doesn't go and manipulate your database's collections. No, this is just a descriptive, a way to be descriptive, right? So it's giving more information to the client or whoever is using your API to say, all right, this says go to watch, go to videos, and get me the video at this particular ID. That is what it means. So in your video ID, you're just simply going to fetch it by that. That is the most popular use case of this style of fetching data, from the URL. Now for the body, you can also get it from the body. Rather, the body actually returns us an object, a JavaScript object, which you know from Flutter, from Dart, as a hash, as a map, essentially. So you could go ahead and access data in the body just like that, name and whatnot. So let's go ahead and delete these. So we could go ahead and return response. So whenever you do that, you get response dot. So this is me sending a response to whoever calls this endpoint. So /watch /videos and whatnot. Now we are going to respond with response dot JSON, which will convert it to a JSON. And we pass it in. And we can say video ID will be the ID request dot params dot ID. So the ID that they've passed, we're going to give it back to them, right? So this is it. Let's close this up and save it, and let's copy this and go to. So now that we're here, we're still seeing cannot get / because we have not defined /. But then we've defined something though, which I've copied, which is this /watch /videos /ID, and the ID, I'm actually going to give it a random ID, which is going to return back to us. Now you can see the video ID, it's returning it as a JSON, and this is a JSON, and this is a JSON parser extension I have installed on my Chrome. You could go ahead and install one of those, but this is what it's done. Turn me back the ID that I've given to it. So this is how this works. So if we go ahead and do an app.get /, so this way we actually have access to the /. Remember I said you can actually shorten this down to rec and res, and then when you want to return a response, you can do this res return. You want to use return keyword, return response dot JSON, because we're returning a JSON object. We don't want it to be a string. Or we can go ahead and try the string version. We can say welcome to my world, and with this you can even render HTML. So it could be and h1 and an h1 goes. We could save this and we could take the user to /. Yes. So welcome to my world. Wait, this has to be rendered as a string and not JSON. So it'll send. In that case, use a send instead of JSON because we don't want to convert it to JSON. You can see welcome to my world. So you can see now we've learned a few things. We've learned JSON, how to return JSON REST APIs. But if you wanted to build, say, a web page, you'd use send because then you can send, as you can see, a buffer. You can send HTML. You can send a lot of stuff. And you can also see this thing here called status. So when there's an error and you actually want to return an error, we could go ahead and say dot send, or let's even make a JSON. Let's see the example and copy it so you can see, sorry, can't find that. Let's copy that, and you can see errors usually have status codes. Now this is where you give a status code. In your Flutter response, you can do response is equal to http dot post or get or whatever, and then after you can simply say response dot status code, and you can find that status code, and the status code will depend on the status code that you've passed over here. So it would be res dot status send. Now normally when you leave this out, it sends a 200. It means everything is okay. So when you want to give an explicit status, you have to use the status method. So let's go ahead and save this and see what we get. So when we try to visit this, there's can't find that. We go ahead and inspect this. We go to our console. You can see returned a 404. The server responded with a status of 404 not found. So when I go ahead and go back to my server and rather make this a 200 and save this, remember I told you that you don't have to explicitly set this to 200. The moment you leave it blank, then it just goes to 200. And we can see that it returned no errors or no 404s. We could also go ahead and try with a 500. And you can see it's a server error. 500 simply means server error. Let's redo that. You can see internal server error. That is a 500. So if you want to learn more about HTTP protocols, go ahead and simply Google that. HTTP response status codes and their meanings. So that way you also even need to know that because now you're building your own server and you're going to be serving your own status codes. So you need very much need to know what status code is required for what instance, which we're going to be doing a lot in this tutorial during the course of it. We're going to see status codes like 403, which is for forbidden, and so forth and so on. So no need to worry about that. I got you covered on that. But for now, let's go ahead and delete what we have. We no longer need these because we are actually going to create our own routes in different, because now we're going to have a lot of routes. So I'm going to show you how to create routes, or using the MVC architecture, abstract this into a different place and create routes in there and read them from here. And also we need to also know about middlewares and what they are, what they're used for. So let's clean this up on what else is there or need for in this. So I'm actually going to leave that in here so you could get that for this portion of the code in the as part of the video. So you can see get that in the source code for this portion of the video of the tutorial. So let's move on to learn about middleware. Now up next we've got middlewares. Middlewares are essentially glorified listeners. I like to call them that. Glorified listeners because in Flutter we also have listeners where we could add a listener to, say, a controller. And that listener essentially carries a callback. Let me write some code. So we can have controller.add.autocompleting, add listener, and we pass that a callback. And in that callback, we write some code. We say maybe update a variable. So the variable will be equal to new value. So this will actually trigger only when there's a change to the controller, to whatever controller lives there. Now, when there's a change to it, it will trigger the callback, or it will carry out whatever function that we've put in here. This is also the same with middlewares. Middlewares are glue file listeners that sit between your main server and your client. So whenever your client sends any data or any request, anything they do, or even when requests are going out, you can put a middleware that will listen to all requests and those requests and do things to maybe the request, or do other things to some other code, or carry out certain actions before actually going on to the endpoints that the user or the client is trying to visit. So let's take this for example. We've got this endpoint called watch videos ID. Now, if a user or if a client is trying to visit this endpoint, we could actually add a listener that will catch. We use app.use to add middlewares. We can use app.use, or we can add a listener that will simply catch whatever request, any request at all. It doesn't matter if it's coming particularly to this or to that, or to any request made to our server. We can catch it with this middleware, and then do something in there, right? Do something in there before we actually move on to the actual endpoint. So if the user tried to visit this, it will run this, then it will come to this. So let's go ahead and write some examples. So now this gives us the request, the response, and the next function. Now I'm going to explain what the next function means, or what it does. Yes. So the request, we already know what the request does. It gives us the request object from which we can access the body, the headers, and whatnot. The request params and query params, and we can also have the rest, which we can use to return a response. So now we can have the next, which does what it says. It goes on to the next function. Now you're not restricted to only one middleware. You can use multiple middlewares, app.use, and do the same thing, and next. And what next does is that it actually carries out whatever functionality you put in here, and then it moves on to the next middleware. So this is how it works. So the order of your middlewares matter. So if this middleware comes first in your app.js, or wherever you've put your middlewares, it will run this before that. It never misses. It never runs the one after it before that. So your declaration matters. If you actually need this to run before other one, maybe if you needed to authenticate users before moving on to the next middleware that maybe checks if users are admin, then you would have to put the authentication before the admin checker, so that the authentication runs first, and then if they're authenticated, you could go ahead and check if they're an admin. So in that case, the next function simply needs to be called. Else, if you don't call it, it will hang the user's request in the limbo of your middleware. Let me give you some examples so you don't get confused. So let me comment this out so it doesn't expect that. So let's see, I have this thing here where I actually want to console console.log, and by logging a request has been made to your server. Now when we save that and the user actually tries to visit the endpoint, let's find that. Right, so they try to visit the watch videos. You can see it just loads forever, because whatever request, you can see it gets printed to the console. A request has been made to your server. The reason why it's printed twice is because of when I click this at first, try to load this / with nothing else. It tried to get the first endpoint, which was this. And remember what I told you, this runs irrespective of what endpoints you're trying to visit. Now these are called global middleware. Right? I call them global middlewares because they run for every single request. It doesn't matter. They do not discriminate. Now you can see that it's hit this middleware, but nothing is happening. It's not moving on to the next function. So what happens is when you put next, it will actually check if there's another middleware, and if there's another middleware, it will run that middleware, and then when you call the next in that middleware will check if there's another middleware, and if there's no other middleware, it will go ahead and visit the endpoints that you're trying to visit. But this time we only have one middleware, so you can see it actually runs that middleware with a request has been made to your server, and then it gives me the actual endpoint. So as you can see, we can actually add a different middleware, and it will actually go ahead and run that one. So let's say console.log middleware 2. So you will see that middleware 1, let's actually not do the next first. So let's go ahead and save this. I'm actually going to close this, clear, and npm start. So when I actually visit this site, it loads forever, but you can see that in here, a request as a mate to your server was called. But this one never gets called because there was no next. So when I actually comment that out and save it, it will actually come to middleware 2, but it will never move on to this. So let's see that in action as well. So let me retry. You will see that a request has been made to your server and middleware 2 was called, but then it never moves on here. So that means I also have to call next on middleware 2. So when I actually do this, you will see that it will work. So it goes to middleware 1, it goes to middleware 2, and then finally it gives me the JSON response. Now these are called global middleware. I call them global middlewares because there's a different type of middleware, which is the contextual middleware. There's also something that I call them because they're based on context, where you put them. You can put them within a route. So this is how you define a route: app.get, app.post, app.put, app.delete. But then after you put the URL, you can actually go ahead and put a middleware for that particular route. Let's say authorization, or I can't spell for the life of me. Authorization. Now this will be a function, so you don't use app.use for those types. You actually use a function, so you could save them to a function. Let's see, the function name will be authorization, like I've already declared over here. So you'll have to create that function, and then you give it a callback, request, response, and next. Now what I'm going to do in here is I'm actually going to just call next and say console, or let's go ahead and write out a full authentication call. So it would be constant is authenticated is authorized, authorization, authorized will be equal to true. So for the first bit, I'm actually going to say true. So I'm going to say if is authorized, then console.log user is authorized, and call next. Else rest.status will be 401. You can see we can also I don't have the rest, so there's a request response. We can also return a response from here, so it never actually hits the endpoint. It will throw an exception before it actually hits our endpoint. So dot send on authorized. Right, perfect. So now how this works is this will call the first middleware, the first global middleware, calls a second global middleware, and when it runs out of global middlewares, it will try to visit the endpoint. Now the endpoint will check if there's a middleware, then it runs the middleware, and then the middleware should also call next, which means move on to the next function, which is this function that we've passed to the route to handle the route. So let's save that, and oh, I've got an error. Authorization cannot access authorization before initialization. So sorry about that. I have to initialize that over here and save it. I'm going to close this down and declare it, and then npm start. Perfect. So I could go ahead and visit this, and it works. As you can see, user is authorized. We could go ahead and change this to false to say that the user is not authorized. And when I visit this and reload, you can see unauthorized. So this is how middlewares work. One advice that I'd actually love to give would be to always return. Always return. This has given me the most headache that I've had developing a REST API, because I always forget to return. Always return your next and your responses. So if you're returning a response in a middleware, return it with a return keyword. And if you're going to the next function, always use next. So that way it returns and it exits the entire middleware. So when I do this, it should still work and we don't have any hiccups. So that is essentially how middlewares work. Let me go over it again. We have a contextual middlewares and we also have the normal middlewares. That is the global middlewares that get executed for every single request. These ones are patterned to particular requests. So you can see that authorization has been added to only the watch videos and not to this. So when I actually try to visit this space, it will not print me the user is authorized or user is unauthorized. Let's see. Let's change this to true so that it prints it to console. So when I visit this, user is authorized, it's printed. And what if I actually try to visit / being the base endpoint? Oopsies. Invalid status code undefined. And what's the matter? So middleware 2 got printed. Invalid status code undefined. What's the matter? Where is it? It's here. Oh, sorry. I didn't put in any status. It has to be. Let's make it 404, not found. Yes. So, my bad. So sorry about that. So now when we try to load this, you say, sorry, can't find that, but it never prints the user is authorized because authorization middleware now, other middlewares execute. The first middleware executed, second global middleware executed, but then the actual contextual middleware it never executes for this endpoint because it's only patterned for that endpoint. If I go ahead and add it over here as well, authorization, and save it, then we could go ahead and visit this and see that it will say what user is authorized. So that is how middlewares work. Now, we usually will not, in the application that we're going to write, will not have to always write our own middlewares. We will use some already defined middlewares and that have been defined and put into libraries. We're going to use those to help us carry out functions before actually visiting certain endpoints. We have a few middlewares that we're going to be using for this particular course. Alright, so I'm right here and I'm removing these, removing this, removing that, this and that. So the middlewares that we're actually going to be using, but remember what I said in the last few minutes, is that the middlewares should be arranged the way you want them to execute, in the order you need them to execute. So a few middlewares that we're going to be using would be, I have these three main middlewares that I find very useful. One would be the body parser. Right, the second one would be Morgan, and the third one would be pause. Let's understand them. So body parser, it actually, when you get an HTTP request, the body of the HTTP request usually contains data, and this data could be in any format, like JSON. It could be, you see, we have this content type in the header, and the content type usually is application JSON, or it could be URL encoded and whatnot, or even binary data. Now, body parser will help us pop that data and make it available for us to use in our application. So whenever the user is sending any requests and it has any data, it will decode it. So you can think of it like JSON decode in Flutter, essentially. It will decode it and it will give it back to us, essentially. It will try to visit the endpoint that the user is trying to visit. So because implicitly the person who wrote it calls next, so the next will actually after passing it, it will take us down then to the actual endpoint that they're trying to visit, and in the endpoint, when it tries to access the request.body, it will get the actual proper data type that we need for it. So for that reason, we're going to register it as a global middleware, like I told you, globals. So all of these are going to be globals essentially. Now we have Morgan. Now what does Morgan do? Morgan is more of a logger, automatic logger. Like normally what I do would be I'd add an app.use and then I'll have to or try to print out the URL that the user is trying to visit. The user is trying to visit this URL and they're trying to use this method and they did it at this time and the response was this. So let me close this down. So Morgan actually logs all requests. So I think it also logs the response to the request. So it usually executes after or when you're sending a response up. So remember what I told you. Middlewares capture data both back and forth. So it logs the information back and forth. When you make a request, it makes a log. And then when a user makes a request, it makes a log. And when you send a response from the server, it also logs that response. So it does all of that in one line. So you usually see the log after the response has been sent. So that way it adds all of it in one line, the request plus the response that you've sent over. You could go ahead and pass in extra information to it, but I'm going to show you how to configure all of that later. Now for the cause is actually quite it's a bit more complicated. So this is what cause means. It means cross origin resource sharing. So you can see over here, you can read more on Google or you can find more in a written tutorial. I would try to explain it in detail over there. But essentially, cause defines a way for client web applications that are loaded in one domain to interact with resources in a different domain. So my web server will be hosted in a different domain and my client, like my Flutter client, will be hosted in a different domain. So now when they're interacting with each other, there will be, if for example my client is trying to interact with my API which is hosted on a different server, it's making a cross origin request essentially. So it's not the same origin, they're not from the same server. So my client lives on a different server and my API lives on a different server, and there's a lot of intricacies that go back and forth with that. Just all you need to know, the TLDR of it is that cause will take care, the cause middleware, which has already been written for us, will take care of all of that for you. You don't have to worry about it, you don't have to know anything about how it works. All you have to do is you could go ahead and read about it. You should know some things about how it works in case. Yeah, but that's essentially what it does. So let's go ahead and start adding these to our application, to our server, our API. Keep calling it an application, which it probably is, but so the first one would be sorry about that. The first one would be, let's do body parser first. So we'd npmi body parser. I think you can actually chain the installs. Let's see, Morgan and cause. Hopefully that works. Yeah, I think it will work. Nice. So let's see if they all got added, which they did. Perfect. So I'm going to close this down and close that down as well. And I'm going to start adding them to my application. So usually you actually want, like I already said, you want them to be before anything else because you want them to execute before your route to execute. If you put the routes before the middlewares, then the routes will actually get executed or they will get called before the middleware gets called. And you don't want that because you usually use middlewares to bridge the communication. So you actually want it to be sitting between, so meaning above your server and before the client. So in that case, we have app.use body parser dot JSON, which will pass it into a JSON because we're using JSON. You can see it automatically imports it for me. And we also have app.use Morgan And Morgan, you can pass it a config, and the config that we can pass it will be tiny. Let me show you Morgan, the Morgan documentation. So this is the Morgan site. You can actually find all of your packages over here, npmjs.com. So the package that we're looking at will be Morgan, and you can see it's very popular. Weekly downloads, 4 million downloads. So you could see require Morgan, which you've already done, and a predefined format string. You go ahead and read all of these. You could go ahead and use this very simple configuration. You could go ahead and actually define your own custom configuration about how this configuration is essentially just how it prints the data. You can see that over here that we're telling it what to print. So it will print the tokens, .method, the URL, the status, the response, and so forth, right? So you could also use the combined and so forth. You could go ahead and read this, but we're just going to use this. It's pretty simple. So I'll go back to my Node application, and I'm using Morgan. Now for calls also has documentation on, let's see, calls npm. And we could see calls npm, and we could see how that also works, how we can configure it. So you don't have to know how the configurations work for these things, maybe memorize them. No, you don't have to do that, because you can literally just come here and see all of it, how it works. So you can see app.use calls, and we could go ahead and add that to our application. Now we could go ahead and also see that there's some options, extra options. Let me see. So you can see this is an origin. So the option, when you set that option over there, it only allows for functionality from that route. So you could go ahead and add those sort of options. Where is it? So we have app.use, first of all, the calls, right? And we invoke it. Then we use app.options to add an option, right? And the option that we're adding is for this, meaning all routes. So and then we add this. So this is also one of those things, boilerplates, that you just don't need to remember. You can just copy paste it all the time. So this is usually how we conventionally configure the calls. If I go into details of what these mean, it's going to be pretty long. But so what this is essentially doing is it handles the options request for all routes, right? Because we're using this asterisk sign symbol over here, which means all routes, like all routes. And sometimes your browser sends this thing called a pre-flight options request. Check if the request that you've made, like get or post, is safe to send. So when you do this, you're simply telling Express to respond to these pre-flight requests from your browser with the calls header. So whenever they send it from any route at all, use the appropriate calls header to allow or deny the actual request. So this is essentially what it means. Technical details, so boring, just you can copy paste it all the time. That's all I'm trying to say. So that are our 3 most important middlewares. Now let's go ahead and talk about the database. This is where the fun begins. So I'm actually going to remove these routes over here. Well, I'm actually going to leave those in until we're able to create, separate, or abstract the routes. So start the server, hostname, and these important. I believe they are. So I'm leaving them in there. And we also have to go ahead and import calls. So I don't know why I had imported calls. Come on, mate. No, you're not going to help. All right, I have to do everything by myself. So C ABC constant calls is equal to require calls. Let's save this and make sure that the server is running fine before we move on to databases. because I totally forgot about that. Declare. Perfect. npm start. Nice. Yes. So let's go ahead and move on to the database. Now, after a long setup, our server is finally ready. Before we actually connect to our database, remember the database we're using is mongodb. I believe that we've mostly all heard about it. Now, mongodb, unlike traditional SQL, where we store things in tables and record rows and columns, MongoDB is more similar, or looks a lot more, follows the same use cases as Firebase. It's a NoSQL document-based database, meaning it stores your data in documents. You create a collection. Now the collection sits right here. Now within this collection, you've got some documents within this collection. So it's more or less like a folder structure. You've got a folder called, say for example, users, where all of your users' data gets stored by you. Now in the users folder, you've got JSON files. So you've collected information about your users during sign up. Now you've collected, say for example, name. I've got horrible handwriting, so forgive me. You've collected their age and whatnot. Now what you do is you go into your users folder and you create a user, say Paul.json, right? And if I had Jack, I have Jack. That is no way to write a C, forgive me. And that is no way to write a J. Lord have mercy. Now we have Julie.json. Lord, really need to go back to school. So I've got these three things: Paul, Jack and Julie, all JSON files, because this is usually the format that MongoDB stores data in. So it's great for its flexibility, because it has that style of JSON ordering of data. So it orders data like this, puts them in. It doesn't store them as raw JSON files, but you can export them as JSON files and so forth. But this is essentially what it looks like. You've got a container in MongoDB terms and Firebase terms, and mostly no SQL type database terms, a collection. And inside of those collections, you've got documents, and inside the documents, you've got field and their values, key value pairs. Now I've explained to you how MongoDB is very great for storing data, because it's very flexible, this sort of arrangement. However, it can actually feel a bit raw when you're trying to manage your MongoDB data, create collections, insert documents, extract and all that, carry out all of the database operations in your raw Node.js application. It sometimes starts feeling a bit hectic. Now, in order to combat that, we have a library called mongoose. Mongoose. Now, when we Google mongoose, we can literally see the info about mongoose. It's a JavaScript object-oriented programming library that creates a connection between MongoDB and the Node.js JavaScript runtime environment. And you can also see mongoose provides a straightforward schema-based solution to model your application data. So now, as you can see, it spoke about schemas, and we all know what database schemas are. They define how data is structured or stored in our database. Now, since it's storing these things as JSON, say Paul.json, the JSON file, it doesn't really store them as JSONs, forgive me, but I keep saying that, but it's a JSON style document. It has a feel of JSON because it stores them in key value pairs. Now, in such cases, so I'm just going to reference them as JSONs, but because we're familiar with that. So when storing data as JSON, you have keys and you have values. In a language like Dart, you actually write something like map. Come down here, map. Oh my days! You put string. That is the type of the key, and then you put the type of the value. right? And then you go ahead and do that. So whenever you put a type that doesn't match, say a key that is not a string, the compiler screams at you. This is also the same behavior that we want in JavaScript when trying to add data to our database. We want automatic type checking for adding objects that are not of the appropriate type, essentially. So when storing data to our documents in a collection, these things are stored in key value pairs. Now we don't want the values to have the wrong types. So if we have age, we don't want age to be of the type string. We want it to be of type integer. So we want to define all of that and tell the database, look, I need you to actually store age only in any collection, in any document that lives in the user's collection. Say port.json, I only want you to store the data age as an integer. When you get past anything that's not an integer, throw an error or tell me that I've passed the wrong data. So we also want validation, we want a lot of stuff, and as you can see over here, we can see schema-based solution to model your application, and it includes built-in type casting, validation, query building. So we can even build queries. So we can query our database and say, I actually want you to fetch me all documents in this particular collection. Say, imagine that we had multiple collections, say users, customers, products, because it's e-commerce. And we have all of these collections, and we actually want to specify a specific collection and query that collection for documents that match a certain criteria. Maybe documents where the age is over 10 or below 10 and so forth. So when you want to do these things, you can actually go ahead and do them in a database, but now you're in a server environment, in a Nodejs runtime environment. You actually want to be able to do that programmatically, dynamically, regardless or without depending on your input. So we want to define that and be able to have a program automatically do that. In order to have all of that control over our database from our server, we need an interface, and that is where Mongoose comes in. Mongoose serves as that little interface that lives or sits, that little middleware that sits between your server and your database, and it runs all of those connections. It helps you do the connection to the database. They've already done all of the dirty work behind the scenes, and all you have to do is pass a connection string, and that is it. You get the connection string from your MongoDB and from your MongoDB admin dashboard, and you pass it to your Mongoose function that lets you connect to the database, and boom, you're connected. Simple and sweet. Now you can access documents, read them, create them, do whatever. Define schemas and define the types that fields and documents have, and this is what Mongoose helps you do. So here's what we've done so far. So let me explain how the connection works first, then I'll show you what we've done. You can go ahead and skip this bit and just jump right into the code, but this is how data flow works essentially. So you've got your little server. Let me just go ahead and draw a little box over here, and it just goes on into oblivion, and we've got quite a number of boxes here, and they just stack servers and have these little things over here. And then over here on the right, we've got, let's say, what do databases look like? No, a circle definitely doesn't look like that. And you've got maybe a little cylinder. I can't draw straight lines for the life of me. Now you've got a little database. Now in order to connect to our MongoDB database, we have to do that directly from the server. We've already created a server. Now the code that we've written on the VS Code will essentially run in here, and the database, we've created it without having to create a database ourselves, because databases already exist, and that is what we've just done when we set up our MongoDB project and all that. So we've created a database for this project. Now we've done these two bits. All we need is an easier way to establish this connection, an easier way to query data instead of doing it directly or trying to do that ourselves. Now the easy way is to use a middleman, a little library, probably just an Apple, MongoDB, that helps us establish that little connection. and we're using mongoose for that, right? Mongoose, and this is what we're using for it. Now there's a two-way connection from our server, and this goes this way and this goes that way, and there's also a two-way connection from this lot to that lot, and this person comes this way and this person goes that way, right? So now when we actually want to do a connection, we cancel this because this takes a lot of code, and we do a little porting to our mongoose middleware, and we essentially, from our VS Code, we talk to mongoose. Mongoose goes ahead and talks to our database, a mongodb database. Now the database might return a response. It returns it to mongoose, and mongoose will feed it right back to us. It's essentially what we've been doing all the time. So let's go ahead and jump right into the code. In order to start using mongoose, we're going to have to open up a terminal and put in the command npm I, short for install, I mongoose. As always, as we've always done for installing npm Nodejs packages. Now after that's done, we're going to have a mongoose object over there. We'll require mongoose. So that's done. So we'll require mongoose, and I'm going to close that statement. Then at the bottom, so remember, everything has an order, so please follow the orders. Remember what I told you, middlewares should always run before any routes start running, because middlewares usually sit between your server and your client. So when your client wants to talk to a particular route, whatever you want to do before the route goes on or goes out or processes the request, whatever you want to do to your server or to the request should happen, or you should make the calls to the functions or the methods before you actually define a route. Now, in order to establish a connection to the database, we want to do that before we actually listen to the server, before we actually start the server. So this is the order that we want to do this: register middlewares, register the routes, and finally register the database, or open the database essentially. And after opening the database, we go ahead and we listen to the server, or we establish a connection. We'll just kickstart the server, like I always say. So what we do is we use the mongoose object and we say .connect. Now the connect method asks us for a connection string. Now the connection string, we're gonna get that from our MongoDB dashboard. So let's go ahead and fetch that from our dashboard. Now I'm at my dashboard, and you can already see this over here. Now from time to time, you're going to see this on your database. And whenever you see this, all you have to do is hit the @current IP address, and your server is good to go. If we actually try to run the server right now, maybe let's cd into VS projects, I think, and the best sec. Yes. So when we go into our server code and we npm start at the moment, you're going to see an error. So the server connects successfully. Oh, sorry, I actually haven't tried to establish connection with MongoDB, but whenever you start doing this and you try to connect to the server, when this IP address or your current IP address is not added to your Mongo, it's actually going to throw an error, and we're going to see that error. So because of that, I'm actually going to ignore this for now. It's just so that we see the error. So after that, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to add it. But for now, let's go ahead and go over to database. Yeah, that's taking all of its time, and we have to click on connect. Alright, so we connect, and this will give you a list of options. Now you want to go for the one that lets you, this changes from time to time really, but this time it's this drivers. But what you want is actually the one that lets you connect from your native, from using MongoDB's native drivers. That is from maybe your Nodejs runtime or your Go. Now this is what we're going to go for. All you need to do, you can go ahead and run this command actually. I don't think it matters, but I'm going to run it anyways because I love following orders, so I don't run into issues later down the line for my negligence. So this is actually what you need. This is what I've been talking about when I speak about connection strings. This is it. So you see that over here and you copy that. So it contains your username and your password. Now remember that we created a password previously and I asked you to save that password somewhere in a file somewhere. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to close this up, and because you actually don't want this to live here or directly paste it in here, you actually want it to be a secret because every person has a different database. You don't want your team members to write to your little database. You want them to create theirs and get their own connection strings and then write to their databases. So in order to have that little abstraction, we go ahead and we create a, let's call that a mongodb connection string will be equal to this. You just paste that in there. Now we'll replace the password. So I'm going to go and find the password wherever I've saved it. The password that we had during the provisioning of our cluster. So I'm going to find that and I'm going to bring it right here and then paste it in here. Alright, I found it saved somewhere in my document. So I'm going to copy that and where I've just deleted the password, paste it back in. Now that's amazing. Oh my. Yes, so I'm going to save that. Now about your envs. The thing about envs when you're working with a team is, remember, you're probably going to have a lot of strings or secrets saved in your envs. Now this, I taught you, I actually haven't taught you how to exclude this from the get ignore. So what you actually do is you go into your get ignore and you dot env and you, or you can add an asterisk right behind this so that it excludes every .env in your project. Now you can save this and it will ignore the .env from getting pushed to GitHub or whatever version control that you're using. So always ignore your secrets when you're pushing them to the server. That I should have actually set that earlier on. Alright, but I'm so sorry that I forgot to do that. I'm so sorry. So what you do, if this is not going up to the version control, then how are your teammates going to know or what your app needs? Because this is not only going to be in here in the app.js. So if it was only in the app.js, then they could probably come in here and check what exactly is he getting from the environment variables. But this is going to be all over the place really. So some of them are going to be in different files, and we're going to have quite a number of files. So they're going to have to go through every file and find out what they need to do with what envs they need to set, and then go ahead and set them one after another. Now we could go ahead and make it easier for them by just going ahead and duplicates in this folder. Let me just copy all of this. So copy all of it and create a new file right in your root called .env.example. Boom. Now when you're cloning other people's projects and you see this in the root of the project or wherever you see it, you're going to see something like this. So this is how we do it when we're creating one. Just type the key and then put an equal sign and leave it blank. So it should be vacant. That is it. Now when they clone our project, they're not going to see this, but they're going to see this. They're going to see .env.example. The reason for that is because the only thing that we've ignored are .envs. Now if I go ahead and exclude .env.example and save this, .env.example gets grayed out. the reason .env is not getting grayed out is because I've already committed this into GitHub, right? So that is actually very bad practice. Don't do what I've just done. But I only added it because, yeah, I don't know why I added it. It's quite silly of me, but I don't have any excuses. So this is what your env example file should look like. But I'm going to undo what I've just done to the git ignore. You only ignore env files, not the examples, because we want the examples to go up so they know what we're doing. Now, if you are the recipient of .env.example file, what you want to do is simply rename this. So rename it and remove the .example, and that is it, and then hit enter. As you can see, I already have a .env, so it's not going to let me do that, but you just go ahead and remove the .example and then go ahead and add your own value. So, and also when you're creating one, please be a gentle fella and be very descriptive. Don't maybe MCS and expect that your teammates are going to know. They're not going to know. Please be as descriptive as possible. Doesn't matter if it's so long. If it's an API URL, you could go ahead and see, make sure that you state where the URL is coming from. So for example, it could be weather API URL. Don't just say API URL. That is sinister. Don't do that. These are the rules about envs and secrets. I do not know why I forgot to mention these earlier, but yeah, that is it. So moving on, I've essentially saved my connection string over right there. So I'm actually gonna env dot, and it's gonna be mongodb. I'm just gonna copy that. I'm not so good at being consistent, so this is it. MongoDB connection string, perfect. That still all caps, so sorry. And we then, so it's a future. It returns a future, so you can go ahead and await it. But remember, you can't use async. You can't use async outside a function. So only functions can be marked as async. Now this mongoose.connect is not in a function, it's just bare metal top level call. We're making a top level call, not in any function, so we can't mark it async. You can't go ahead and mark a method call async. You only mark a function declaration as async. So in order to await for it, we could go ahead and use a .then. Now with a .then, you already probably know how it works. It's literally the same thing as Dart. Now .then, after the connection has been made, all I need it to do is to tell me. So console.info or console.log, and we go ahead and say connected to database, and that is it. We're connected to the database. And then whenever you're using await, async and await, you always want to use try catches. So wrap them with a try catch block if it's in a async await, and we are used to doing this in Flutter. Now similarly, when you're using a .then, there's no try catch, so in order to catch errors, you go ahead and use .catch. Right, so .catch, so you have a .then. After the .then executes, you can see it's a yellow bracket. Now the yellow bracket ends right here, so it's right after calling .then, and then we call .catch right on the .then object. Now we catch an error, and we boom, console.error, the error. What's the matter? Yeah, there's no problem. JavaScript is freaking out. So this is it. This is how easy it is to connect your MongoDB database. Now, look, I actually spelt this incorrectly. So it should be Mongo, capital N, MongoDB database connection string. Alright, Mongo. I have to also correct that in here. So Mongo. So my teammate know exactly what I'm talking about. So when I go ahead and try to start the server should fail, as you can see. Oh, sorry about that. Require. I'm made a silly typo in require. Require. The ends are a little unreliable today. npm start, and we should see an error. I was actually expecting an error, but not the typo error. But let's see. So it's trying to do a connection to the server right now, but I actually can't. So this is gonna fail. It's supposed to throw an error, and it's not throwing an error. What's the matter? Give me a second. Oh yeah, it was taking its precious time, so it finally crashed. So let's see what the matter is. So whenever you see such errors, so mongoose server selection error, could not connect to any servers in your MongoDB Atlas cluster, one common reason is that you're trying to access the database from an IP that isn't whitelisted. Like I said, whenever you see any message that looks like this, or whenever you try to establish a connection, sometimes it looks quite different. Sometimes they actually don't tell you that your IP isn't whitelisted. So whenever you see any errors from the database side, you could go ahead and try to go to your sometimes if your database is already open, sometimes maybe you're in the collections already browsing the collections, you don't see that message, or maybe if you're backend database you don't see that message. So what you have to do is go to overview. Whenever you see an error and you come over here and you don't see it, maybe you're on this tab, go back to overview and refresh the tab. Do a control R or option R. Don't know what it is on Mac, but control R and it should refresh the page, and you should see that banner that lets you add your current IP address. Now what you do is just hit add and simply go back and try to connect. So this time it should definitely work. npm start, server running at perfect. So now connected to database. So as you can see over there, it's perfectly been connected to database. So this is it. And I've also spelt connect. Oh my days. Alright, I'm gonna mongodb connection string. Hope this is correct this time. mongodb. Perfect. Copy, replace, and replace. Control S, save, and let's make sure that the server's still running by yes. So when you save, because of nodemon, it automatically reconnects to the database. So as you can see, hot reload at work, perfect. Database connection done, perfect. Now this is it, we're done establishing a connection to the database, and then finally after connecting to the database we kickstart the server. If the connection to the database does not work, you don't want to start your server, because if you start your server then the client can actually go ahead and make calls to your server, and the server then tries to access the database when the database is actually not open yet. So you always want to do these in order. Establish a connection with your database, and then you come back and do 2 + 2 is 4. Do your little bit, it's a bit over there, and I'm also deleting this bit right now. I don't need it. Yeah, so this is it. Let's head over to creating routes. You already know how to create routes, right? We've already touched on that. So now we're just actually diving into the abstraction, the architecture, moving these routes into their own their own architectural layers, and creating the rest of the architecture essentially. So let's go ahead and get right into it. To begin our routing journey, I'm going to have to get rid of these two. So this is essentially what we've got left on app.js. So what you do is you go ahead and in the root create a route folder. Now, I was adding a file, a route folder, and in the route folder you're going to create a file essentially for every route. So we're going to group our routes semantically. If we have a route called login, we also need a route for register, and we need a route for forgot password. We can all agree that these three routes and whatever other routes that relate to them could be under the class authentication, essentially. So in that case, we go ahead and create a route for authentication. When we have routes like add category, remove category, edit, we could go ahead and move these into a route or a route file, or group them into a module called categories. So the problem, however, comes up when it starts diverting from just grouping things semantically to having other meaning behind things. For example, we have add category, remove category, and edit category. But then these things fall under categories. We also have fetch category. Now, these four things are under the module category, but then remember that these three should only be accessible to admins. Admins should be the only people who add categories to the store. Admins should be the only people who have access to remove categories. They also should be the only people who can edit categories, but the users should be able to also fetch categories. So users should be able to do this alone, and these people should be able to do this alone. So sometimes semantics alone or single scoped semantics do not work by grouping them like that. You sometimes have to look even deeper and maybe separate them by access and roles and all that. So in this case, these three will fall under admin routes, and these will fall under a different route. So in that case, our very first thing would be authentication. So we create a new file and call that auth.js. Now in here, we're going to have to create a route. Now remember how we've created routes before. Let me go back, restore what we had. So what we did was use the app instance of the express object, and we calls the .get, or it could be a .post, it could be a .put, it could be a delete as well. Now these four CRUD operations are available on the express object, but when we move, because this was available in here, but when we move over to a different file, so now we're in a different module, totally different module. If we go ahead and create a new app in express, and we go ahead and use this app to create a route, app.get register. Now, how exactly is the main page going to know about this registration, this route defined here? It's not going to know about it because we already have an app defined here, and we're not using this app to instantiate the route or to declare the route, because this app that we've used to listen to this server should be aware of all the routes, because we've also used it for the middlewares. Now the middlewares are attached to this app object, this very app instance, and this app instance and these middlewares will work when a route that has been declared on this object is called or it's triggered. So in this case we have a totally new one over here. The only way we could actually solve this would be to take this and pass it down to every route file. That could get very hectic. So there was born an easy way to do this, and that was the express object having a router attached to it. So the router also comes from the app, so it could be app.router, as you can see. So this router, this little router that was instantiated over here, so it actually comes, sorry, dot router, right? Perfect, yeah. So you invoke it and it gets you the instance of the object. So this router will also let you define a route. So router.get, router.post, put and delete. You can do all of those. But then where it actually comes in handy is that we can actually come in here and use it, say, attach it to the already existing app object. So let me take it back a little bit. We have this router that's created from a new instance of the app object. Now this app object is not this one. This one's already been used to register middlewares, to start listening to or to open the server, but then in order to create routes that will actually be connected to the middlewares and trigger the middlewares and also have the server listen to them, we would actually need to do that on the same app object. Now, in order to do that, we would then have to take this, pass it down to every route file we will create, because we're actually going to be creating a lot of them. We'll actually have to pass all of those down to them. Now, there's a simpler way to do that. That is by creating a router from a new instance or whatever instance of the express instance that you can get. Create a router out of it. Now use that router to register routes. Now get an instance of that router. Now in order to get an instance or expose the router's instance, we could go ahead and do something I think this is connected to JavaScript itself, called module.export. Though it's actually connected to Nodejs, and the export will be, so we're saying that everything that this module, this entire module, or this file is exporting would be the router object. Now, whatever other file imports this file will be able to access this router object. So this is essentially what we do to every route file that we're going to create. We go ahead, instantiate a new router, use that router to create or to declare routes, then we expose that router. Now, in the main app.js file, we go ahead and get an instance of each router. So let's say, for example, the auth router will be equal to, we import, so require, and we go into, so this is the app.js, so we could go into the route, route / that is auth.js. This should actually show me or make it work. Let's see, is it ./ work? Yes. So it should automatically do that for you. And you could go to, yes, route auth.js. Now, after doing that, you could go ahead and connect that router. So when I hold down Option on Mac and Control on Windows or whatever else, and click on this, it takes me directly to that router, as you can see. So I've essentially got an instance of this router in here. So with this, I could go ahead and plug it into the main app object. So now I don't have to take this app object and send it over to other files. I can actually export the object from other modules and then bring them directly to this person. So we don't take this person to them, we bring them to this person. Now in here we could go ahead and use the auth router. So this is essentially how it's going to work for every other route that we create. This is how we're going to be creating all routes. Go ahead and complete that to the auth router, and that is it. So this would actually work. However, now in here we could have quite a number of routes. So we could have let's see, login, and you have your request response, just like we've already done before, and it needs an arrow. Perfect. Now we also have router.get. So sorry, login and register are both post requests, and we go ahead and do the same for register, and we could go ahead and copy this bit. Now this would work because what we're doing here is just listening to the auth router, or using the auth, or registering the auth authentication router. So when our user tries to hit, or when the client actually tries to access the login route, it takes them it reads every registered route. For example, if we had multiple app.users over here, it reads all of them. Let me delete this bit. It reads all of them and then finds any route that matches this or matches the thing that the user is trying to visit. In our case, we've actually got 2 of them. But then, like I was already trying to say, we would, if we had a more complicated route than this, so this is /login/register, and this is actually pretty simple, right? It's just / and what you're going to, / and what you're going to. Now, in some cases, if I created a new file, let's see, users, no, maybe products, that's a lot better, .js. Now, if, for example, we had products.js, we would have something like router.get, and we would have to do products / the ID of a product, ID, something like this. So in such a case, it would also probably have a different route like delete, and that would be / products / the ID of the product that we need to delete. Now you can see that there's a pattern forming here. So what could we also do? We could also do a put for updating the product. So it could be / products / ID. As you can see, we're repeating products over and over and over and over again. Now, in order to take away this repetition and simply simplify every route and make every module aware of its base route, in order to do that, we can actually do that. We can go ahead and cut this bit out, and in the part where we actually register the router in the app.use, this is going to be the products router. Yeah, products router require, and we go to routes products.js. Perfect. Now you can go ahead and skip the .js, or you could totally include that, but I'm definitely going to ignore that because it's a lot longer. Now we could go ahead and do the products router, but in order to make this app.user aware of where to search for or where to directly go to, we could go ahead and pass the base routes over here. Now in our case, this was for products. So whenever someone visits a route like http dot s dot thebesttech.com / products / ID, some random mumbo jumbo. Whenever someone visits this, the app.user will get triggered and it will check first if there's any routes that uses the products, the / products, because it's the first thing after the domain. So it checks. Now it doesn't have to go into each router to check because we've already declared that over here. So now this middleware is aware that everything in here is going to be / products. So it goes into this bit, it goes into this middleware and goes into its router, and then inside of this router it will go ahead and check if there's any router or if there's any defined route that first of all matches the HTTP method, in this case a get. It checked, yes, a get exists. It goes ahead and checks again anything that is taking something after the first / and it checks, yes, there's a route that is get, and it's also taking something right after the first / and that is a variable, because we've put a colon. This is how we declare a variable, that we're accepting variables on this route. So it goes ahead and it finds that there's someone accepting something after that's also a get request, and it goes ahead and it calls whatever we've put here. In our case, usually the request response callback that handles the request. So this is how routing essentially works. Now, in some cases, you actually might have to have similar routes. So say, for example, we want to get a router.get products / count. So now what we're actually trying to do is get the count of all products in the database. So the URL will definitely look like this. It will be a get. It it will be /product. Now we actually don't need this bit because we've already declared that here. So you could go ahead and remove that bit, but I'm leaving it in to just show you the example. This for the example. Now normally, because we've already added that there, we know now that everything in here is /products. So we could go ahead and remove the /products and just have /ID. So it would simply append it to the main app. So it will be /products, goes in here and checks the next thing. So it will be /product the variable ID. So, but then for the example purpose and to portray what I'm trying to portray, I'm actually going to leave it in there. So moving on, what if we actually have a route that looks like this? It could be anything at all. It could be products/count. Now these routes are beginning to match. Now when a user visits this stuff right here, it will actually go ahead, like I already told you, deconstruct this URL and take the very first part, and that will match a middleware, which is products. It will go into that middleware's router. Now when it does that, it will fall through and come in here. Now it will go ahead and check the next bit of the URL, which is this. Now it's already found this. It's finally going to try and match this bit. Now it checks, is there any get method that actually take a variable ID or it will first check if it takes this, if it takes this. So if there's any route that actually matches this, it will go ahead and call that route. If there's not, it will simply check if there's anyone that takes a variable, and in this case, this one takes a variable, and that will be the ID of the product. It will go ahead and pass that ID to this variable, and that is it. This is done. Now, what if the user was actually not trying to find the product's details, and they were rather trying to find the count of all products in the database? Now, that will actually go to save. That will actually go to product/count. Now it will find this and it will go into the products router, take this bit, come in here, try to find any get methods. Now the reason why I'm so focused on the get requests and not even talking about how we've got very similar routes in put and delete. Now this will also be /products if we didn't have that, but the reason why I'm ignoring these is because the first thing it actually tries to match is the method. So if the user has called a get method, it actually won't go to the delete and even start trying to match the route or the URL. Now that only happens in get. So in this case we have two gets and we have a products which we've already matched over there, and we can totally remove that right here because we've already put that there. Now the next thing it tries to do is to find, remember what I told you, it tries to find a /count. During the deconstruction of the URL, it will go ahead and try to find it. Now in this case, it's got the literal word count. So what it's going to do is, it's actually going to go into this route and take the count as a word and pass it as the value of this variable. Now the value of this variable will be count. So in this variable, in this path, if we're actually going to take the ID to be equal to request dot, I told you that this would be params dot ID because the names have to match. So it will actually take the count and pass it in as the ID. So this ID will then become equal to count. Right, so you see what it's doing. It doesn't know, or it's not aware that this doesn't match an ID. All it knows is that this person is asking for something after the first /. So it's going to take that something and put it in there without getting to this route. So this route never gets triggered. Now this person is busy searching for a product that's got the ID count. The ID's equal to count in the database, and it's not going to find that product, and therefore it's going to return a 404 error to the user. But then the user has actually put in, or the client, not the user, has actually put in the correct ID. So in such cases, what you want to do is actually take the route that is not taking a variable and pass it directly over the one that takes a variable. So this one gets the first priority. So priority matters, order matters. So always put the ones that have got the variables after the ones that don't have a variable and want a particular or a specific word. So in this case, count is the word we want, go ahead and put that first, and that solves the issue for you. So when it comes in here, it checks and it checks if there's anyone who has an extra forward slash, and in this case it finds count and it matches the counts. So whenever the user passes the ID rather, it will check first of all if this ID matches the count. It doesn't match the count, it will go ahead and move on to the next one, and it will check here. And this, the reason why it will always match this one whenever there's any string is because this is a variable, so it doesn't know what it wants. It doesn't know what it wants, but this one's not a variable. It doesn't have a colon before it, so it's specific. It's very specific. It wants only count, so whatever doesn't match count, it doesn't take it. But this one is not specific. It wants anything at all. This is why this is here. So it takes that thing and it gives it the value ID. So this should solve your issue. So remember, always order these on first. So now that's essentially how your routing would work. You take these routes and then you would export them again. So remember, for every module you want to do that module.exports and you export the router. Now, aside from all of those routes that we've created, we remember that we have to give it a function or functionality. What does it do? Now, it provides us with the requests and the response. Beautiful. Now, as you can already or probably tell, the app.use actually works the same for our middlewares. Now, we're using the router as a middleware, so these routers are passing as middlewares essentially. So the router over here is doing almost the same work as what these glorified middlewares or these higher level middlewares are doing. So you can see over here that it gets the response and the request and whatnot, and then it does something and returns something and it calls next, as you can see. Now, this is also what we're doing. We're registering these things as middleware. So whenever it gets this, it passes us a request and a response and a next. Now, it also passes us errors and whatnot, but the only things that we're interested in would be the request and the response. Now, in this case, you're going to have to provide functionalities in here. Now, the routes should just be the routes. This is the principle, the entire need for an architecture. We want single responsibility for every module. So if a module is doing two things at a time, that's probably way too much work for that single module. So this module is under the semantic route. So it should only focus on declaring routes and not on giving functionalities of the route and telling the route what to do, how to handle stuff. So this should only know about a route. It should not know what goes on. It should not care at all what goes on with these routes. So in the case of getting a count, we're going to have to do a lot of stuff. We're going to have to access the MongoDB database and use it. Oh my, stop. And use it to fetch. This isn't how you do it, but find by and whatnot. But we use it to fetch. I'm just writing pseudocode, so don't mind me. Use it to fetch whatever you're looking for. So all products, and then in MongoDB we have something called count with mongoose. I don't know if MongoDB itself exports that. Count documents, and it will count the documents for you, return you the count. Now this is a very simple route and it's not very complicated. Now what if we actually had something even more to do? What if in this case it was, say for example, deleting a product? Now in order to delete a product you might have extra things to do. So it might not just be deleting a product like database.find by ID and delete, and then you give it the ID that you get from request.params.id and it will find it and delete it for you. Now it might not just be as simple as this. It might need to do something like also go and check if any orders are using the product, then don't delete it yet. Instead, mark it for deletion, else delete it. And then you might also want to I don't know, do something else and do something, and before you know it, your function is growing. We're going to see a lot of that. This is e-commerce, right? A lot of things to be considered. In order to do one task, you have to consider how that task goes on to affect every other thing in your program or in your database or in your server. You want to know how, when deleting a category, how the products that are tied to that category are affected. Does it delete them as well, or does it render them useless, or just doesn't return them to the user? So all of these are to be considered. In that case, your callback actually does get very long and lengthy at times. A lot of the times it gets very long. So in that case, you don't want your routes folder, whenever a programmer or your team member comes into a route, they should only know what's going on in your routes, or they just need to know all the routes that you have declared. They shouldn't be having to scroll for hours in order to just look through all routes. So for that reason, we can also go ahead and abstract this little callback. It's a function essentially. We can go ahead and extract this little function and put it in a different module called a controller. So right in the base of it, I'm actually going to create a folder and call that controllers. Now in the controllers, we match these. So if in here we had the products route, in the controllers, we should also have the products.js controller. So for every route file or for every route module, you should have a corresponding controller module. So in here, what we're essentially going to do will be very simple, declaring functions and exporting those functions. So it's kind of similar to what we did in the previous place, but in this case, we can use a totally different syntax. We could go ahead and use module.exports, but in this case, we could have functions, right? Function, let's see, what do we need? We need to get product count. So you go ahead and declare a function for each route. So this route needs a function. So we go ahead and remove its function and abstract it into this module's controller. So this module's controller is a products controller. So we go ahead and start abstracting them one after another. So we need a functionality for get products count. And we go ahead and declare that function, and then what we do later is we export the function, right? But then in order to make this a lot shorter, one thing that I find, or the syntax that I personally prefer, there's a lot of syntaxes out there on how to do this. You could go ahead and have an export in a map, an object, and then put all the functions in an object, and then the exports will catch them. Forget about that. I'm going to show you how to do it very simply, and this is how I do it all the time. I just do exports dot get products count will be equal to, and then I go ahead and create an anonymous function without using the function keyword. Now you could go ahead and use a function keyword. This is JavaScript. This is how it works. You can declare functions two ways, either this way with the arrow syntax, or with a function keyword. Now personally, I prefer the function keyword because it's a lot more. It feels a lot more like the programming languages I'm used to, where we have type declaration and all that, but you can go ahead and do it this way either, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just your preference. What do you prefer? Now, you could go ahead and do this. Then in here, you could go ahead and say constant controller, or let's be a lot more descriptive. Product controllers will be equal to, and we require. Now we're two steps in. So we're in the main folder, not in the main folder, in the main repository, or whatever you like to call this. Now in there we go into the routes folder, and in the routes folder we find the products folder. Now the products module rather. Now we're in the products module, and in order to get to the controller and go into the products controller, we go ahead and use double dot. That is to take us out of this entire folder and get us back in here into the base folder, and in here we want to go into controllers, and in here we have the products. You could go ahead and also do products.js, but it doesn't matter. Now in here we could go ahead and just pass this and say your functionality will simply be product controllers dot. You can see that function is already showing up, but we could go ahead and it will link us all the way back to it, or back and forth. So now we've got this little connection. So we got a three-way connection. Sorry, we've got this here that uses the middleware approach, and it will declare the base of the route or the base of the semantic module. Now, anytime someone visits the / products for anything at all, it could be to delete posts or whatever. So far as it starts with this, it takes them into the products router, and in the products router, we can see that we've got all the routes declared. Now, when it finds the corresponding routes that the person is trying to visit, it will go ahead and look at the products controller's functionality for that particular one. So we could have multiple ones over here as well. So this is for getting a product's detail. So it could be exports dot get product details. Now this will be equal to this, and it will go ahead. Now this will take the request and a response and do work with it. So we're essentially just exporting that other function, the function that we had previously. And this time I'm actually going to use the function syntax, request response, and this should work. Now we could go back in here and say product controllers dot get product details, and you can see, so you could go ahead and do that for the rest of them. And this is how controllers work. This is how you link up all the controllers and the routes, and finally the middlewares for the routes. So let's go ahead and start with the authentication functionality. We're going to build it out from the route, then to the controllers, and we see how all of that works. Now to start with the authentication, I'm actually going to delete the products, move to trash, cancel. I actually want that totally gone. Now we're stuck with you, the authentication. So I'm deleting you because you don't exist. Only the auth router exists. Now because of that, remember what I told you before, where we declare the base of the thing, of the route that we're declaring. So in this case, we have the auth router. I actually don't want this to be my API / router or API / auth, auth / login. I don't want that. I just want it to be my API's URL or the domain / login or / register / forgot password and the rest of them. I only want it to have a name when it's necessary. So in this case, I personally don't think it's necessary. You might actually think it's necessary, and you could go ahead and do that / auth, and then they could go ahead and do / login / the rest of them in there. But for me personally, I actually prefer it to prefer my auth route to be just the base, just empty /. Now in this case, let me go ahead and save this and run it, so you can see. First of all, I actually need to go ahead and go to my MongoDB database and activate it, because I haven't activated it in quite a bit, or added my IP address in quite a bit. So let's go ahead and do that first of all. Just to prove it to you at first, I'm actually going to open this up and do npm start, and it definitely, yes, it fails. So oopsies, what's the matter? Express is not defined. Or have I used express or the JS? The problem is my express. I'm just calling the express object without instantiating it. So the app is actually going to be require. I'm not using app here, it's express. So express is rather require express. And finally the router will simply be express.router. Perfect, done. Declare npm start. Always remember to save. Always remember to save. So I think that should fail because of MongoDB, as expected. Yes, finally it fails. Never thought I'd be happy to see something fail so much. Right, so could not connect to any servers. One common reason is that you're trying to access a database from an IP that isn't whitelisted. So let's go ahead and whitelist our IP address. So I've made my way to my dashboard, and as you can see, current IP address. Also probably forgot to mention, when you're trying to do this, make sure that you're on the correct project, because right now I'm in the Best Techie Comedy project. If I was in a different project and it showed me this and I clicked add current IP address and I tried to go back and run it, it actually won't work for this place. This place will still fail till I've actually done it for the correct project. So please make sure you've done it for the correct project. Now I can stop it and try to rerun npm start, and that should perfectly connect us to our database. So as it's taking its yes, it's done. So it's taking its precious time. Let's move on and do our thing. So we could go ahead and drag this down now. Perfect. Now we've got login, we've got register. What else do we need? We've also got router.get. This is for, no, first of all, when the user forgets their password, it's going to be, we're going to take them to the post forgot password. And this is also going to have the callback, which we're going to abstract into the controllers. So for now, I'm ignoring it. And we also have router.post. Now, after this is the flow that I actually want to work with. When they hit on the forgot password on the client, on the Flutter application, we take them to the place where they enter their email. Now they put in their email and they hit send or continue. Now that send will actually talk to our server and hit the forgot password endpoint and pass it the email. Now with that email, we send an OTP over to the user's email. Now when that OTP lands on their email, they can copy that OTP, go back to the Flutter application, enter the OTP, and then hit the verify button. Now the verify button should take us to the verify OTP endpoint, right? Now the verify OTP endpoint will verify the OTP. If it's correct, it will alert the Flutter client, and the Flutter client will take them to where they can reset the password. And when they do that and hit save or hit continue after resetting the password, it should bring them still to the reset password. Now the reset password will take its time and change the password on the database. We're going to leave all of these as posts because it's convention. Now we also have a thing where we want to cache the user. So caching the user will require token verifications, but we're not going to talk about that right now. I'm going to put that in after we're done with these complex ones. That one's also kind of complex, so I'm going to talk you through it. But for now, this is actually just what I want to show you. Now, for now, because I actually want to explain something to you. It's a comma. Yeah, so for now, because I actually need to explain something, I'm going to use these for now before creating the controller. Now, whenever, as you can see, the server is actually running at http colon 0.0.0. So what that simply means is that whenever the user actually tries to visit to visit this. Now, there's no / over here, so that's why it doesn't work because there's no get. But we've defined a route. Hopefully we've saved all of it. That is, yes, we've also saved the app.js. And so in there we've declared the / login, which will actually go to try to visit login, but it's saying cannot get login because login is a post request, remember. So if we try to do this over here with the browser, it won't work because the browser, remember what I told you, when you put any URL in here and hit enter, what the browsers do is they try to send a GET request to the specified URL. In this case, it's not going to work. So what we're going to do to test it is to pull up our postman. Now I've got my postman open, and my postman will be this way, will be basically empty. Now what you can do is to click collections. Now in the collections, I'm actually going to add a new collection. Your collection will probably be blank. So but for me, I'm actually going to click, let's see, REST API basics. Let's see how that works. Yeah, so you can see get, update, blah, blah, blah. We're going to rename that. You can hit this and go to rename, or you can use the Control E as you saw in the shortcut. Now this is going to be ecomly, and we save. Now inside of ecomly, I actually don't want to have all of my routes littered all over, so I'm actually going to compartmentalize them. So I'm deleting this. Delete. Yes, so in here, I'm actually going to create a new folder. And for this, I'm actually going to call this folder. You could go ahead and rename it from here, or you could go ahead and do this and hit Control E. Or just hit this right here, but I usually prefer to do it over here. So for this, I'm actually going to call this by the name of the folder that I'm working with. In this case, it's the auth module. So I'm going to call this auth. Now inside the auth, you can see we can add a request. So we can hit the add a request and it will simply add it for you. But when it's not empty, you don't see the option to add a different request. So you can go ahead and tap this and hit add request and it will add you a second request. But for now, I'm deleting this. So we can focus on this. So how does all of this work? Now, what we're trying to do, or I'm actually going to rename this method, this operation. It's going to be the login, right? So login, perfect. So what this is going to do is it's going to give you this interface to manipulate this. So this is essentially just like your website or your web browser's URL bar, where you can enter URLs and whatnot, and it will work. So for this, we're trying to visit the login, and you could go ahead and paste it in, and you can see by default it's a get. This is what I also told you, that browsers by default do a get request. So when you go ahead and you hit enter for login, you can see 404 not found, and it goes ahead and shows you an HTML document. This is actually what the server sends. Now we're seeing it in a raw form, but then the server sends this HTML document over to it just returns it, and this is what this web browser is getting at this point, and it's rendering it with HTML. So when you go ahead and inspect this page, you can actually see that little thing that we found, cannot get login with a pre tag, and you can also see pre tag cannot get login, and the header will probably be error, because you can also see title error. So this is what it gets. The browser just displays it, renders it beautifully, but this person, so it has different options actually. So you can go to raw, which is also the same thing, but just this one's pretty, it has colors and all that. You can go ahead and change the language if you think you know what language it's rendering it in. But then you can also go to preview, which tries to render a web preview of this. So we can also go to visualize, which visualizes it with the bot, but I'm not going to touch that. We only work usually, I personally only work with these three usually. Now if the response returns a header or cookies and all that, you can see these here, but forget about those for now. So now let's talk about this place. So this place is for your response, this part is for your request. So when we're making a request, we've got a few things. You can see query parameters. Now remember what I told you, the query parameters will be the question marks. As you can see, the moment I added a question mark, this part reacted and added another box or activated a box to accept a query parameter, because that's how we enter a query parameter, with a question mark. Now we could go ahead and say user ID will be equal to, and we put in a random user ID. You can see it fills in automatically. So this is a query param. We want to chain a different param. We could go ahead and use the and symbol, and you can see it creates a different box. And we could go ahead and say product ID is equal to blah blah blah. Similar. So I'm actually going to clean this out and show you that we can also do the same thing from here. So we could go ahead and say user ID, and then we put in the value, and you can see it automatically builds the URL for us. It constructs it essentially. Now this is it for query param, so you could go ahead and delete it from here. And then we have the authorization. These are tokens. We'll talk about these later. You could choose bearer tokens, no auth, blah blah blah. We're going to talk about those later. We also have the headers. in case you want to send headers like a connection type, the content type, sorry, not connection type, and so forth. Now we have the body. The body is usually what we use in post request to pass information to the server. Remember, I told you that you can access that using the request.body in your Express application. So these parts are the parts that we're usually going to be using a lot. So for now, we're doing a post request. This is the part where you can choose what type of request you're trying to do. The login has been defined to be a post request, so we're going to change this to match it. So this is going to be a post request, http this / login. Now we could go ahead and send that, and we can see it's probably going to run forever because we never return any response. So let's go ahead and fix that. Return, and we can return response dot JSON, and it's going to be, let's pass in a JSON for the user. So because logins fetches the user's data, and that's how logins work. So let's see, name Paul, age will be 200 years old. Yeah, Simon Oldman. Yes, so when we save that and we retry to send this, you can see it returns us with a status of 200, and the name is Paul, the age is 200. And we've got that right here. You see how beautiful that is? So you're essentially a back-end developer now. It's the best full stack developer. We could actually go ahead and add a status. So dot status dot. So now the status, I could actually change it to 201 and save it. You can see 200 means okay, 201 means created, and it actually reflects all of the status, tells you the time that it took to do or to complete the command, or to complete the request. You can see over here it's 21 milliseconds. Over here it also locks this, and you can see 201, and the server sent it after 5 milliseconds, but the client received it after 21 milliseconds. You can track everything that you need over here, but these are for more advanced purposes, so we're not going to be looking at them right now. So this is essentially how we communicate, or how we test endpoints in backend development. There's other methods, but this is the most popular method. So now that we know that the post is working, the thing that I actually wanted to talk about was the URL construction. Now, usually in API creations, because what we're creating is not just any server, it's a REST API. Now, in usual API creations, we usually use we don't just go from the domain straight up to the path that we're trying to find. This usually works this is usually how we do it for web development. When we're constructing routes for our web page, we could do it this way. So the domain google.com/login. But then for APIs, we actually want to tell that it's an API and not just a web page. So in order to differentiate between those two, what we usually do in API creations is to add the keyword API / and we add a version. So the version in this case will be version 1. So these things are conventionalities that we usually do in development, essentially. So you can Google that and find out more details about it, and then we go to the login. So this is how we differentiate between an API and an actual web page or website or web app. So for that reason, we need to actually mark this as an API. This doesn't change anything. It would work the same way either way, but it's just for clarity, to let whoever's using it know that it's an API. So now, whenever we go ahead and hit the / route and we search for /login, it will trigger this login over here. If we had /users /login, it actually won't work anymore, because when we send this, you can see cannot post to API /login. Even forget about this API because we haven't added it yet. So even without that thing, it can't post to this because it's only seeing users /login. So excuse me, yeah, so that works. This construction we've done here works. Now, how exactly we're going to append the API v1 blah blah blah? We could go ahead and do it this way and do the same for every route after that, but then we might actually change the version number later on. So in that case, we don't want to have to go through and change it for every route. We're also going to be using this base or this API key phrase in other files. And for example, when we're setting up middlewares for authorization, not authentication, for authorizing people to go to maybe the admin or to stop people from going to certain routes when they don't have the proper tokens and all that. For security purposes, we're going to be using this in other files. So we don't want to have to go through all of them and start changing the API prefix. So in order to save the API prefix, you could actually go ahead and go to your env file and add it over here. So API prefix. Now usually you'd see this being called an API URL. I prefer to call it a prefix though, but let's go ahead with this API/v1. Now save. You could go ahead and add it in here as well. Now when you've got this in here, you can put the equal sign and the user or your team members can actually get access to it and know that they need to add an API URL. But this isn't that much of a secret, it's more of a constant. So you could go ahead and add it into the example as well. But yeah, you could go ahead and add that, leave that in there, but I'm not going to. So now, before every single route, where is it? We want to go ahead and add the API URL. So in order to get the API URL, I'm actually going to declare it. Let's declare that right here. So that could be constant API will be equal to env dot. I think that was API URL. Now with that, we've got this little API. Now we can go ahead and add it in here. So that means we have to do string interpolation. In order to do that in JavaScript, you can use the backtick. I taught this before, if I remember correctly. And then you can use the $ and the save space and put in your API variable. And then finally just / in this case, because we don't have products or whatever. We want this to be the base route. So it will be API / login in this case. Now it's set up and it's connected to the database, so we could go ahead and try to run this again. It won't work because now we need the prefix, the API/v1, API /v1 / login, and we can send this. Let's go ahead and check. I've probably missed something. Oh, right there. So it's /API /v1, and then we let them put their own. We let ourselves put our own /. So let's go ahead and try that again. Hopefully it's connected to the database this time. Connected. Perfect. Let's try that again. Perfect, now it works. So in order for someone to access this, they actually have to add that prefix. Now login is working, and that was actually all I wanted to clarify on that. So but then there's something else. In order to actually save this long part of this URL, because this is going to be repetitive, so we're going to essentially have to create more routes, say register, verify token, password, forgot password, and all that. And would have to type this over and over and over again. We could go ahead and simplify that in Postman. So this is a little bit of a trick. Now you have a thing called your environment. As you can see, no environment. We could go ahead and do this. And we're going to call this, let's see, ecomly environment. So you can see what it does. use variables to reuse values and protect sensitive data. So it essentially lets you add a variable and give it a value, and you could go ahead and use that variable in everywhere that you need to. So in this case, I'm actually trying to add a variable. You could go ahead and come here. Where is my environment? Oh yeah, so you have to select the environment from here, and that will be the commonly environment, and then we go ahead and edit. And we can add a new variable and so forth and so on. So in this case, if you go ahead and do that from here, right, and do the add variable name could be base URL, blah blah blah, but there's a shorter way to do this, so you don't have to always try to edit your environment. Just don't save. Edit your environment by going here and doing edit and add. So in order to add something, you don't delete it from here. You go ahead and you select it. So we want everything before the / login, and we simply set it as a variable. As you can see, base URL. Set as a new variable, base URL, and we can select a scope. It only works within the environment ecomly, and we save it. And that is it. So whenever someone tries, you can see initial value is this, the current value will be that. So whenever the base URL changes, or we could go ahead and come in here, you could see it over here, and you could go ahead and change it. So whenever we change it, the initial value will always hold true. It will always show you what it was first. So the first time that you set it, the initial value will always live here in history, set in stone forever. So, but current value will change whenever you change it. So now the base URL will always, we can go ahead and create a new request, and we can use the same base URL by adding curly brace, and it will show you all of your variables, and you can go ahead and use it. So this is the variable I'm talking about because it's in my scope environment and it's green, and I know that it's green. Those are the base URLs that you see are from my different projects. So this one is from this. So you could go ahead and just do that. So you just start by typing a curly brace, and it will show you all of them, and you can go ahead and choose, and it will complete it for you. So that is essentially how it works. I'm deleting this request because it's unwanted. Delete. Perfect. So now we've tested the login, and we are very sure that it's working. So what we're going to do next will be to, where is my auth.js, to remove this bit and abstract it into the controllers. The user, we're going to have to first of all validate the user. Now for this, we could go ahead and start checking if the response.body, because the client sends us a body in the request. Now that body will contain all of the user's data that we can go ahead and add in a database. Now we can go ahead and do all of the validations like email validation, password length, and the rest of them. We could go ahead and do them manually by adding regular expressions and checking password length and checking if the password is secure. We can do all of that manually, but it's going to take super long or have us write a lot of code. So we have something called the express validator. We're going to talk about that in later lectures, but for now what I actually need us to focus on will be the models. I actually want us to understand every part of our architecture before we actually move on to proper implementation, so please bear with me. Now in order to do this, we validate the user. Now if the user is valid, if he's not valid, we throw an error, or we send it back to them and say, no, you've done something silly, so correct yourself, mate. But if they are valid, we go ahead and we tap into the database and create a new user in the users collection in the database. Now, how MongoDB works with Mongoose is that when, for example, you create a schema in your Nodejs application, in this Express application, we will go ahead and create schemas and we add them to Mongoose, so the Mongoose object, the global Mongoose object. Now, when you start doing this connection, right, the moment you hit this connect, it goes ahead and as you can see, opens Mongoose's default connection to MongoDB. And what it does is it runs through the schemas that you're using, and it generates collections for them. So if we have a user schema, it will generate a users collection. If we have a product schema, it generates a product collection. If we have a category schema, categories collection, and so forth and so on. Right? So this is actually how it will work. It does all of that automatically for you, and you don't have to go ahead and create them. So you can focus on doing things with your schema and forget about managing the collections. Now, for that reason, we're going to need to define the schema. In our case, we're going to call them models, right? Because this is essentially what they are to us. The schema gets exported to the database. Mongoose will take the model, right? So the model can still be a JavaScript object and not a database object. It's a JavaScript object because we define it here with JavaScript. So, and then we pass it into the mongoose. The mongoose has a schema option, and with that schema option, it's actually going to take that model and export it into schema format and send it up to the database. Now we have two things, and we've killed two birds with one stone. We've created both a model that we can use in our JavaScript application, and we've also created a schema for the MongoDB database. Let's see how that works in code. Let's talk in more action. So for that, we could go ahead and create a new directory, and we could call that, let me open this up. Right, we could call that models, make their models. And in models, we could go ahead and create a new file. So what schema do we need right now? So after this, we tap into the database and create a new user in users collection. Now, in order to create a user, we need to create a user based on a schema, right? So we need to create a user based on a schema. And remember, over here we create a model, and then we export that model and turn it into a schema using the mongoose object. Now the mongoose object handles all of that, so we could go ahead and just use the mongoose's created schema and pass it the data that the user has sent, and it will collect the proper parts of it and create the schema and send it up to the database and save it in a proper format in the database. Now on our end, we get access to our models, so for that reason we need to create the model that can turn into a schema and we can reuse. So for that, we need a user one because we need to create a new user. So the thing that we need will be user and not anything else. So user.js. Oh, my bad. We need to touch that in models and user.js. Nice. So over here we can start creating it. So now we have a user schema, which will be equal to the schema, and the schema actually comes from the mongoose. So you can see from the mongoose we're extracting the schema object. Now in here we have things, very beautiful things that we can do. So we could go ahead, as you can see, we've initialized an object inside of it. This is a JavaScript object, so we can write JavaScript in here. So this will be name. Now here, let me start from the very simple versions first. So for the very simple version, you could go ahead with a name, and you tell it the type of it. So what type is our name going to be? It's going to be a string. Now after name, we're actually going to need an email, right? An email will also be of type string. Now you could go ahead and do this, but what if you need extra functionalities on each object? So remember in Dart, we could have, for example, required string, final string name, and we could go ahead and make sure that the name is required when creating the object. Over here, we can also tell it to make the name required. We can also apply some required this dot name. We could go ahead and also apply some maybe assertions or apply some actions on the name and maybe trim the name. Maybe put it in the constructor and say this dot name will be equal to the name that we get from the constructor dot trim, right? And we can trim it. So in order to do those extra functionalities, we could go ahead and pass it an object and then do those things in the object. So when we pass an object to a particular field, for example, name, we could go ahead and give it the type of the object. It's going to be of type of the field. So this is the data type that the field is going to be of. It's a string. Is it required? Is going to be true. By default, required is false. So when you leave it blank, it actually turns it to false by default. So the user can decide not to send a name, and your database will still create the user, but without a name. Now, we can also do this if we don't have any extra requirements, and it will go ahead and create an email field with a type string, but it's not going to be required. Now, we need something extra. We need that every time. We can't trust the client. This is one rule of back-end development. Never trust the client. Never trust yourself. Even if you're the client, never trust the client. So we can't trust the client enough to leave trimming the name in the hands of the client. So even in this case, we could go ahead and use our trim and set it to true so that it trims it on both ends. So when they leave spaces or when they type in spaces, then it will trim out the leading and previous and the spaces before and after, essentially, right? So it trims them all out and then returns the absolute value after that. Now we can go ahead and wrap this bit in an object, and its type can be string. Now for the email, we're actually going to do extra stuff. So we have required is true, we have trim is also true. Now there's something that we need for the email as well. We need a validator. But remember what I told you, we are actually going to use an express package or an npm package called express validator that actually helps us do the validation. So we don't need to worry about validation over here, but I'm going to show it to you either ways in case maybe you don't like having too much packages. You might be that sort of person. If that's the case, you can actually go ahead and do this without having to add a package. So let's see how that would work. So in order for that to work, we can actually go ahead and add a thing or a field or a key called validate. Now the validate field takes an object, and inside of that object we go ahead and we pass a validator key. Now in there we give it a function. It will give us the value of this field, of whatever this doesn't only work for emails. You can do this for name, password, blah blah blah. It will go ahead and pass you whatever thing is here, and it will give you the value right here, and you could go ahead and invoke a function. Now this function, it actually works just like the validator that we have in Flutter's text form field, right? It's essentially similar. So in here we could go ahead and do a return. So I think this returns either true or false. Now if it's false, it will go ahead and try to send the message, return a message, an error message. Now you could go ahead and specify the error message right after the validator, and the error message will be maybe please enter a valid email address. Now over here, what exactly do we want to do? We actually want to do validation, and then if the validation fails, we return false. If it passes, we return true. That's how we want this to work. So we could go ahead and do constant regular expression. This is how we usually validate emails. You could go ahead and go to Google and copy some regular expressions, but over here I'm actually going to use a regular expression that I've used before, and then go ahead and return the value that we've got dot match. We try to match it with the regular expression, and you can see what the match does. Oh my days, come on, show it to me. Match. Yes, so this is it, string match. So a variable name or string literal containing the regular expression pattern and flag. So we pass in the regular expression, and it will match the string that you've put before it, in this case the email, with the regular expression, and returns an array containing the results of the search, and finally pass it in the regular expression. Now this will work. Return us true or false. So if there's a match or if there's no match, when it fails, it will call or will throw an error with the message. Please enter a valid email address. Now we could move on and go to the password. Now for the password, we could go ahead and also do a validation for the password. So validator. And with a validator, we could go ahead and pass a value, blah blah blah, and check the length, and then return a different message for a specific error or a specific problem. So, but we're not going to do all of those. Like I said, these things aren't necessary because someone is already going to handle that for us. We don't have to go through all that stress. So now you can simply focus on building out your schema and let the schema only bother about schemaing, being a schema. So the schema will always be schemaing. Now we have the password, but remember we don't actually want to be passing around the password. We don't want to save the password in the database. So this will actually be the password hash and not the password itself. So it will be of type string. Required will be true. We want the password to always pass when creating a user. So let me go ahead and add the rest of the things we need. Give me a second. So I've added all of the strings that we need. So these ones, I actually don't want them to be compulsory. So they don't need to be required. They don't need any extra operations like trimming or validation. So I just give the type event, let the object rest. So this is a lot simpler. Now over here, I actually want to add something that's not usually found in schemas, and this is because of the logic that I personally use for validation for OTP resetting. So when you want to reset your password, it sends an OTP to your email. Now with that OTP, the OTP gets sent to the email, and finally the user verifies it. Now when the user verifies it, they send it back to the server to be verified. But then how does the server know what the actual correct OTP is? We have to save it in the database somehow. So we could go ahead and create a different OTP collection and save all OTPs over there, and then find a way to relate them to the appropriate user. But personally, what I think is I personally do this. I add reset password OTP, and it's going to be of type number, which means a number. Double, integers, it doesn't matter. All of them fall under the number class. So I add a number which is actually nullable, because it's not required. So when it's not required, it means it can be null. So when it's nullable, that means that after verification or after the reset is done, or before the reset is actually done, the moment I send that OTP to their email, I go ahead and store a copy of the OTP in their schema, in the document, essentially in the database. Now when they come back with the OTP that they claim they've got, and they've hit the verify button, what I will do is go to find the user by ID in the database and then check if their reset password OTP's value matches the OTP they claim to have got. If it matches it, we say fine, great, perfect, you've got it correct, mate. Get into your application, change your password, and don't forget it again. I wasn't going to dupe you. But we save it, and after they're done, what we want to do is want to set it to be null. So whenever we come back, we don't want to see their previous OTP. It has to be changed to null. We have to remember to do that. So remind me in case I forget. Now, next up, we actually want the OTP to be not live forever. We want it to have a short lifespan. We want it to be expirable. It should be able to expire. So we will add the reset password OTP expires, and we add a date object. Now this has the type date. Now for the date, if you have a date, we're going to see this later, but if you have a date and you actually want to give it a default value, or I actually haven't talked about this, but you can actually give default value. So if we want this to have a default value all the time, for example the date, now it could be type date, and the default, we could give a default value will be date.now. So if when creating the user I forget to give a date for the reset password expires, it will go ahead and by default give it this. But I don't want that behavior. I don't want it to have a date unless the reset password OTP is set. So when it's set, I automatically set its expiry. And when I remove this, I also want to be able to remove the expiry. So because there's no OTP to be expired. Now after that, we have a different one. I'm actually going to put it right here, and that will be is admin. Are they an admin? And that will be of type Boolean. Now the default value of this will be false. Because how admin systems work worldwide or generally in tech is that, say for example Amazon has its admins. Admins are quite different from sellers, right? Admins are the actual administrators who you can report fraud or something to, and they can get down and maybe ban someone or delete an account or something. These people are admins. These people do not randomly get access or randomly get their users' data changed to admin as true. So the only way that the admin can be changed is by manual change. We do not expose any endpoints to change the admin value of a person. This value will always be changed manually. So that way, when there's a need to change it, there has to be an order, goes up in the organization, and we welcome a new admin. We find their accounts in the database, we go to our MongoDB dashboard, find their accounts, and manually set it to true. That is the only way we want to let users become admins. So in that case, the default will always be false until it's changed. The phone, we've already set it. Now finally, there's a couple more things that I actually want to live in the user schema. You can actually put them or remove them from here, but personally I find this to be needful because of our user interface. Now let's go ahead and look at the user interface. Now when you actually look deeply at this UI, you can see that from any part of the user interface where we can see a product, the user should actually be able to tap on this and it will toggle it on or off. Now we don't want to totally depend on the server for that. We actually want to have a local copy paired with our users current. So the current user is persisted, so we know the current user's information. Now the current user's object is, or if the current user's object currently contains their wish list, it could just contain a list of their ID, so it's not heavy work on the memory. So it doesn't have to contain the details of the product and the wish list. It could just contain a list, simple list of the IDs. We could go ahead and check if this product's ID currently lives in the current user's wish list, right? In the current user object's wish list property. Now, if it exists, we make sure that this heart is filled. If it does not exist in there, or if it's not in there, we go ahead and make this hollow. So this is the logic that we're going to use to display the wish listed objects and know whether they're in a wish list. Now what happens is the moment I actually, or someone taps on this heart, we actually want to go ahead and add it to the wish list, and after adding it to the wish list, that is in the data in the server, whenever the server returns success for adding to wish list, we go ahead and refresh or refetch the user's data, and then that will update every part of the UI that listens to the user's data, and that includes the user.wishlist.contains this product ID. So that is essentially how the logic would work. So for that reason, I actually want to go ahead and attach the user's wishlist to my schema. So that would be wishlist. Now this will contain a list of something, so the data type I'm actually going to put in a list. Now there's definitely different ways of doing this, but this is one of the ways that you can actually go ahead and declare a field that uses a list. So it's a list of what? It's a list of wish lists, and a wish list will be an object. So what does a wish list contain? So it contains, I'm going to go ahead and define its properties. It will contain the product ID, that is the product that is being, the original product that is being saved. Now the product ID will have type. So now what we're essentially trying to do is create a relationship, right? We're trying to create a relationship between this schema and another schema that lives in a different collection, and that schema will be the product schema. So a wish list is an object, this is the object, that contains the product ID of the products that is being saved to the wish list. Now that product ID will have a type of a mongoose. We already have a schema object, but I was gonna say mongoose.schema, but we already have a schema object, so it's gonna be schema.types.object ID, and it reference what collection should we search for this product ID in. It's gonna be in the products collection. So this is how this works. So it's gonna be in the products collection, and its ID will be this. This is how you create a relationship in a mongoose schema. Even if you were just going to add a product ID over here, this is also how you do it. Its type will be schema.types.id blah blah blah, and its reference will be that. So this is how we link this here. So we've done that, and next up we're gonna have the, let's see, even in here we're not done. We actually want this to be required. So required can be true. So every wish list object, which is this, should by all means have a product ID to link us to the product that is being referred to. Now, what if this is actually enough? But then what if the product gets deleted but is still in their wish list? Now we actually want to be able to tell the user, hey, look, this product actually has been deleted, but then in order to do that, we want to be able to display the products card in their wish list, still containing the product's image, its name, its price, but then maybe marking it as grey and saying this product has been deleted, please remove from your wish list. We could do something like that, but in order to do that, we still need to have access to a cached version of the product's name, price, and ID and image, essentially. So now product name will be of type string, required is true. I'm going to do this for product image and price, and we're set. So what this simply means is I want a list of this type of data. So this list should contain an object that has these properties, right? So no object that contains anything shy of this or these values will be allowed to live in this list. Now that is it for our users schema, right? Now we're not actually done though. So we actually want to do certain things in our schema in order to make it a lot better. So we save this to something called a user schema. Now this user schema ends right here, so we can move on to the next slide. Now this user schema, we actually want the email to be unique, meaning that they can't use the same email twice, right? So we don't want to have to always check whenever there's a registration, go through every single user's document and start checking to see if any user has already been created with that email. We don't want to do that. That's going to increase the load time. Remember, we're trying to build a production ready application, and for test applications that makes sense, but for production ready you actually want to have as little overhead as possible. So in that case, I'm going to use my user schema and set something called an index.index, and the index, I'm going to say I want my email to be of a value 1, and unique should be true. It should never be repeated. So this is how you do it. This is how you make a field. You can do this with any field at all. So just replace this with, say, name. If you want the name alone to be unique, you can go ahead and replace that with name. Now this is how we do it. So after doing all of that juggling, we finally export the schema. Now this is how we create. So we created a schema. Now we have to create the model. Remember I told you we can kill two birds with one stone. So we've created this little model over here. It's in here. Now we pass it to the schema. Now we actually need to expose this model over here so we can actually use it. So in order to do that, we do exports dot the same thing that we've done before with functions when we exported controllers, when I showed you how to export controllers. So in that case, we use this time what is the name of what we're exporting. We want it to be called user. So whenever we're in a different file and we actually want to use the user model, we want we want the person who's instantiating, if it's a different developer or us, to be able to say user dot name, and it will fetch them this model. So this is why this name. So this name could be anything, but it could even be, say, customer, right? But I'm just gonna say user. Now it will be equal to a model. So we're converting the schema into a model, or we're exposing it as a model. So it will be of user, of name user, and its user schema is this. So we pass in that, and this will convert it into a model for us. Now this part is for us to reference this across the files, and this part is for mongoose. How does it reference or refer to this entire schema that we've created? Because the mongoose object is actually not aware that this is a user schema or whatever. So we pass that to, and it uses that for its creations and whatever it needs to do. So you pass in that name, it could be anything again, and then we go ahead and we pass in the schema, it converts it for us, does all of it for us, and we save. I've essentially saved that. Now let me go back here. So now in here we could actually go ahead and import and use the user object as if it was created as an object instead of as a schema. So this is it for creating models. We're going to see more advanced examples of modeling and everything you can do with a model as we advance further into the application. This is very minimalistic. We're going to see very difficult stuff like virtuals and the rest of them. So for all of that and more, stay tuned. Moving on, before we actually start the proper implementation, I'd like us to take the time to extract these and create an auth controller for our routes. Remember what I told you, we're not going to be doing these in here, so for that reason, go into the controllers and create an auth.js. Enter. Now we start with the exports dot, and the first one, or the first bit I need us to do would be register. It would be equal to a function. Now, if you're taking this course, I'm assuming that you're already advanced in Flutter, and if you're advanced in Flutter, you're advanced in Dart as well, as I like to think. So in that case, you probably know how asynchronous programming works, and that you need the async keyword in order to carry out asynchronous functions. So in this case, most of your routes or controller functions are going to need to be async, because the mongoose operations like finding data in a database, saving data to the database, are going to be async. They're going to return futures, which in JavaScript are referred to as promises. So in that case, we can mark the function as an async function. Now normally this is what the function would look like. Let's go ahead and extract the function from register. Now register looks something like this. You could go ahead and use the function syntax and remove the arrow, but either ways you mark it as async in order to tell it that this function will return a promise. Now the only difference between this and Dart is that the async function comes right before the entire function syntax, but in Dart it comes before the body. Now whether you're using this function syntax or the other one, it's literally going to always be right before the function, so don't worry about that. But I prefer to use the function like I told you, because it really looks a lot like what I'm used to in Dart. So moving on, I'm also going to do the same for all of them, right? Remove these things and replace them with the proper implementation. But before that, let's go ahead and import our controller. So constant auth controller will be equal to the require, which is our way of doing an import, and it's double dot to escape the folder, the routes folder, and go into the controllers and go into auth. Now that brings us into the auth folder. Compare your version to overwrite. Yeah, shut up. Now we go into register and we simply pass in the auth controller dot register. Now normally you see a warning, for me personally, on my screen. When you're looking at my screen, you see this yellow warning, but it's just from SonarLint. So if you don't have SonarLint, I don't think you're going to see that warning, but it doesn't matter. It's saying that I'm giving it a function that returns a promise because I marked it as async, and it's simply saying my function returns a future, and the post function is expecting a void and not a future, just a simple void without a future. So what you could do would be to maybe make it and go ahead and call, or you could go ahead and invoke it, and then in here call this, and that should solve it for you. But wait, yeah, so that should solve it for you, but I really don't mind and I don't care. So if you're not using Sonalint anyways, you don't have to worry about that. I'll sort that little issue out later. Failed to save. Override, mate. What's the matter? Right, so I'm actually going to do the same for the rest of them. Declare empty functions. For example, exports dot let's see, login will be equal to async function request response with this, and I'm just going to do that for the rest of them, and then I'll get right back to you lot in a bit. I'm done with that bit, and if you notice, this is a little bit longer because I just personally like to be as expressive as possible with my variable namings, not function namings, just generally variables, because it's better to be descriptive and long than to be too short, or to be short without proper auth controller, without being clear, and people get confused when they look at your code. What's that doing? We also have auth controller dot forgot password and verify OTP. Yes, and finally the reset password, auth controller dot reset password. Jeez, I'm hungry. Nice, so I think that's it. Now moving on, all we actually want to do would be to start with, where's my controller? Yes, the register. So registration controller is what we're going to work on. So in here you can see validate the user. So that's the first thing that we need to do to validate the user, to check the user's email, their password length, and the rest of the things that we could possibly check. Now, in order to do that, I think the email, we actually don't need to check if there's an email that already exists in the database, because in our user the user schema, we already done this, and this simply makes it so that no two emails can be the same. So if you're trying to create an email, if you're trying to create an account with an email that already exists, this little thingy will bounce you and it will say no, it's not unique, it already exists in the database. It will throw that error. So we've handled that scenario. So let's go ahead and start doing this. Now remember, I told you that we shouldn't worry about it. We even removed validations from the email and password hash, right? The reason why we did that was I said we needed to use a library because someone's already done all the dirty work for us, and even better than we could have. So in order to do that, we would have to use npm I express validator. That's the package that we're using, or the library that we're using for this. Now I'm going to take you to the documentation of that library to explain simply what the library does and how we're going to use it. Now here's the library. So I'm at the documentation for the express validator, and this is the validation chain part. So essentially what it does is it works with post requests, and in the post request, remember that post requests can carry bodies. So in the post request we have the body, because when you're posting something, it means you're sending something, you're creating something on the database. Now what you create should have things. So if you're creating a user will have name, email, and the rest of them. Now that payload you put in the body of the request. So that body, this package aims to capture the body from any post, from any request that you make, essentially. So you basically add this as a middleware into any request or any route that you need to capture its request. So when you add it as a middleware, it gets the request object. Like I already told you, the app.use and any middlewares, they get these things. They get request, next, response, error, and the rest of them. Now, in this case, it gets it and it taps into the body, create an object from the body, and it lets you, using this syntax, to tap into the body and tap into a specific field in the body. Now you can carry out operations on those fields using the dot notation and calling functions on it. For example, trim the body, check if the body is an email, and then you can go ahead and give it a message even and say, for example, for its email, I wanted to give it a different message, and for that reason you're going to put the dot with message on the is email function, and if you need a different one for maybe trimming or for a different validation, you put a dot with message. So that is all words. Let's go ahead and look at how it works. Now you can even use this for queries, right? So let's go ahead and implement it ourselves. Now the way this would work is that I actually want it to be, okay, I already said a middleware. So where do we add middlewares? When I showed you the first part where we did a little middleware thingy, it was added on the route itself. So right here you've got the URL of the route, and then that is the endpoint of the route. Then you can go ahead and add a middleware function, right? And then you can go ahead and add the actual body. Now I don't have any middleware functions right now, so this is what I'm going to create using the express validator. So let me go ahead and start this up. So now for this, I'm going to import from the express validator. I'm actually going to take the body, like you already saw when we looked at the documentation. It exposes something called the body. Now we'll require the express validator. Now we're not concerned with anything else in this route where we're trying to instantiate the thing. We're not concerned with anything else apart from the body. This is all we're concerned with. In the controller, we're going to use it, but we're going to use a different thing from the package from the library. Now with that body, we could go ahead and create a list of validations to do. So validate user. I'm going to call it validate user. Now it's a list of validations to do on the body. So we start with the first one, the name. So body at name dot not, we want to make sure that it's not empty. So your username cannot be empty. Dot with message. So if it's empty, what message are we going to send, or what error message are we going to throw? We say name dot is required. We put a comma and we move on to the next field. Now the next field, I actually want to validate the email. The email, I'm going to say email dot is email. Make sure that it's an email. Now the dot is email will actually check the regular expression. Make sure it's a valid email, like it has the @ symbol. It's a proper email. It's been constructed. So if you put something like Paul at and send it as the email, this will bounce it. So the client can actually do this. The Flutter client can actually use regex and regular expressions and validate the user's things. But like I said, in back-end development, you never trust the clients. Never trust the client. Always do it with message, and we say please enter a valid email address. Enter a valid email address, and we move on to the next one. So the next one will also be body, and we go to the password. Now this is where we're doing extensive work. So for the password, we go with, first of all, so this is going to be long, so I'm going to split it. So dot is length. I want to make sure that it's a certain length, and for the length, you can pass in an object to give me the minimum, the maximum, and whatnot. So the only thing we're concerned with is the minimum. So we only want it to be as short, the shortest it can be only 8 characters. It can't be anything shorter than that. Now we don't care how long it is, else we're going to pass the max and restrict them. Now with message, so for the length bit, we want the length bit to come with message. Password must be at least 8 characters. Then we move on and do a different one. A different one is a strong password. And then we give a dot with message. So if you catch my drift, this is what I'm doing. So this is the body and this is the password field. Now on the password field, we're doing 2 things. We're checking the length, and we're also checking that it's a strong password. Now for each check, you can attach a with message to each check function. So this with message doesn't get called for a strong password and it fails. The with message that I'm going to pass to this bit is not going to get called when this one fails. So each one gets its specific with message. So with message, we say password must contain at least one uppercase, one lowercase, and one symbol. Nice. Full stop. We have to be proper English students. And finally, we have the phone number. So body.phone. No, sorry. Body invoke and pass on the phone. So the phone field should come with dot is mobile, I think. Yeah, it's mobile phone dot with message. And the message will simply be, please enter a valid phone number. Now, not to worry too much about this one, because we're actually going to do some sick validations on the client, on our Flutter client, by checking the country. Over here, it will simply check if it's like generally a valid phone number. You know how phone numbers look. But on the client, we're going to check specific country-specific phone formatting and the rest of them. So moving on, that is it. I think, yeah, I'm done. After doing that, we could go ahead and pass this little middleware that we've created over here. So this will be validate user. So it contains a list of validations, right? So we've done this for this, and this is set. No, this is for register, not for login. So it only runs when they try to do registration. By login, we expect that these things have already been validated before the user was even created. So if there's a user that exists in a database that can even trigger a login, we're expecting that they've already passed the validation stage. So we can save it. Oh, sorry. We can Control S, Option S, and put a comma. Sorry. Nice. So this is formatted. This. If you're wondering how I'm doing that, I'm using the format on save. This isn't a VS Code tutorial, but there's a setting over there called format on save, and I'm using the prettier formatter, not a linter. Forgive me. Now, moving on to the controller itself. Now, the validate user has already been done, as we saw. That little thing that we did has done all of the validation that we need behind the scenes. So we can move on to catching the errors of the validation and then returning the response. So now, when this bit, let me close this down and this and that. Perfect. Now, when this runs and there's any errors, this with message will actually return an error, right, to this express validator object that we've instantiated in the app. Now we could go ahead and go back to our controllers and import at the very top of it. Now we could go ahead and import constant, still from the same express validator object. Now it's going to be the same instance over here. So when it adds those errors to this person, we get them here. Even though it's not the same, we're not literally taking the same object and bringing it here. We can go ahead and do a new import. Right, so for this, what we want is something called the validation results. Now, whenever we do this sort of import, it means there's an object. So it's like doing this in Dart. It's like saying import, let's say package, footer material.dart. And from this, we say show stateless widget. Now, what this means is that whenever we use something like a container in that file or in that module, it actually will be underlined red, because the only thing that we're importing from the material package is a stateless widget. It doesn't import the container. So show restricts and says import only the things that I've mentioned here. The rest of them, don't import them. Now, this is also similar to what we're doing when we use that syntax of importing like we did here with the body. Now over here, it's validation result. We're looking for the validation result. We're saying only show me the validation result, which is an object that, or a property that exists in the express validator, right? So this exists in there. We're saying show that to me. Now with that validation result, we could go ahead and do the user or do the error handling essentially. Now over here, we can constant errors will be equal to validation results, and we pass it the request, right? So So now this will invoke and check if there's any errors with that request, with that particular request. Now, when that happens, this will return as a list. If the errors list dot is empty, and we negate that, so if it's not empty, meaning there's an error. Now what we do is we say error messages. Now you could go ahead and return the errors the way it is, but it's kind of, it's silly. The errors, let me go ahead and show it to you. So if there's errors, we're just going to print it. So console.log errors. So you see how distorted, it's just too much information. We want to return a formatted message to our client, so that's why I'm trying to edit it. But before that, let's show you how the errors look like. So for that reason, I'm going to open up a terminal, start my npm start. Oh, sorry, I'm in a very CD VS project, I think. The best at e-commerce server, and npm start, perfect. Yep, and what's the matter? Body.phone. I think that's here. Have I done a body.phone? What does it say? Body is not a function. Are you serious? Oh, forgive me. So this body ends here. We put a comma and we start a new body. That is it, yeah, so forgive me. That should work now. The only problem would be connecting to MongoDB. I think my IP has changed, so it's no longer whitelisted. So let's go ahead and add that to the MongoDB database. I'm going to do that and get back to you in a bit. Alright, that's done. We can move on. So I'm closing that, clearing it, and restarting. So npm start. Hopefully that works. Now I know it will work. And we could go ahead and while that takes its precious time, we could go ahead and I don't know if I can zoom this, but hopefully you can see it. Oh yeah, I can actually zoom it. Nice. So it's connected to the database, and for you, I don't know. Do you have a problem seeing this as well? Zooming this as well for you. Oh, the things I do for you guys. Here you go. So we can actually change this and create a new one for register. That's add a new request, and this is also going to be a post request, and it's going to be register. Now for the URL, I'm going to do base URL, which is this /register. Beautiful. Perfect. Now in the authorization, we don't have authorizations yet. We don't have any params, but in the body, we're actually going to add a JSON. So you go to raw and you go to JSON. Now it has to be JSON. Now in here, I'm going to pass in a name. Now what were my validations? I just make sure to do that, check that the name was not empty. So name will actually be left empty. Email, I'm going to fail all of it. Email will be paul@. Phone will simply be 123 2312. What else? Talk to me. Phone password, my favorite. Password will be very horrible. 49. It's gonna be 8 characters, yeah, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, let's trigger the length failure first, and then we do the rest of them. Now I'm gonna save this and then send. And that's taking a little bit, but oh, there you go. So you can see the error. This will never stop running because we haven't returned anything in the controller, so we haven't returned. So we can go ahead and return a response. But you can see what the error message looks like. This is the errors. Errors. We have a lot of errors, so we can't go ahead and display these things to the user. So we have to format them and extract specific parts of them to display to the user. Now the parts of this error that I actually might want to use would be the errors dot each error dot its path, which will tell me the field that's being entered wrongly, and then finally the MSG, the message. So this is what we're going for. So over here, I actually want to iterate through each error. So constant error messages, errors, and we have to convert it to a proper array. So we can, it's already suggesting it though. So dot array, because we need to use the map function. So that'll be dot map, and it's also the same as what we have in Dart. So for each error, I'm going to close this off first, and for each error, I actually want to return this with an object inside it. Now the object will contain two things: the field, that is the fields that has got the issue, and that will be from error dot path, and finally the message, which will simply be from error dot message, MSG rather. Save, and we could go ahead and console. Oh, do you know what? Let's go ahead and also return instead of locking it, so that 400.json with errors to be the error messages. Nice. The very first thing that I want to do would be this part, and I think it should be a string. So now all we have to do would be to come over and hit send. Sorry, got to be in the body. Now we can also see the body, and it's still got the errors, but this time properly formatted. It doesn't contain too much information, and we only have the field and the message, as you can see. So where is my length? Right, so closing this down a little bit. Right, now moving on, where are we? Perfect. So we've processed the error messages. We could go ahead and start with the actual implementation, which is tapping into the database, creating a new user in the users collection in the database. Now to do that, I'm going to use a try catch. Now in the catch section, it gives an error object, and we can return rest.status to be 500.json type error.name message can be error.message, and we close that up. Now the Nodejs error object contains a property called name, and it contains a property called message, which contains the message and the name of the error. So that is the type of the error for me. So I'm using that to tell the client the type of error that we're receiving. So there's something else that I actually want to show you, but before that, let's go ahead and implement all of this. Then I'm going to show you something about email duplication. Now in order to create a new user, we can go ahead and say let user. Right, but the reason why I'm using let is because we actually want to save it. You're going to understand this sooner or later, but a let user, I'm using let instead of const. You could go ahead and use const and do it in one line, but for tutorial purposes, I'm going to show it to you in 2 lines. Is equal to new. We use a new keyword, and we call the user object user. Where are you? User. Where is it? Come on. Now, since it won't help me with the import, I'm actually going to import the user myself. So it has to be constant user. So we're extracting only the user from require. That will be, models / user. And that should give me my user. So when I tap on this, it should take me directly to this. Remember, I told you about this. So this bit is the part that we've exposed. It's simply what you can reference this model that's been created as, because this converts the schema into a model. So that model, if we want to access it, we can use that name from the exports dot. So the other user in here will actually be what the mongoose object uses for referencing this entire schema, like I already explained before, for doing things it needs to do. Now in order to create this user, you have to give it an object. Now the object has to contain things. And in this case, it has to contain email, name, password hash, phone, the things that are required essentially. They have to be there when you're creating only when you're creating a new version. So when you're creating a new version, the object has to match. Now, we can get that object from this. So when we sent the request, we sent a body with it because it was a post request. Now we can actually access that using the request.body. So let's go ahead and print that. So I'm actually going to console, come on mate, console.info, and we go ahead and we print the request.body. So when I save this and I send that request, oh, there's an error. I haven't corrected these, so that's Paul. And this could be Paul at the best tech. And the phone could be 012345678 9. And we can use, no, it has to be properly with symbols and the rest of them, and small letters and numbers. I think 1, 2, 3. Let's just add more. Don't have time to count. Email. Enter a valid email address. Perfect. So validation's working. Just super great. Send. So now this will load forever because we actually haven't returned anything. But in a console, we can actually see the body. So request.body prints us the body that we've got. So now the body has actually been sent in the form of a JSON. Now, in order to get it as a proper object, a JavaScript object, we were actually using the body parser.json, and this middleware intercepts the request, catches the body, passes it into a proper JavaScript object, and then sends or hits next and adds that same body back to the body of the request. So we get that over here. We try to do request.body. We're getting the formatted version of it. So we don't have to worry about doing the parsing like we do in Dart, because body parser passes it for us. So we could go ahead and use that body actually, because the body is already an object, and this is an object that we're trying to create, and the body contains those things. So we can go ahead and request.body, and this should work. But then remember that we need the password to be hashed. This contains the proper password. We don't want to save that in the database in case there's a data breach in the database. So when there's data breach, the user or the hacker will only see the hash passwords, and they don't know how we've hashed them, or the sequence, or sorry, the sorts that we've used for the hashing. So for that reason, we actually don't want to go ahead and save the request body. We actually want to go ahead and do an insertion. So we can insert that body in here, but excluding the password. This is what I want to do. I actually want to go ahead and create my own password and then include the body in there. Now, in order to do that, you can do a ... which is a spread operator like what we have in Dart. We can do this in Dart as well. So request.body, and then finally the password hash is what we want to overwrite. Password hash can become. Now for this, we actually want to hash it, and to hash it, we want to use something called bcrypt. So for that reason, I'm going to import or install the library bcrypt.js. So npm I bcrypt.js. Perfect. So that should run and install bcrypt, and finally we've got bcrypt. So over here, how we actually hash a password, we want to do this synchronously. So there's an async version, but I actually want to use the synchronous version. So for that reason, I'm going to do bcrypt, and I have to import that first. So constant bcrypt will be equal to require bcrypt.js. Perfect. It's already existing in memory. Put a semicolon, and finally we use the bcrypt dot hash. So this is what the one that I want, the hash sync. So hash sync requires the password that you want to hash, or the string of that you need to hash or you need to encrypt. So that will be the request.body.password. And finally you give it a sort. So you can see the sort length to generate or sort to use defaults to 10. So the sort is basically, I don't know how to explain it. The sort is what it's gonna base the encryption on. So for the sort, it could be anything at all. So I'm going to, as you can see, it could be string, number, or undefined. But when you leave it as undefined, it's going to default to 10. But for me, I'm actually going to use 8 because this is standard, or what we generally use, conventions. So when you don't know what to use, just follow conventions. Now, after doing that, I'm actually going to do user.save, and that is async, so we can await for the user.save. Now, after saving the user, I actually want to get the saved version. So I'm going to replace this user to become equal to this. So I'm doing a reassignment essentially. Now, the reason why I actually need this user is or the reason why I actually want this user is because I want to return it in a response. But the other reason, that is just one reason, but the other reason would be because I actually want to check if the save was successful. So the save was not successful, this user will get set to undefined. So we can check if there's no user. This means that the user is not null. This means that the user is undefined. It's null. So when this is true, when the user is undefined, and we want to return a rest.status, and it has to be a 500 because we know that the user has not done anything, so it's not their fault, it's ours. So because we've already done all the checks, and if there was any errors, it would have thrown here. So in our case, this is also the reason why I use 500s over here, because we're very sure that whenever there's any sort of user issue, we already check them and we return, so it never really comes to the catch block. So if the catch block ever gets triggered, then we're very sure that, or we're mostly sure, you can't be too sure, we're mostly sure that it wasn't because of something the user's done. It's probably because of us, maybe our syntax. Maybe I've said something like let user.array when user cannot be converted into an array, so that should throw me an error, and that is my problem and not the user. So it's a 500 server error, internal server. So we go ahead and we save it. So this will simply save it to the database. Now this works because this is both a schema and a JavaScript model. Now because it's a schema, a mongoose schema, the mongoose schema can be saved. Now we save it, it will simply log it into the database. Now we could go to the database and check our database and see that it lives in there, which we're going to do soon, but hold on for a minute. Now we can return 201. Res.status 201 means something's been created. .json, and we want to return the user. Now the user implicitly, when you pass it into a JSON, JSON function, whatever objects that you do pass will get its .toJSON called. So they implicitly have something called a .toJSON. It's a function, and it will implicitly get called and convert it to a JSON and send it to your user. So it's pretty sweet, isn't it? So you don't have to do custom validation. So now, sorry, this should rather be, what am I doing? Sorry, user.save. If that works, we return the 201. Now, if the user is not saved, we return a 500.json. We send them a message, and it will be message. So first of all, the type will be, I'm gonna call this internal server error, and the message will simply be could not create a new user. Done. So this is what we're working with. So let's go ahead and test all of this, and also even check if the hashing works as well. So this will come over here and hit send. And we should see 201 user created, and we can see the details of what we've created. So you can see the wish list has been initialized to empty because it's got default. Default will be an empty list when it's something like this, when it's a list usually, even if you don't pass in a default. So we've got an ID which is automatically been generated, and you can see the hash of the password. It's definitely not we've passed in at the top, it's been hashed. The phone, is admin is set to false by default, and we've got a beautiful thing over here. Now the version changes every time you update or modify the document. So for every modification that you do, for every put request that you make, it will change the version. So when you see 10 as a version, it means that the object has been modified 10 times. So MongoDB takes care of all of that for us, and we don't have to worry about it. So going back to our controllers, let's go ahead and try to run this. Oh, first of all, let's look at our MongoDB database. I'm going to show you that it's been created. Let me pull that into view. So over here, we could go ahead and come on, mate. Database. And Mongo's being a little annoying today. Perfect. Load, please. Nice. So we could go and browse our collections and we can see that something's happened. It's probably created users. Perfect. It's created a users collection. We never put this in. Now you can actually see over here that the database's name is, or the main collection's name is called test. In order to change that, we can actually go ahead and change that. In order to change that, you can come over to your env and where you've got the connection string, right before this, you could go ahead and type in the name of the database or the name that you want to appear there. So we could use maybe the best tech, ecomly. So when we save this, and I can restart my server, Control C, clear, npm start, and when that runs, connect it to database. Perfect. We could go ahead and refresh this. And you can see there's been a new one created, and in it was the users. But we haven't actually added anything to this users. So how did it know to create the users? It knows because of this. Where is it? Because of this schema, and also this. Because we've told it, first of all, we've told it to create a schema, and secondly, we've actually given the schema a name. So it uses this user because it's user. It's going to create a schema called user with an S, users. Or does it add an S? Yes, it adds an S. So, but if I go ahead and change this to be, let's see, category, and I save this and I start the server and restart the server. Now let's see what it does. Perfect. So every time you start your server, it will run through and check through every schema that has been locked into the mongoose object. You can see category because I added category. It's changed it to categories, and it's actually aware of singular, plural, and the rest of them. So that is what it uses this for. It uses it for creation of stuff in the database. And also, whenever you start your server, it looks through your entire code base and finds every schema that has been maybe converted into a model using this syntax, and it goes ahead and creates a separate collection for them. Now I'm going to delete this because I don't want to do this, or do you know what, cancel. I'm rather going to delete this bit and keep on using test, the best tech, ecomly, because I've already done something in the other one. So perfect. Now I'm actually going to go to my env and delete this, the best tech, ecomly. So the ecomly server should go ahead and, so when you leave that out, it defaults to test. That is why that has happened. So we can see over here that it's been created. So we have one entry into our users collection. So this is quite perfect. Now when I go ahead and try to create a new user with the same email, it actually goes ahead and it works. It creates the user again. So let's see. Right. Oh my days. No, stop. Wait, I haven't correctly done this. So in here, in my user, I have to change this back to user. Oh, my bad. So user, and I also have to stop the server totally, clear it, and npm start. I have to delete this again. Forgive me. Alright, I deleted that, and hopefully the server's running now. Yes, perfect. So let's go ahead and send that again. So you can see there's an error. It tells me that e1 blah 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 duplicate key error collection test.users index email 1 duplicate key email paul@besttech.com. This works because of what we've done. We've done this little index. So this simply says whenever whenever it's a new, not when we're doing updates, whenever it's a new user that's being created, check and make sure that the email is unique. Go through the database and make sure that, because it logs them with indices and stuff like that. So it doesn't really consume a lot of memory like it would if we went ahead and did a for loop and went through every document in the database and checked if something already exists. This is a lot easier. So Mongoose has made that easier for us. So we can see that it was email at 1, duplicate key. So now what I actually want to do, because this is very ugly, I don't want the user to see this E1 blah blah blah. I don't want that to happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my error catcher, and this returns a 500 because it's a server error, but I'm actually going to turn it into a user error because the user caused this, not me. So I actually will go in here and catch that error. Now if the error dot message dot includes it, in Dart we have contains, but over here we have includes, and I want to check if it includes email 1 duplicate key. If it includes that thing, this thing, email 1 duplicate key, we could go ahead and rather change it to return response.status, and the status will be 409, which means there's a conflict in the database. There's duplicate resources. This is what this status code means. You can go ahead and Google status codes. You don't have to memorize them, but the more you use them, then the more you probably remember them. You don't have to memorize them at all. So I'm changing this one auth error as a type, and the message, I'm making that a lot prettier, and it will simply be user with that email already exists, full stop, comma, save. And we could go ahead and wait for the database to start. Yes, started, and we can send. And now we see auth error, user with that email already exists. So perfect, beautiful stuff. So this is done essentially. We see that hashing works, validations work. Now we're catching this error that was very ugly, and we're formatting it properly. So this is it. Registration is done. User been added to the database. Next up, we move into the login in. We've got our controllers, and we've already set up the login route. So now we only will have to work on the login controller. Now, in order to start off, remember what we've discussed. We first of all get their email and password. Now, I also like to catch, because the compiler will keep screaming at me. Alright, so no, there's no ifs. So we return status rest.status 500.json of type error dot. Can literally just copy this. Right, perfect. Now let's try. So the first thing we do, from what we've discussed, is we try to get the email and password. So that is email password. So this is called, I think, object destructuring in JavaScript. So request.body. So we get the email and password for the request.body, which has in this case been parsed to become a proper JavaScript object. And after we get the email and password, we can try to find the user in the database, and that will be await. Now, in order to find something, a data that is linked to a model, right? So we save data in the database using schemas. So we give the schema, which is the structure of the data that will be saved in a particular document or in a particular collection. Every data or every document that will be saved in the users, they will add an S, users collection, they will pluralize this. Every data that we save there will use this schema to save the data. Now, in order to get data back, we can actually use that same object because it's a mongoose object. So we can use that object and say user dot, and then we make calls on it. Because remember that the user object has been created, the user model, which is what we're accessing from outside the file, has been created with a model that comes from the mongoose. So this is not a JavaScript object. This is from mongoose. So the schema is, yes, used by mongoose to save data to the database, but the model is also from mongoose, offering it to us to be able to carry out database operation. So one operation that we can carry out on the user model. Has it been imported? I don't think so. Yes, it's actually been imported. So yes, so it will be dot find. So we have find by ID. We have find, which finds all users. Now we don't want to use find by ID because we actually don't have the ID at this point. Remember, so what we do have when the user is logging in, so we're not talking about persisted login at this point, because at that point it will be with the token essentially. So but for login, we're actually focusing on a user typing in their email and password, and that happens either when there's no token saved on the database, on their mobile device, or on their device, whatever device you're running it on, or if the token has expired and we've pushed them again to log in, they have to type in email and password. In that case, this is how we handle it. So we use find one. So this actually lets us specify what field or what property of a user object that we're trying to find the user with. In this case, it will be, you pass it in as an object actually. So in this case, it will be the email. So if the email, so this is what this means. This just means email. So we want to find the user, find one user where their email property matches the email that we've just extracted from the request body. Now you could go ahead and pass more objects like password, right? Password, and we check if the password matches. Now, if we went ahead and passed that password, it would take away, or it will extract or take away that process of having to fetch only by email and then coming back here and verifying the password, right? In this case, if we go ahead and pass the password, which we do have, it will simply do all of the verification for us, and if the password doesn't match in the database, it simply throws, and this one line will be simply enough for us to do it. But then we don't want to do this, because remember that the password actually gets, gets hashed with the bcrypt before it gets saved to the database, and it's just a jumbled up string that gets saved to the database. But the password that the user is going to be typing in will not be that password. They're going to be typing in the raw password that they typed in during sign up. So these two will definitely not match, so we don't want to do that here. Now with this done, we can go ahead and check if the user was actually fetched. Now if the user was found, it will return that user object over there. But if there was no user, this will be something called undefined, which is this equivalent of null in JavaScript. So we go ahead and we check if the user. Now in JavaScript, you don't have to see if user is equal to null or undefined. Just doing a simple check like this simply means if this user is a thing, it's an object, if it's not undefined, right? So now what we want is the opposite of this. We want if the user is not a proper user. So if it's not an actual JavaScript object, right? I don't want to focus too much on JavaScript in this tutorial, but if the user does not exist, this is essentially what it means, right? So it's the same as doing this if user is not equal to an object, something like this. So that is essentially what we're doing. So in JavaScript, it's a lot shorter. So we can return a response.status that is 404, which means resource not found. So it means the user does not exist. Now the message can be, let's see, user not found. Check your email and try again. Why do we know specifically that it's the email? Because at this point we've actually not tried the password. So at this point we're actually very sure that it's only the email that we've tried to use as the search query. So if anything goes wrong, if the user is not found, it's probably the email, right? If it's not, say, a network issue, then it's definitely the email, because the email doesn't exist in the server, in the database. Now after doing that, if the user actually exists, so at this point we'll return. So this is why I've actually said that we don't have to catch other error status codes over here. So this is why I'm very sure that at this point everything that comes in here will be a server error, because it's coming from our code. Because anything that happens from the main database, or anything that goes wrong here, we return a proper status with a proper status code. So at this point we just know it's going to be 500 essentially. So in this case we already know that the user is actually not null, because if it's null we return. So if the user is not null, we go ahead and we don't essentially decrypt the password. We don't want to do that. We actually want to use the same bcrypt. So bcrypt, this person who hashes the password for us, offers a way to compare these hashed password with the neutral password. So the user types in the neutral password, and in the database we've got the password, the hashed password. So what we want to do is we actually want to use bcrypt, and we use the compare sync to compare a normal password with this supposed hashed version. So this person is claiming that whatever account we find with this email, that its password hash should match this neutral password that they've given us. So we actually want to do that comparison and check if their normal password matches the user's hash password. So if that matches, it means the user is a proper user. Now if it doesn't match, it means their password is actually wrong. So in that case we actually go ahead and we tell them that, say, incorrect password or something like that. But before we actually do the incorrect password thing, we could go ahead and do that right here and return, say, if it doesn't match, then we can go ahead and return restart status 400.json, and we can say message will be incorrect password. You can actually scream at them as well with that little exclamation, and after that we can, so we're sure that we've kicked them out from the server. But anyone that remains up to this point, they've passed this stage, simply means they're pretty legit. So what do we do for our legitimate users? We go ahead and we do something beautiful for them, and that would be to create a token for them to persist them, so they don't have to log in over and over and over. So let's go ahead and start the process of creating these tokens. So the first bit that we actually want to create will be the access token. So access token will be equal to jwt.sign. So jwt is a library that lets you create tokens, not any access tokens. Tokens are tokens in general. We only split them into access and refresh because we want to be able to do the refresh and whatnot. So we use jwt.sign, and it signs us a new token. Now in order to do that, we'll actually have to go ahead and add JSON jwt, which is actually short for JSON web token. Now in order to add that, so let me comment out this bit. In order to actually go ahead and add that, I could go to my terminal and I can npm I, and that will be JSON web token. Now that should go ahead and add the JSON web token. Now in order to store this token, remember that after doing this, we want to store this token in the server, link the refresh version, link the user's ID and all that to the token, so that way when the user tries to get their data without logging in, we could go ahead and take that token, take it to the database and find or decode that token. Or remember that I told you that we'd load this token with a payload which includes the user's ID, so we could go ahead and decrypt it and then find that is extract the payload in it, which is going to be the user's ID. So we take that user ID that we find in it and we go to the database and do a comparison to find any account that uses that. So in order to do all of that, we don't only need this. So after creating this, we need a way to store it to the database, and for that I'm actually going to create a new model and call that token.js. So the model is actually going to let us have a different collection that's for tokens. So every token will be linked to their user. So let's just go ahead and do what we've already done before. So, or do you know what? Yeah, we can just totally ignore that and let it automatically import these things for us. So it's token schema, which will be equal to the schema from mongoose. Perfect. So yeah, automatically does that for us, and we could go ahead which is also from mongoose. Please import it. It's perfect, and we call that token because we want it to be in a tokens collection, and we pass it to token schema. Now, what exactly is the schema going to have? So the schema will actually contain the user's ID, so that way we can easily find that token in the database by checking. So schema by checking, not find the token. I'm carried away. Find the user that actually uses that token because it's linked with something. So yes, I already told you how this works. So where was it? It was in the user schema. So over here, the product, when we have a product, so we're saying a type, or let me go ahead and use it. So the type will simply be an object ID. So this is the object ID. Forget about this bit. This bit is just the steps that we have to go through in order to get to the actual object ID, the object ID type. So this is just something that you always have to do. You could go ahead and extract it from here directly, but we don't want to do that. So I usually always do it this way. So what we're saying is the type of this field will always be an object ID, and that object ID can be referred to a particular place, right? It can link to reference. Its reference will be the user's collection. So as we can see, we also did the same thing here where we linked it, referred it to the products collection. Now in our case, we already have a user's collection, which is this, and this is it. So we can copy this and refer it to, where's my token, refer it to this person. So your reference will simply be this. So now we've got something similar, and we also make this required. Now moving on, we can have the refresh token. So a token consists, a bloc token consists of a refresh token, which is going to be of type string, and its required will be true. The access token, which is what we send to the user, will be of type string, and it's actually nullable, and created at will actually be of type date. Now the default of the date, so whenever we actually create this little token, whenever we create a new token, the date will automatically be set to date time dot now. So this is what it was created. Now this token will expires in 60 days, and that will be 60. So this little logic is simply because the 60, we're trying to do 60 days, and there's 86,400 seconds in a day, in a single day. So that's the number of days that you want to persist it for times the number of seconds in a day. So this refresh token, this is actually the expiry for the refresh. The access will always expire in about, I think, 15 minutes. Sorry, we can think about that later, but yeah, how long we actually want it to last. So let's save this, and moving on, we could go over to our auth controller, and we can carry on with what we're doing. So we've essentially added the JSON web token. That should already be, yes, that's been added. So we can move on and uncomment this and move on with creating our token. So in order to create this, we use JWT, which hasn't been imported. JSON web token, JWT dot, where is it? Yes, but no, not you. JWT will simply be JSON web token. So we say JWT dot, and we want to sign this bit. You can also see decode, so we can also decode that with it, with the same package, with the same library. Now we sign, and then when you sign, you actually can give it a payload. What can it contain? Now we actually want it to be loaded up with this information, the ID of the user. So that would be user.id. That is the ID of this user, user.id. and we also want it to tell us if the person is an admin. So you don't want your users, or you don't want your users to be able to send send data to you. Remember that this token will be sent over every time that they're trying to make a request for any endpoint at all. It's going to always be sent over. So we don't ever want the user to be able, or the clients to be able, to tell us if a person is an admin. No, we don't. Remember what I told you, never trust your clients. It could be anyone at all. It could be a malicious actor and you'd never know, and they tell you that they're an admin and you let them do something stupid. But we don't want that, so we take over that. So this token will always be sent over to us, and they can't construct their own tokens, because if they do, it's not stored in the database. So when they send it over, it won't be found in the database. So whatever happens, we're pretty much sure that the access token that gets sent to us will actually be from our end, if it exists in the database, that is. So in that case, we're sure that whatever is admin value exists in there will actually be from us. Like, we've literally set it ourselves. So user.isAdmin. I hope I've actually added that in my user model. Yes, I actually did. So this is the only way to know if a user is admin. Now, normally, in order to actually encrypt this, JWT also needs a secret. So it needs a payload if you actually want it to add a payload. If you didn't, this part is so unnecessary. Now, next up, it needs the secret, essentially. So the secret that it should use, we actually want to hide that from the whoever's looking at our code. So in that case, our secret can be anything at all. So it will be access token secret will be equal to, and we go ahead and let's use, it can be any string at all. I'm just going to type some mumbo jumbo. Save. And we also are actually going to be creating a refresh token. So I actually want to do the same thing for my refresh token. So the refresh token will also need a token secret. So refresh token. So let's do that while we're here. I don't like coming back here. Nice. So it can be any length at all. Don't mind the length that I've just put there. It can also be any length. So in that case, we can actually pass it the secret from the process.env.access to, I think I'll copy that. Yes, access token secret. Now next up, we can go ahead and give it more information, like when do we want it to expire. So this one expires in, and that will be 24 hours. We only want the access token to last for only 24 hours, right? So after 24 hours, it will expire this, and we know it's expired, and then it will take them to the refresh and try to create a new access token with a refresh token. Now we can handle that after we do the login. So, but then moving on, we can constant token is equal to await. Yes, token dot find one, and we want to find the token by its user ID, because we've added a user ID in the tokens model. So whenever we do that, we actually want to check if the token, if any token already exists in the tokens collection with this user's ID. So it means this user is not a first time user. So let's say maybe their refresh token also expired, and it will throw them to login, but then a token will already exist in the database in their name. So we actually want to find that and delete it. So user.id. So if a token exists, we await token.delete one. So this is the way to delete just a single thing from a collection. Yeah. So we delete that and we create a new token. So new token will be user ID, will be user.id, access token will be access token at access token, but because this is JavaScript, since the names match, we can actually go ahead and only just write access token. The same thing that we've done. We can actually didn't even do that here, so we can just eliminate that. It's just JavaScript things. And we also have refresh token. Will also be the refresh token, and since the name of the field of the key matches the name of the variable of the we actually haven't created a refresh token yet. We actually want to go ahead and do that, so I'm just going to duplicate this, and then we just simply refresh token. So this is why it's so much just like JavaScript, because it never told me. It should have underlined this and said, oh, where are you getting that refresh token from? Is that magic? So the refresh token actually also bears the user's ID and whether they're an admin. You can go ahead and remove it because it's not necessary, because when they're not going to know. They're not going to care about this because we're not sending it over to them. So the only thing we care about to know about their ID and the rest of it is this. Now, after we do that, we could go ahead and check the process.access, this time refresh token, not access token, and use that for the secret to encrypt this entire key. Now, this one expires in 60 days as we've specified. So this is how to specify days and all that. So if you actually wanted an hour, so if you wanted an hour, you could go ahead and do 1R, 1H, and so forth. Now, for months, I'd actually advise using days for months. So if 2 months will be, how many days are in a month? That's about 30, and at 2 months it would vary. It could be about 60 days, which is 2 months, right? So for month, this is just 2 months, but if I'd done 2M, it would rather tell it that I'm trying to do 2 minutes. Yeah, so that is what it's gonna do, which I don't want, because that's quite silly. So I don't know of any proper way to do months. That doesn't work. I've tried that before, it doesn't work unless it's been changed recently. But if you know, you can tell me. But as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't work. Now, also for future proof, I actually think I might want to leave in that payload and refresh token, just in case I actually need to verify if a refresh token actually comes from a user. In future, I might want to do that, but for now, I'm not going to do that. So the refresh token doesn't have to be duplicated because the field name matches the variable name. So we can simply go ahead and just simply add it that way. So now we've created a new token, and we could go ahead and call save on it. Always remember to save. So we call save, and that saves it. And now finally, after saving, we actually want to go ahead and, before we return the user, we actually want to set the user's password hash. Because remember, when we pull this user from the database, it will pull everything including their password hash. So we actually want to set that password hash to be undefined. Now, this is one way of doing this. You could also do a query on this and do .select. I'm going to teach you about that later, but for now, let's just keep it as simple as possible in order not to confuse the newbies if we've got them amongst us. So now we send rest.json, and now we actually want to send the access token over to them. So now we could totally go ahead and send in the user this way because we've already set their password to be undefined, password hash to be undefined. So we could go ahead and just send this, but remember that we actually also need to send in their token, the access token alone. So in that case, I can actually go ahead and create an object and then add in the access token. But then before the access token, I actually want to add in the user's data. And for that, I'm actually going to do this, a spread operator, ... user. But then remember that the user is actually a model. It's not a model. It's a mongoose object, right? In this case, it's a mongoose object because find one returns as a mongoose object and it sends it over there. So the mongoose object has a property called .doc. If you go ahead and console log this, you're going to see a lot of information. And finally, you're only going to see the actual user's data in the doc property. So it's going to have something like type and something z value and so forth. And finally, you see the doc. Sorry, that wasn't my intention. Finally, you see doc, and doc will contain the actual user's data. So we only want that. So the moment that we actually send over, for example, what we've done here, where we've just sent over the user without accessing the doc, this actually does that for us. Implicitly, the user object, or every object, actually has something called a to JSON, or a to object, right? So when we're sending it in a JSON format with this thing, it will trigger the user objects, the mongoose objects dot to JSON, to JSON, and that will simply get us user dot doc dot to JSON. If sends it over as JSON essentially, but it taps into the user dot doc. So that is what happens behind the scenes. So in our case, we're creating our own object, and the object that is actually getting JSONified would be this full object, but this one lives in it. So if we go ahead and just and spread this object, or this thing, this mongoose object, it's not a proper object, it will actually get us the full object without doing the JSON special thingy that it does over there. It won't access the .to JSON. Now the only way we can do that is just to call the .doc, and it gets us it's actually underscore doc, underscore doc, so underscore doc, and we finally get the access token and send all of that over to the user. And that is it for logging in. Now I've already taken the liberty of creating the login route and the login test route on Postman, and created a body, created the, that's essentially it. And so we're going to try and log in with this. So I'm actually going to enter the wrong email and say maybe db the best without the tech, and let's see if it detects my incorrect email. Hopefully that user's already saved in the database as well. I know they are, but you never know what happens overnight when we sleep. The boogeyman comes for your data. Right, so it's created the tokens collection automatically. Yes, and so we have a user that exists. So we send this over. User not found, check your email and try again. Perfect. Now that is also a 404, but let's see thebesttech.com. And let's see, the password was truncated because this password is actually the password that I've used for registration. However, it's stored over there with a hash. It's been hashed. So we could go ahead and send this and incorrect password. So you can see now we can tell when it's an email, and we can also tell when it's a password issue. So however, what if it was successful? What if both of them were correct? So you can see we get the user's data and it's a 200 OK. So we can see this with the access token, and we've got an access token. Wish list is there, is admin for, so this is the proper data with the name, email, phone, and the rest of it. So we could go back and also check in the tokens collection, and there should be a token that matches our user ID. So whenever someone does a query with the token, whenever we do a query with this token, we add it to the headers. That is a bearer token, and the rest of, if you've ever come across bearer tokens and them. So we come over and we find a user ID. I don't know that you can see this. Oh no, when I zoom in it's a lot worse. So you lot will have to bear with me with the little thingy. So the user ID will actually match my user ID. It ends with CCE. You can also see CCE over there. And you can see it's a type object ID, and it references a collection. So the refresh token also exists, and this is my access token which has been sent over. Now we can actually see that payload. So access tokens aren't, this is why we actually don't load the access token with important information like their email and password, because when we do that, because remember, the entire point of this in the first place was actually to prevent the user from, or prevent us from storing emails and password and user's device and sending it over for persisted login. So we rather use this. But why didn't we rather go ahead and store their email and password as a payload in this? Why did we only store the user ID? Because that is also dangerous, because anyone could get access, who gets access to this token could actually go over to Google and just use some website that gives you access to that. Yeah, so it's jwt.io, and when we go over to jwt.io and we take that access token, come on, load up, we could go ahead and paste it in there, and it will actually decode it for us, and we will be able to see, say, their information. Right, so this is a token that was already there. Replace this with your token, and you can see the payload was the user's data, which also user's ID, which also ends in CCE, and it's got an isadmin, boom, and it's got when it was created and when it's going to expire. So you can see, boom, 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 boom. This is issued at, and this is expiration. So expire. So all of those are actually stored in this as a payload. So if someone gets access to your user's token and they put it in here, they can see their email and their password. But in this case, they can't, because I've only put in their what has happened to their ID? Nice, yeah. So this is their ID, and this is all you get access to. Now you can take this ID and try to do whatever you want, but it won't work. Now if I go ahead and change this to true, it issues me a new token. So they can actually do this and change their isadmin to true, and it will give you a new token. But if you take that token and try to match it and try to make a request with it, it actually won't work, because remember, what we do is we take the access token, we head over to the database, and we check if that access token, first of all, we decrypt it and find the user ID, which we will find matches this. However, its isadmin was true. But then we don't only check for the user ID, we also check if that access token, so with the user ID we can actually find the token that matches it, the token document. Now the next thing we do is to check the access token, and because that access token has changed, it no longer matches our first bit. This is not the same as the first one. So when we do a Control Z, you can find that this one, the first one that we've pasted, was QGJB, and it matches isadmin as false. When we change it to true, it changes to GIMB, so it won't match. So it will tell you that it's an incorrect token. So this is security. Now there's also better security methods or techniques that have been implemented over the years and no longer using tokens, but this is still pretty standard. You could go ahead and use this if it's pretty safe, unless someone's really out for you and they spend sleepless nights trying to attack you. But apart from that, I think that is it for our login. Next up, I'm going to show you how to do the login persistence, how that flow works when a user tries to open their app after their token has been persisted on their device. How do we handle that without taking them to login? So for that and more, see you in the next section. Now after registry, as we already saw, during registration the user sends over or gives their data, and the data gets sent to the server. Data includes phone number, email, password. It all gets sent to the server. The server sends that data down to this person. So server sends it down to this guy, and this guy stores it, email, password, and this person sends it over to this person. So this is essentially the flow. Data goes from here, send there, and this person saves it. Now we're moving on to login, and logging in would be the same thing, but not just going in this direction, but it will flow all the way back. So we absolutely go through the same process when dealing with logging in. So this person who's got their email and password gets sent to the login page. They type in their email and password, and that email and password gets sent over to the server. Now the server takes the email and goes into the database. The email, notice how I said email alone, takes the email and tries to find an account that bears that email. Now when it finds an account that bears that email, remember emails are unique, so it can in this case, use them as identifiers because they're unique in this case and not just the IDs. So when we find that email, that account that bears that email, what we do is we first of all check if the password that was sent, so that email, that account gets returned. And what we do is we compare that account's password. So let's say we've got the account, this is it, and it gets sent all the way back to the server. The server receives it, and the server receives that. What the server does is it's got the password that was sent from this person. So the server checks if the password in that email object, in that account object that we've got, does that password match the password that you've sent. So this is essentially the transaction that goes on. If the password matches, it sends back the account details to you. If it doesn't match, throws an error and says you're not authorized. So there's a different way that we could achieve this though, because with that method, people would always have to type in their email and the password every single time they need to log in. So it means that the user will actually have to go through authentication every single time. So in order to remove that need to always type in email and password to get to your account, since it's an e-commerce platforms, you can literally open up Amazon any day and you don't have to log in again. It already logs in automatically, or it doesn't feel like it's logging in automatically. It feels like the login persists, like it feels like it was always logged in, but it actually runs a login behind the scenes. So how does it achieve that? So what it does is, what we can do is we can store your email and password in your device. So your device has got some little memory in there, so we could go ahead and store it in there, store it in the memory house of your device. So we store it in there, and the moment you open up our application, we go into your memory and check if you've got your email, if we've got your email and password saved in memory. Now, if your email and password is saved in memory, we take it and we send it over to the server. Now that is dangerous. That is very dangerous, because if there's data breach or if your device gets into the wrong hands, your data can literally be stolen. Like your email and password are in the hands of whoever's the attacker or whoever's the malicious actor. So in that case, there has to be a different way, and that's how tokens were born. So the sweet thing about tokens is that tokens can't only, I'm going to show you how we can use that for logging in, but for there's also a different use case for tokens. So tokens can handle both authentication, and tokens can also do something called sessions. It can handle sessions. So if we wanted our users to only be logged in for a specific length of time, so let's say a user can't be locked in for over, let's say it's a very secure app and maybe a banking app, and you're only allowed 5 minutes on per session, and you have to log in again. We can also do those with tokens. So with tokens, what we essentially do is we send a token from the server to the device, and that device hosts that token. Now for every request that you're making to the server, let's see, fetch me all products or add products to the database or whatever you're trying to do, you have to give the server your token. Now the server checks if that token is valid. If that token is valid, it goes ahead and it talks to the database and gets you what you need. But if that token is no longer valid, which means we can set an expiration, so we can store that token in the database, and when we send it over to the server queries a database for the token and checks if any token like that exists. If there's a token that exists in a database that matches the token that you sent, it means the token is valid. Now it also goes ahead and it checks the expiration date that has been added, or the expiration time. So if it's 5 minutes, the expiration date will be, when setting that token, the expiration date will be set to 5 minutes from now. So datetime.now plus 5 minutes, or add 5 minutes. So the next time that you do the query, it checks, and surely that token will exist in the database, but then it checks for the expiration date. If the token has expired, then it throws an expired or invalid token exception. So now this begs the question, how exactly can we use a token for logging in? So remember what I told you, that we can store the token in the database, and we can send that token over to the server. It can check and then tell you if that token is valid. Now we could go ahead and do the same thing for logging in. So instead of storing the email and password on the user's device, which is very dangerous, we could store a token. It's basically a jumbled up mix of characters and numbers, ABC123, symbols and whatnot. So we could go ahead and install that. It doesn't make any sense to the malicious actor who's attacked your phone. It makes no sense at all. It carries no meaning. Now, with that little jumbled up string, we can send it over to the server for authentication. But what we can do for logging in is we can actually take that string and load data into it, right? So this string can bear data. So we load it up with the user's ID. Now, the moment that the user opens up their phone, the first thing we do would be not to push them to the login page on the client, on the Flutter client, but we'd rather search their memory and find the token. If the token exists, we pick up that token, and what we do is we take the token and send it to the server because we believe it bears some information about the user, and that is their user ID. So this person decodes the token because the token's encoded. It's a coded and encrypted string essentially. So it decodes it over here, and then it finds the ID that has been loaded into this, and it sends it over to the database and searches the database for any user that carries that ID. So the ID is also unique, as we already know. IDs are always unique. So it searches the user that bears that ID, and if it finds it, it sends it back to this person and then down here. But then that same process of checking if it's expired also applies. So if the token has expired and it checks first, it finds the token is expired, it brings it back and it doesn't log you in. But if it's not expired, it comes back and it decodes it, finds the ID in the database and returns your user data. So how exactly do we then handle all of this expiration and renewal on the client? Because when you think about it, it means that, say, if we're only persisting the token for only 5 minutes, it means that after every 5 minutes, the user loses access to the server or to us. They can no longer communicate with us. And what do they need? They need to fetch a new token. But the client can't always come back every 5 minutes to query the server for a token manually. We can't just keep doing them. That will be very horrible experience on the client. So we have to automate that process. Now, in order to automate that process, we can get a different thing called a refresh token. So we can split the tokens into two parts. Now we can have an access token. This token is the one that they're going to use for accessing our server, as the name suggests. And then finally we have one called a refresh token. So we have access tokens and refresh tokens. Now the access tokens, give me a bit. Sorry, the access tokens will let them access the server. Now the access token is what we save in the user's memory, in the user's device, on the user's device. And after we save that and it expires, the refresh token has been saved to the database alongside the access token. So remember, we store these tokens to the database and we link it to the user that it's been created for. Now when we link it to that user, we link the access token, the user's ID and their refresh token. So when the access token is expired, we simply check if they're refresh tokens. The refresh tokens also have expiry dates, but the expiry dates last a lot longer, right? So if the refresh token is also not expired, we use the refresh token. We know that it's a valid person trying to access this. So what we do is we refresh the access token using this. So this just tells us, yeah, this is a valid person, right? Give them what they're looking for. They're valid. But then if we don't change this access token or give them a fresh access token, it means that every time they come back, they'll have to we'll have to go back and check the refresh again and keep doing that over and over. So we want to replace this that has been expired. So far as the refresh is valid, we want to always refresh this when it expires. Now when the refresh is also expired, what we do is we tell the user to go through login again, and during login we will create a fresh token that bears both the access and a refresh and their ID. And with that we can find them easily and do stuff for them. So let's get into the code. Now before we actually go or move on to writing the verified token endpoint, I'd actually like to talk about a few things that could go wrong with this token thing, because imagine that we've already stored the token and a malicious actor got access to it. They could actually make requests, for example, post data to the database in the name of a user. Imagine that that token was actually valid and they did not have to change the admin property or change the user ID property, and everything remains the same, and they send it over and it's actually valid data. Right, so in that case everything is properly valid, but it's the wrong person making the request to the server, and they could post very horrible things on the server, things that can destroy our server with the right token. So they've got access to the right token. In that case, this security is definitely not enough. Right, so we will actually go ahead and write middlewares later on that will cover all of these bases, cover when a person making a request is not actually an admin, because the token tells us that they're not an admin, or if they've actually got access to an admin's token, or even if it's not an admin, maybe they're trying to say change a user's password. They've got the proper user's token and they're trying to make a push request to change a password or something else. We actually don't want to allow them. So we can even try to do things like checking if the user ID in the token is actually the user ID in the request of the post, in the body of the post request. So if they match, then we're kind of sure that the person sending it is actually from the same device. So yeah, we could go ahead and do those things. They won't offer 100% security, but at least that would be a lot better. So next up we have export dot, and we want a new one called verify token, which we've actually not spoken about. So this is how. So now how this works is actually, what's the matter? Oh, how this works is actually a different route. Let's put that right after you. No, we want to make this a get, because at this point they're only doing verification. They only want to know if it's valid, if it's a valid token. So in that case, we're only sending them, say, a yes or no response, like true or false, if it is. So in that case, it will be a get request that goes on to verify token, and we don't care to validate the user, right? We can go ahead and auth controller dot verify token. Nice. So after that, we could close this and we could go into the proper implementation. Now, in order to implement this, try. Now, the catch can simply be the same as yours, so we can copy that and paste. Beautiful. Now, what exactly are we trying to do? So we try to get the access token from the header. So how we actually send the access token. So when the user opens up their phone, their mobile device, we don't want to take them to login if a token exists in memory. So what we do on the client, or what the client has to do, would be the moment they open their phone, the first screen should not be, say, login. It could be a splash screen, and when the splash screen gets displayed, they make a request to the server, or they check the user's device, and if no token was found that was stored, push them to login or authentication or whatever, push them there. But if a token was found, send that token to the server, but don't hit the login endpoint. We want them to hit the verified token endpoint, so they come. No, where is it? Auth. Perfect. So they come here, not here, they come here, and then in there they can pass us the token that they've got. And now normally when you're passing a token, you pass it in the header. So you pass it here. So you create a new one. You can create a new one, and this could be authorization. This, yeah, you can see authorization. Come on, mate. Nice. And over here it will carry something like bearer, blah blah blah, right? But now you don't actually put this here in Postman when you're doing this. You go ahead and go to the authorization bit, and then you add it here rather, so you can choose bearer and whatever else you need, any type, and it could be bearer for example. And then with bearer you can go ahead and add the raw token, and it will append automatically the bearer sign in front of it. Now when you go to the header, you should be able to see your authorization bearer, and it will add your token. So this is how we will do it in Postman, in case you're wondering. So for now this person bears no auth because it's login. So we could go ahead and start implementing. So we're assuming that the person's given us something in the header. So if that is the case, we actually want to access token will be equal to request.headers with an S dot authorization, and we close this down. So it will be passed into something in, as you saw before when I actually activated this, it passed it to a key that was called authorization. So that is the key we're trying to access. So give us a thing that lives at authorization from the headers. Now we actually want to check if there is no access token, meaning there was no access token passed in the headers. We want to return rest.json false, meaning the person is not verified to access your application, our application, the client's application. Now if the person actually is verified, we actually want to go ahead and reassign the access token. So let's change this to let, so that we can do a reassignment. So in the reassignment we want to change access token to be equal to access token dot replace, and then we'll remove that bearer that starts it. So bearer, remove the bearer and replace it with an empty string, and then we trim and remove any spaces that remain before or after. So now we've got the proper access token, and we're actually going to use that and try to, what is your problem? Oh, it's a useless assignment, thank you. I don't care. And we could go ahead and try to fetch the token. So that will be token will be await the token collection dot find one where their access token matches this access token, right? So because we've removed the bearer and we've trimmed it, we could go ahead and use that to find the token, the full token object that matches it. Now when we find that token, if there's no token that matches that, we can return rest.json false. It means the token does not exist, right? The token is correct, but it does not exist in the server, so it's a malicious actor. Don't let them into your app. Now if the token exists, however, we could go ahead and token data, it will be jwt.decode, and we're using decode, and we pass it the token dot the refresh token. Now what are we trying to achieve here by passing it the refresh token? Because what we actually want to decode is the refresh token, because remember that the refresh token was saved. Remember what I did when I did this, where is it? When I did this, I actually saved the version, right? I actually saved the version of the payload in the refresh token. So even if a malicious actor got access to the access token and they change something, it actually still won't match, right? So even if somehow, which I don't think is possible, because the moment you try to change the payload, the token changes, right, as we saw in jwt.io. But you never know, technology is crazy right now. Someone could definitely pick up our token, change is admin to true, and still maintain the token. I don't know if that's possible, but you never know. So always cover all bases that you can think of, all scenarios. If it's possible, if you can think of it, it's probably possible. Someone's probably tried it. There's crazy people out there who never touch grass. So if someone's done that, then we can't trust that access token, but we can trust the refresh token, because the refresh token also bears the payload, like I already showed you, and it lives on the database. No one has touched it. It never gets sent to the client. The only thing that gets sent to the client would be the access token. So the client doesn't even have access to it. So if we found the proper access token, then we do the matching with the refresh token. We don't match with this person. Now, if what was I doing? Yes. So sorry, we've already found the token, and then we're checking for the tokens data, and then finally we check if a user exists. So await user.find by ID. So now we're using the user.find by ID, and with the find by ID we can pass in the ID, and the ID will be in the token data.id, because we've stored the user's ID in the token. So in the token data, or is it when creating it, the ID property was actually the user's ID. Right, so that would work to get us the user. Now, if there's no user found, we can return res.json false. Now, if the user exists, we could go ahead and check if a token is actually still valid, if it's not expired yet. So in that case, we could go ahead and constant is valid, jwt.verify, and we can verify that the token.refresh token. And in order to do verification on any token, you also have to pass it the key. So process.env.refresh token secret, perfect. So it would do the verification. If it's valid, if it's not expired yet, it will return this. But if it's expired, we go ahead and we throw an error. Alright, so we don't care about the access token's validity at this point, because we would take care of that in the middleware, and even if we didn't, this is just the login process, right? So when we do the verification and the access token is not valid, but the refresh token is valid, then it means even when they get in the app, they can fetch a new access token because the refresh token is still valid. So the only thing we care about its validity at the refresh token stage is at the verify token stage would be the refresh token. If the refresh token still exists, it means, or if it's still valid for today, it means that the user can go into the app with an expired access token, and they would still be able to make requests because we will automatically refresh it with a refresh token. So we only really care about this person's validity and not this person, because this person is just second class citizen. We can literally refresh it anytime. So the refresh token, if it's valid, we say. If it's not valid, we will also do the same thing, return res.json false. Nice. But if all of these have passed and they've gone through all of it, that means the person can literally go ahead and go into the app. Now, how we actually handle this on the client would be, or my logic for handling this on the client would be to check if the token is valid. If the token is valid and if it returns true, then the client will go ahead and query for the user's data, right? And when they query for the user's data, that will be at different endpoints. Maybe we can create a user's route and a user's controller, and in that case we will give them the user's data, and they can only query it when this is true, right? So that is how all of this will work. So we've got the verified token, and next up we will handle forgot password, verify password, and so this is the entire forgot password flow. After we handle this flow, we're done with authentication. We can move into getting the user's data, and after that I will take you through the middleware of how to actually catch these cases earlier, or to those security issues I pointed out in the start of this section. Those security issues, we can go ahead and create our own personal middlewares in a different folder and handle those things. Now we will see all of that and more in the next section. Now the next thing would be the forgot passwords flow. So when a user forgets the password, the client is expected to take them to a forgot password screen where they can enter their email. Now they enter the email, and there's one little button that says continue or send, or whatever the UI wanted it to be. Now when they hit that button, there's a request made to our server to the forgot password endpoint, and we receive the email from that endpoint. So when we receive that email, it comes in here and we can use that email, find the user. If a user exists with that email, if it doesn't, we kick them. If it does exist, we go ahead and we initiate a process. We generate an OTP, send it to their email, to the provided email. Now, in order to do that, we'd actually need to be able to send emails from our server. And one good library for that would be NodeMailer. So we could go ahead and npm I NodeMailer. So as that installs yeah, we could go ahead and go implement it. So the process of sending emails is quite pretty long. So this forgot password itself is going to also contain long logic. So in order to shorten all of that, we could go ahead and create a helper for all of that. So it will be, let's make that helpers, and we could call this email sender.js. Nice. So now in here we can import the node mailer, which will be equal to require node mailer. No, node, not mode mailer. Save this, save that. Nice. So now we can export dot send mail, which will be equal to async, an asynchronous function. Now this will actually take a few things. It will take the email, the subject of the email address of the person, subject of the email, the body, the success message in case you want to specify a particular success message to be returned, because over here we will also be returning a response directly to the user. So messages, error messages, in case you've got any messages, in case you've got any error message that you actually wanted to specify. Now, sorry, I need to put an arrow. Nice. So moving on. Now, in order to do this, you could go ahead and go to npm and check out the NodeMailer documentation, but I don't have time for that. So else this tutorial will be super long. I'll also be skipping a lot of things like testing every endpoint we create on Postman. You'd have to trust me on that. You definitely have to trust me on that those work. You could go ahead and test them yourself because we don't have a lot of time. Now the service that we actually want to use will be, in my case, Gmail, because I'm sending, because now you have to provide it. Look at what we're doing. We're creating the transport, the person who will carry the email. So the from, who is the email from? It's going to be from your company, or it's going to be from this person or that person, right? So we get the email, the service of the from sender. So if the email that we're going to send from was going to be the best tech at yahoo.com, then we'd probably want to use a Yahoo service. But since I'm using a Gmail account, it's going to be service Gmail. Now we send an auth object. The auth object will contain the user. Now the user will simply be your email address, and then we will have the pass, which will be your passwords. Now for those, I'm actually saving them in my env file, so you can go ahead and also put them in your env. I've also actually forgot to do this, to put in the env.example, so we can remove this. And then finally we need email and email password. So that will be email will be equal to, and finally email password will be equal to. So yeah, I'm actually not going to show you mine because yeah, it's my email and my email password. So you could go ahead. I'm just going to hide it all the time. So I'm actually never going to open my env again for you lot. You'll only see the env.example. So I'm pasting that here. Nice. So yeah, this is it. Oh, we could save this bit as well. I'm going to paste in my email, my actual email and password, and then I'll come back to you. I've copied my email and password and pasted it, and all we can do would be to process.env.email. And finally we have the email password to be process.env.email password. Now, how do you get your email and email password for Gmail? For Yahoo, I think that's pretty easy. You can just literally use your proper email and password. But for Google, there's the security that doesn't let you. When you put your raw email password into this, it doesn't let you log in with that from this service. So there's a different way of getting your email password. So let's go ahead and look at how to do that. I'm going to do that with my personal email so you can see how that works. Yes, so this is it. This is what you do. You go to Google Security and go to your security settings, and you go here. You can follow this Stack Overflow question. This is it, and it tells you how to go about getting the password. Now you use that password that you get to create this, because if I go over there, you lot are also going to see my less secure apps password. So yep, this is how you do it. You could come over, or you could just literally Google how to do that. It should show you how to do it. Yeah, that is it. So moving on, we've done this, and we've essentially created our transporter, not just a transport. So this is the transporter. And finally, we create our email option. So that will be constant mail options will be equal to from. Now the from will simply be process.env.email, and the to will be the email that the users pass to us as a parameter, and the subject will simply be the subject, and the text will simply be the body. Done. Beautiful. Now finally we go ahead and send them email. So we use a transporter.sendMail, and that gives us mail options and then a callback. So we go ahead and we pass in the mail options, and then we give it a callback that gives us the error, as we can see in the documentation, and it finally gives us the info. Nice. You can put an arrow function and close this down. Now next up, we check if there's an error. So if an error exists, or if the error object is not null, if it's not undefined, it means something has gone wrong. So in that case, we might actually want to log it for ourselves. So that will be console.error, and we error sending mail, and we can put in the error and it will log it for us, and then we can if error message. So if we have provided a generic or a custom error message, we go ahead and return rest.status, rest.state. Come on, mate. Rest. Wait a minute. Now I actually don't have my rest, so yeah, I actually need to pass my rest from there. So response, and that should come from here if possible. So rest dot status 500 dot JSON, and that will be message error message. Else. Now a different way we can handle this would be to try and send mail and then return a response directly to the user. But in that case, we wouldn't know, if I'd done that, we wouldn't know if it was an error or if it was a success. Now, this is one way of doing this. You could go ahead and rather return a total string from this, like a response or something, right? So we could go ahead and remove the rest. Well, let's see this through so that you understand what I'm doing, and then we can do it the other way then. Now, if there's no error message provided, we'd have to formulate a new error message, and if there's no error at all, we could go ahead and say if success message was given. It means there's a success actually. So we check if that exists. We return res.json, and we message will be password reset OTP sent to your email. And after that we can return if there's neither response nor success, you can return res.send.end, which we obviously know. So if there was no success message given, then you can go ahead and send this. But this is jarring to look at. So what we could do would be to just simply return. So if there was an error, we lock the error, and we go ahead and return this. Not a res. We just return an object that contains the message and the status code would be 500. Alright, so if error, we'll remove this bit, remove all of this from here. Nice. Oopsies. Nice. And if success message, we also do not need this part. Now we return this with a status code of 200, and that is it. I'm removing this bit as well. So that would be if error, do this, else do this. Now we don't need this any longer, and this would also, what's the matter? Unreachable code, mail options. Oh yeah. So we save this and it formats, and we also, that would mean that we should return the transporters send mail. So whatever it does, whatever it returns, we return that here as well. So the info we definitely aren't using, right? So it could also even be the info.response, right? So we could go ahead and send this, or the info.response, which will be the message. But for that, we can just go ahead and log it. So if there's an error, we could remove this and return this. But before we return that, we can console.log.error. Error sending mail. And we pass in the error object. Or if there's success, then we could go ahead and console.log email sent with the info.response. Now we're going to see how what these look like, and we can go back to our auth, and then in the forgot password we can use the email sender after doing all the proper verifications. So then the email sender will return us something. Now moving on, let's try catch. I'm going to copy this, paste, nice. Then we constant email. We're extracting the email from the body. Now that will be equal to the request.body. Now the user, we have to find the user that uses that email. So that will be constant user will be equal to await user.find one, and that will be with their email. Nice. And if there's no user, return res.status, and that will be 404.json with message user with that email does not exist. Scream at them for giving us the wrong email. Nice. Then we go ahead and we generate an OTP to be sent in the mail. So that will be constant OTP will be equal to math.floor this is how we generate a random. We're trying to make it very random, so it'll be 1000 plus mat.random times 9000. You go ahead and use whatever logic you need to get a random number, and finally we save the OTP to these two. We save them. Remember that we wanted to save them because of how the flow worked. If you don't remember why we're doing that, you could go back in the video and watch it. So reset, I think that's reset password. I'm just going to copy that to avoid, because JavaScript does not have compile time. So, and then finally we user dot, copy the next one over, expires, date.now plus, and now we actually want it to expire in 10 minutes, so that will be about 60,000. Yes, so that's 60, yes, is that 60? I've done 600,000. Yeah, 600,000, that's correct. So 60 times. So moving on, that would be await user.save. So we save the user because we've changed something in the user, so we could go ahead and call this to save it. Now after that, we go ahead and we send the email. So the response will be equal to await mail sender, which will be from, can't you help me? Do you want me to always import to myself? So the mail sender will be equal to require helpers / email sender, and that will be the mail sender. So it will be mail sender dot send mail. Perfect. Now it's still asking for a response, which we don't want to pass. Success and error messages, boom, removed. So over here, I was actually returning the error message. I could just say error sending email. Alright, so moving on. The response will be that from this, and we can pass in the email, and the email will be, have we got an email? Yeah, the email, we've already extracted that. Now what else? The subject, password reset OTP. Now the body will be your OTP for password reset is. So for that, we actually need backticks. And we can go to the end and insert the OTP. And then finally, what else? Nothing else. Yeah, we don't need anything else. So these three are it. So now, if this returns something, we can go ahead and check if response dot status code is equal to, what was it? It's 500 for when there's an error. 500. The return rest.status 500.json, and we can send the message. Right, so the error message could be, sorry, Sahi. That would be password or error, send an email. Let's make that simple. Else, if the status code is not 500, let's say else if, let's make sure that it's 200 in case something else goes wrong in there. Else if status code is equal to 200, equal to 200, we go ahead and we return. In this case, it goes rest.status. It's also 200, which is default. So we just go ahead and do the JSON message will be password reset OTP sent to your email. And if the case is not any of them, we could go ahead and return res.end, I think. Wait. So if 500 else do this, if it's neither of them, we can just, can pretend something good has happened, or we could go ahead and send an error instead. So that could be 500.end with no message. We don't know what happened, so it could just be an internal server error. Or let's go ahead and send a message and be good developers, not be lazy. JSON would be message. Something went wrong. So this happens if these have failed, because at this point we actually want to send an email at this point, and after this we're very sure that nothing else is going on. So if that response fails, we do all of these. If that response fails, we return something. If it doesn't fail, we also do this. But if something else goes wrong, we actually want to either let's leave it blank. I don't think there's any point returning something here, because at this point we've taken care of all ends. So let's go ahead and test this bit. In order to test this, I actually want to be able to receive the emails, and I've actually used a fake email to register my first account. So I'm going to temp mail to get a temporary email, and I'm going to use that for registration. Then I'm going to use it for forgot password. So for registration, we're using this, and the phone can remain the same password, also the same. We can send a register, and we've registered successfully. Now next up, we could go ahead and create the forgot password. I'm going to do that. Alright, I've created the forgot password endpoint, and we can go ahead and send. Cannot read properties of undefined status code. So let's go back to our code. We've got a little issue. The status code definitely exists, so that means that this bit does not actually return this here. So what we can do would be to, is this a promise? Does it return a promise? I don't think it does, so there's no point in waiting it. So we could go ahead and create a response object. So let response be nothing at the first instance, and then we can set response to be equal to, we don't return, so response will be equal to this, and response can be equal to that. What? Right, so after this we could go ahead and return the response. Come on, nice. Alright, so we've saved it, and I'm actually gonna wait for the server to start in a bit. Connect to database. Nice, connected. So we can try and send. Still can't read status code. What's the matter? I don't know why that's not returning the response, but anyways, we can see that the email has been sent twice. So we can see password reset OTP was 2417 in the first instance. It also had the same subject and all that. The proper subjects. Give it a bit. Temp mail is slow today. Alright, so we can also check out the second email. And we can also see the same thing from subject, from the correct user, from the correct OTP as well, sending the correct OTP as well. So the only problem would be this response not being returned. So I know that what the problem is that this person is undefined when it's returned, which means that this function is not, this doesn't get set before the function returned. And we can't put a wait in front of this either, because this does not return a promise, as you can see underlined. A wait has no effect on this expression, because this expression does not return a promise. We can see this is an issue. So what we could do would be to just, instead of using this little format over here, I'm just going to convert this entire thing into a promise manually. So that would be, I'm cutting out all of this. And what I'm simply going to do would be to return a new promise. So whatever this promise returns, I will return it. Now, it gives us two things: resolve, reject. Not going to go into the intricacies of this. It's just a way of creating. It's like creating a future.wait in Dart. This is essentially what it's like, future.wait. So you're creating your own future from something that's not a future. So constant transporter, put everything. Now in this case, we, instead of casting this to, or assigning it to a variable, we can go ahead and return it as its own object. So we can, now when there's an error, we can reject. So it gives us reject and resolve. Resolve means everything is okay, and we can return success. Now we can reject with this message. Nice. We can reject with that message, and if there's nothing wrong, we can go ahead and resolve with the problem message. So moving on, else we will resolve, and we resolve with this. Done. What is the matter? Yes, I keep forgetting that I'm not in Dart, and I keep doing these things like Dart. So we reject with this, or we resolve with this. So this will no longer be our method. So if any error gets thrown, it will actually come here, right? So with that new method, we actually don't have to check for status code. Even here, we actually don't even have to check for this. So the status code, we will already know that it's 200. Yes, so if the response is resolved, it will resolve with the proper thing, and then nice. And so after doing this, we could go ahead and return rest.json password OTP sent to your email, because we know that this bit will actually throw the error out. It will throw it out here, and this person catches it and displays that error message. So let's go ahead and try and test this out. Should be response.message. Or just the response, there's no message in it. Nice. So email send done. We can go ahead and try this out. So we can see the message password reset OTP sent to your email, right? And if there's an error, it will also just catch it in a catch-all case. It will throw it right here, and the email will never get sent. So moving on, we have to work on the other part of the flow, which will be verify password reset OTP. So let's see how that works. So we're on the second part of the flow, and the second part of the flow suggests that we verify the password reset OTP that's been sent to them. So we send it to them, and they bring it right back. They smack it right back at us. So what we do, and what I actually want to start doing from now on, will be to always log the errors. So console.error, and we can copy that and put it right where it belongs in the rest of them in the catch block. So this is developer. This is the developer error catcher, as well as the client's error sender. So any errors, we link it up to our console, and we also send them back to the client. Now that that's done, I can totally come over and copy the catch block. Nice. So verified tokens done. Forgot password, and we can paste. Nice. So this is it. So moving on, what are we trying this time? So in order to in order to verify the password that's been sent, they're sending over their email and the OTP, because at this point we're basically clueless. We haven't persisted the email from this link from this stage in the flow. So in this stage, they already gave the email, but we don't have it when we get here. We could persist that, but that is too much work. But we could offload that work. It's just a little bit of extra burden. Not even considered a burden. It's just very light on the client. The client just has to send back the email or collect that email and persist it through the previous stage of the forgot password and send it back to us. So we get both the email and the OTP from the requests body. Alright, so finally we go ahead, same thing we've been doing so far, go into the database and find a user with that email. And then what do? You guessed it right, we verify that the user exists. So if user, we return rest.status, and that will be 404.json, and the message becomes user not found, and we put an exclamation mark to scream at the client. We love screaming at the client, don't we? Then the next course of action would be knowing that the user is not empty or undefined at this point, because now we've fetched a fresh user, but at this point we stored the reset password OTP and the expiry date of it. So in that case, we can access the user's reset password OTP. So we check if it's not equal to, there's out do not equal to in JavaScript. We check if it's not equal to the OTP that we've got from request body. But remember that the OTP from the request body is going to be in the form of a string. But the reset password OTP is a, where is it? It's a number. So this little comparison actually won't work. JavaScript, again, reason why I don't like it so much, it doesn't scream at us when we do something silly like this. So in order to convert the string into an integer, in order to do int.parse, we don't have that here. So one way, there's multiple ways of doing this actually, but one way that we could do this would be to add a plus sign behind the string. It would parse it as an integer if it's parsable. Now we check if they're not equal or if the OTP has expired. So if the date type.now is greater than the user.reset password OTP expires. So if the date now is greater than the time, so meaning now we've passed the time for the expiry, we could go ahead and return rest.status 401 and the message would be invalid or expired OTP. Now you could go ahead and break it down into subsections. So do this bit alone, and if that happens, you can say invalid OTP, and then do this part later, and then call this for expired OTP. That'll be a clearer message. After doing this bit, I'd actually personally go ahead and clear the user's reset password OTP field and set it to undefined. But then this brings up a little security concern, because remember that I told you never to trust the client. The client can never be trusted at all for any reason at all. Never trust the client. So what if on the client side the client has not made sure or verified properly that the user's OTP was correct? Let's say that the user has clicked on forgot password and send their email. An OTP gets sent to their to the email, whatever email they've provided. Now that would take them to the verified OTP part screen, essentially the screen where it's got 4 fields and they've got to fill in the OTP that they've got in their email. What if somehow they actually bypass that bit and try to reset a password? If I go ahead and over here after they hit the verify password reset OTP, I'll go ahead and set this to undefined, user.reset password OTP. If I go ahead and set it to undefined, then when we're actually trying to reset their password, do the actual password reset, like replacing their old password, there's actually no way of knowing if someone has actually gone through the process of verifying the OTP because it's been set to undefined. If we go ahead and check the reset password OTP to make sure that something is there to show that they've probably gone through this, there's no way to know that because it's undefined. We also can't check the last time or the last date that a reset OTP was sent to the database for that particular user, because it's also going to be reset, right? Because even this is the expiry date, it doesn't even tell. It doesn't tell the particular time something happened. So that way, at this point, we're just going to blindly believe the clients and say, all right, give me your new password, and I'm replacing the old password with the new password, and that is that someone's account is gone, and you're getting sued by your customers or by your clients. So in that case, I actually want a way to tell the reset password endpoint, to tell the reset password endpoint, because by the time we get here, we don't know anything about this. So I need a way to link them up and tell this person that a process has been gone through. Now, the only way I could think of doing this was to set the reset password OTP to 1. Remember, password OTP is 4 characters, but in this case I'm setting it to 1, so it can't ever be duplicate. So the password reset OTP can never be 1. If it's 1, that means that they've gone through a process. Now when I get here, I'm going to check and make sure that the user's password, reset password OTP is 1. If it's 1, this means that they've actually gone through a process. And after that I reset it, so it doesn't stay 1 forever, because if it stays 1 forever, the next time someone tries to breach their account without going through the actual process of verification, it's actually going to read true as 1 and just reset the password without actually going through verification. So the moment we get here, we set it to be undefined, but not here, because over here we're going to confuse this person. I hope that makes it clear where I'm setting this to 1. So this person can be set to undefined because we don't care. We no longer need it. At this point, we've already done the verification. So the only person who gets reset is you, and then we move on and await user.save. And finally, we'll return rest.json and the message OTP confirmed successfully. Client displays that message to the user, and the user moves on to the reset password screen. So let's go ahead and test this on Postman and also see our MongoDB dashboard and see how the password changes as we change the password. So I'm going to do a quick setup on my Postman and get back to you in a bit. I already took the liberty to set up the Postman request for the verified password, but before that I'm actually going to go for forgot password, because during the last bit where we wrote the endpoints or implemented the forgot password functionality, we did run the test. And it set something in my database, and you can see that user who I got from TempMail actually got the OTP set to their document. This person doesn't, because it doesn't exist essentially. They never tried to reset the password, but this person tried, and you can see the expiry date as well. So if I go ahead and try to verify this same OTP that has been given, so let's say I'll put that in here for the same Roxy, send, could not send request. What's the matter? Oh, I haven't started my server yet. Right, so that's in VS projects, and that's the best tech, ecomly, Claire, npm starts, and boom, server started. Connect to database. Nice. Alright, so that should work. Invalid or expired OTP. So if I actually went ahead and split these checks, where are they? Right here. If I went ahead and split these checks, we could actually get a specific message like OTP is expired or OTP is invalid. Alright, but because we've put them together so lazily, we get this combined message. But that's beside the point though. So if I go ahead and request it for a new forgot password, for a new OTP, this should send the request. I don't know why it's taking so much time. Nice, it's been sent, and you can see that log saying email sent. It was what we've done previously in the email sender output, where we console logged the info response. So this is the response that we get. So this was why I actually didn't want to use the response as the message for the promised resolution. So, but moving on though, ignoring that, we sent the email password. Now you don't need to have a real email. I only did this because I wanted to show you that the email actually gets sent. But because in tests, you can actually just go to your database and refresh, and you can see. Alright, yeah, my internet's a bit slow today, but come on. Right. Boom. Yes. So we can see that it actually sends 3215, and that is the same thing over there. So it sends this, and it gives us about, I think I set that to 5 minutes expiry time. So we can actually take that, and heading over here, we can paste that, and it's 3215, and we can verify the OTP. So hit send, OTP confirmed successfully. So the user or the client gets this message, and over here, when we refresh, we see it's been set to 1. Where the expiry gets set to undefined, or it just gets removed totally from the database. As you can see, the expiry date has been removed because we've set it to undefined, but the reset password OTP has been set to 1. Now, a different way that you could approach this would be to not set it to 1 and just totally ignore this and let the password OTP rest. Right? You can let it rest, but then when you get to reset password, you could just simply check and make sure that the reset password OTP was not undefined, meaning that a recent activity was there. And then you could go ahead and reset the password if there's an activity that lives there. So the reason why I actually never used that method was because the point where the OTP actually gets set to the database is that forgot password. So the bad actor or the hacker could actually initiate a forgot password request, which sends an OTP and sets it in the database as well. Now they could totally decide to skip this bit, the verification part, and then just get onto this. Now in this bit, if we're using that method of not resetting this and just letting this rest, the OTP rest there, and then we checked if we fetch the user and we check if user.reset password OTP is not undefined, is not equal to undefined, or as we already learned previously, we can do this by simply checking if reset password OTP is not, so this means it's undefined, then we know that a forgot password intent was never initiated, right? So in that case, that would work, except if the bad actor has skipped this bit, right? So that was very horrible. So this makes it so unique that at any point in our app, we're very sure that the reset password OTP can never get set to 1, except we've done that after verification is completed. So this is why I went this route, all right? So I just wanted to make that clear. Still on the same flow, we've moved on now to reset password, and we can try. Just gonna breathe through this because it's just logic at this point. We could copy that over. Nice. And in this bit, I'm just gonna talk through it, but I'm just gonna type it. So we get their email and their new password will be equal to request.body. And we could totally copy these two. Nice. So we find the user by their email and we verify the user exists. Now finally we check if user.reset password Oh my days. Reset password OTP is not equal to 1. It means they're malicious actors. We can say return rest.status 401.json. Kareem. Yeah, we're not doing that. Confirm OTP before resetting password. Nice, that should work. Alright, moving on. Finally, we'll reset the actual password, and that will be user.password hash should be equal to bcrypt.hashsync, and we hash sync the new password with a sort of what sort was it the last time? It was during registration, I believe. The sort was 8, so we're using the same sort we've always used, and that's 8. And then finally we can await user.save, and finally we also before we actually save it, we user.reset password OTP, and we set that to be undefined finally. So at this point it's just wrecked the reset password OTP, and it's foiled whatever assassination attempts that has been made on the user's account. Message will be password reset successfully. Nice. Alright, this is it for reset password. So let's go ahead and test this logic and make sure that it works. So at this point we've actually done almost all the steps, right? So we've done this bit as well, where the reset password OTP is actually 1, so we don't have to go through the entire process from the first step, which is forgot password, because we've done 2 of them. Yeah, we've got that. So at this point we could just I'm going to create that and then get right back to you. Or better yet, let's do that together. So I've added a new request, and that would be, so just for practice, so for you lot, don't have to go back to the other video. So that would be reset password. I have to use small letters. Reset password. Done a madness on these 2, so I'm going to change that back. But for now, base URL will be u / we could go back and copy the endpoint, and that's right here, and that's you. Alright, and we paste that, and finally the body. What does it expect? Raw JSON, and it expects email a new password in the same manner. So because we've done this way, it means we're expecting that there's a field that's got the key that matches the exact same names as these. So they have to be carbon copies. So there's a carbon copy of the previous version. No, not reset password. It's you. So carbon copy of email, and also new password in the same manner, no differences. So the new password, what was my old password? I can't. It was here, right? Was it? Yes, it was. So I'm actually changing this. Remember that it will always force us to use the proper combination of passwords. So you could actually go ahead and add a verification. As you can see, we actually haven't added any verifications for the password, so we could go ahead actually and add a new validation for the reset password, and that would be the same validation that we've done to registration, where we make sure that the password matched. So let's go to our route, and for a reset password, I'm actually going to validate, what is it? Validate user. So in this case, I actually need only validate password, and it would match exactly this bit, right? And then we paste that right here, and that will be validate password. Nice. So this is it. We've done the password validation, and I believe pasting a simple password as 1, 2, 3, 4 should not work if we've done this correctly. So let's go ahead and try that. So let's send this request, and it should... What? Actually reset. What have I done wrong? How have I wronged you, sir? Validate password. Password should be of length U. Oh, I never caught the errors on the other end. Alright, my bad. So we've basically got some validation requests. I'm going to copy this from register. And that is, I think this part should be okay. And we can set those errors. Where is it? That would be right here. No, even the outside of the try catch, because there's nothing to catch really. Now that we've done that, let's try and hack our way through this. So we could go back, and you can see that the reset password OTP has been set to 1. So we either have to go through the entire process of verification forgot password, or we could just simply go ahead and add the reset password OTP. No, we'll just cancel. Oh, come on, mate. So we can add... Do you know what? Let's go through the proper process. So let's not do that. We could easily do that and just set it to 1, but I'm just going to go through it just for the fun of it. So we send a reset, and we head over here, and the password should be U. Nice, it's taking its precious time. We could come here and copy it straight away. Alright, 7119. Cancel, not trying to update. Paste it and send. Verification done. And we could go ahead and reset. And let's try this. Yes, so there's an error. Field password must be at least 8 characters, must contain at least 1 uppercase, 1 lowercase, and 1 symbol. So we could go ahead and do blah. So the old password was oh, first of all, let's make sure that the old password doesn't work for login anymore after resetting the password. So when we send this, it should actually fail. But it's not failing because why? The old password was reset, wasn't it? Oh, that is for a different account. paul@bestech.com. Alright, let's do Roxy. Alright, Roxy, time to log in. Come on, Roxy. So let's try and do a login for Roxy. Roxy's old password was the same thing at WE2. Logging in should not work because incorrect password. Beautiful, perfect. This password is actually 1234. So 1234 should actually work and assign a new access token. Perfect. Now if we change this back and we came back to reset the password, it fails unless we actually paste the correct password, which was U. Copy and paste. So Roxy, what's the matter? Password must be at least 8 characters. Try that again. Have I not saved? Saved. So what's the matter? I think I know what's wrong. Disadvantages of copy pasting. We just literally copy pasted this, but the field was new password. So copy pasting is bad. It's horrible. Time saver, but very bad. So let's wait for the connection to the database. I think that's done. Yes. So we try again and we send. So first of all, let's try 1, 2, 3, 4. Throws the correct error. Let's make it up to 8. So the error message for 8 length should disappear, and now we've got this. So let's revert back to this, and the password should correctly be reset. So when we go to login, we can no longer log in with 1, 2, 3, 4 for Roxy. it says incorrect password, and we can now, move on to this, and it should work. So Roxy's been done and dusted. So that is it for reset password. Moving on, the very next thing that I'd like us to tackle would be user authorization. So we've dealt with authentication, which is authenticating a user, and then we've got authorization, which is authority. Have you got the authority to do what you're trying to do? Are you authorized to access that area? So after we authenticate a user, we then find what they have the authority to do. What are you allowed to do? When I authenticate you, and you're just authentication would be to make sure that you're registered in the system. So that would authenticate you, and then after that I have to know what privileges you have. That will be authorize you to view certain pages and authorize you to maybe post products to the database because you're an admin, right? That is your authorization. So this is the difference between authentication and authorization. So we're done with everything that has to do with authentication. Now we're moving on to authorization, and we won't have a special route for that. That is internal stuff that we do on the server. We authorize users internally. So for that, I'm actually going to create a middleware. It's quite a number of middlewares, really, not just one of them. So a new file, and that will be middlewares, and that will be the first middleware for authentication or for authorization I like to do would be the JWT.js. JWT is a JSON web token, which is how we generate our tokens. So we actually want to make sure that every request that comes through bears a token. All requests must bear a valid bearer token. It has to be bearer, it has to be valid, and it has to contain the proper information. Right, so any requests that do not bear that, we kick them. We kick all requests that do not bear those. Now, in order to do that, we have to use JWT already provides us with a package. So the JWT library, we have express JWT. This is how we treat this. Express JWT, we get express JWT. It will be equal to require express JWT. Now we don't have express JWT in here. We've only got JSON web token this. So what we do is we go ahead and we install this library. Don't know if it's a library or a package. And that will be npm I express JWT. Now we move on and we extract the token object from our models. So we're going to be using this. Will be equal to require. Or you could just ignore this, and the moment you start typing, it should automatically import it for you. So that done, we create our middleware, and I'm creating it as a function that will be exported later and then used. Right, so remember we've got two ways of exporting. We could actually do an export dot auth JWT, and this will be the middleware that we call in the app.js. But I'm showing you a different way that we could also do this. It's the same style that we've used, module.export, the same style that we've used in previous modules that weren't the model. So we only changed the format after we started declaring routes and the rest of them. But over here we used this style, which was exports.user. This was the second place that we used this style. The first place was also in, was it controllers? Yes, over here. And then the place where we've actually used the other format was in the routes, where we've done all of these and then we exported a router. We can also do that with this module. The exports will be equal to auth JWT, and that is a function that we're going to create right now. So function auth JWT. Now in this function, the first thing we do is to return exp JWT, and we invoke it. Now in here we can pass it this, an object. Now in this object we specify, the first thing we specify would be a secret, right? So the first thing would be the secret, as you can see, secret. So the secret will be the secret of the token that we're trying to verify. So remember, it checks if a token exists. If it exists, we want to verify the token, and in order to verify it, we need the secret. So the secret was stored, and I don't want to have to type it out, but we could totally do that. Process.env.access. Let me copy that. Access token secret, which is definitely process.env. What's the matter? It's bugging out. Believe me, it's not me. So, what's the matter, mate? Right. Oh, sorry. I have to put in the secret. Is this? Yes. Nice. I'm so sorry about that. So, algorithms will be. Now it has quite a number of algorithms. The default one that we're going to use will be the HS256. And then finally, the last option that we're going to pass will be the is revoked option. Now this takes a function, a callback, and you tell it when to revoke the token, or when to revoke the authority the user has to log in. Now in order to do this, it's going to be a whole function. I don't want to clutter up my code, so I'm going to write a different function, and that will give us, I think it gives us a request and the JWT token. JWT objects, not the token itself, so we can extract the actual token from this object. So the first thing I actually want to do in here is to extract the authorization token. So that will be auth header, and I extract the authorization bit of it, and then finally I check if the auth header does not start with, if it doesn't start with bearer. So if it's not a bearer token, revoke, return true. So is revoked is true. So if it doesn't, if the authorization token doesn't start with the words bearer, the is revoked becomes true, so meaning it will get revoked. So we send is revoked in here, and that should work. So next thing would be constant access token auth header dot replace bearer and we trim it, and then we fetch the token from the database. So if this token doesn't exist in the database, we revoke it, because they could totally have a valid token that comes actually from JWT. It can literally formulate any token at all, and JWT would find it to be valid. However, we've already stored all tokens in the database, and if that token doesn't exist, we boot them from the server. So in that case, return token. So when there's no token, return true. You probably can read this code. It's a bit advanced, but you probably all can read it. I believe in you. So moving on, this isn't the only time that we want to revoke their authority. We also want to revoke the authority when a person's trying to access an admin route, but they're not admin, essentially. So we've actually got access to their token. Now with that token, we could go ahead and check if they are admin. In order to achieve that functionality, I'm using a regular expression. So this is the admin route regular expression. It will be equal to / and we take the caret, and we put the \, and to escape the / there is, and we put an API escape the // and it starts with v1, and it's API /API/v1 and /admin. So that's //admin. And finally ///I. Boom. So that is it. Alright. So you can call that variable whatever you want, but going with that, .jwt.payload. So the JWT object that we've got here has got a payload option property, and we can access that and check if isAdmin is true. So the payload is essentially an object of all of its data, all of the data we've loaded in there. That consists the ID being the user's ID, the isAdmin property, and we're checking if the user is not an admin, and admin route regex.test. And what are we testing? We're testing the request.original URL. So if the original URL, which consists of the full URL that the user is trying to access, if that doesn't match this regex, if it matches this regex and the user is not an admin, then meaning they're trying to access an admin route without admin privileges. So authorization on this bit is done. So over here we can append that and return admin fault. So when there's an admin fault or there's a token fault, we return is revoked as true. So that is it for the JWT middleware. And so in order to add that middleware, we could move over to our app.js, and where we've already got a bunch of middleware, we could go ahead and add the one that we've got. So the one that we've got would be the auth JWT, and that would be app.use auth JWT. Done. So automatically the auth JWT will call next, so we don't have to automatically call next on our own. So whatever is revoked returns, it returns it here. So now remember that some routes actually do not or should not carry tokens, authorization tokens. For example, the authentication routes, they're basically what the user or the client sees of first the moment they open their application. At that point there's no tokens. If it's a fresh user and they're being pushed to login, they definitely don't have a token to send to us yet. So we don't want to kick everyone at every endpoint in this case. So we can exclude certain endpoints when we're using this method to do the authorization. So we can use unless. So run this authorization check unless what? Unless the path is in here. Now we give it a list of paths. So if the path is in here, don't authorize or don't run the authorization middleware. Now what route are we looking at? We're looking at login /login / register, forgot password, verify OTP, verified password, what else? We'll see a lot more when we're implementing payment and stuff like that. For example, checkout. We don't want the user to be stopped from checking out without sending the token because of how our checkout system will be implemented, but that's all for later. So let's go ahead and start from login. So in order to do this, I'm actually going to need the API v1 blah blah blah. So in order to make it a full path, so if the path contains this, so it's checking actually for when it's checking for the path, if we had HTTP localhost, or let's see, that will be an S, thebesttech.com. So that we actually don't use www any longer. So www.thebesttech.com, / let's say login. So when it's checking for the path, it's actually going to remove the domain and the host, and it's only going to check for the rest of the endpoint. So that would be API v1 / Now the API URL could change at any time at all, so we actually want to depend on this instead of manually typing in API v1. So when it changes, we don't have to always come back and change it everywhere else. So that will be process.env.api URL. And with that, we can easily switch up to a backtick format and use the API / login. And I also would really love to do this for API / login / It's the same thing, but what if the client actually adds a / after the endpoint? We actually don't want them to escape this rule. Alright, so even if they've added a / we still include them in this rule, so they get excluded from authorization essentially. So I'm going to do this for a lot more routes, and I'm going to speed this up. Moving on from this, there's a scenario that I've described before, which was actually expiry. We have a refresh token and we have an access token, right? Access tokens last for about 24 hours. After 24 hours, it has to be refreshed. Refresh tokens last for 60 days. That is about 2 months, give or take, depending on the month we're talking about. But that's about the entire logic of our refresh and access, and this is their relationship. So when an access token expires in 24 hours, someone has to do a refresh. When we let that happen on the client will always have to make calls to the server, and whenever they make a call to the server and the access is expired, they will have to make a second request to refresh the access token, get a fresh access token, and finally retry the request. That would be a lot of workload on us, because the reason why I thought about this, about not leaving it to the client, was because we are also going to write the client side. So if it was someone else writing the client side, we might actually just buck it off to them, but that's simply evil. But since I personally wouldn't like to do all that hard work on the server side, I prefer to handle it on the client side. I prefer to handle it server side because it's a lot easier here. So all I have to do is to write a second middleware error handler. The reason why I'm using an error, or I'm using this name, calling it error handler, is because the only way that we actually know that the token is expired is through here. So when this auth JWT gets called, express JWT gets called, and express JWT takes the access token, or it takes the access token from the header of the request, and it checks, and if it's expired, it doesn't push the person through. It throws an error. The error that it throws when when anything happens here, anything goes wrong here, would be an unauthorized error. And when the JWT is also expired, when the token is also expired, we also get the same unauthorized error thrown, because this is the only error that this person throws, mostly the only error that I've seen personally. Now when it's an expiry issue or a validity issue, it throws the error of a message that contains the words or the phrase JWT expired. So in that case, we can go ahead and catch every error that comes through or that is being sent up. So when that happens, it's going to send an error, and we're going to catch that error with this. So it will be an async function called error handler, and we can take the error, we can take a request, response, and we can take the next. So we can call this on our own. Nice. So with this, I think I actually need the JSON web token. JWT require JSON web token Nice. Nice. Now what we're going to do is we're going to check if the error.name is equal to unauthorized error. So now that we're very sure that it's an unauthorized error, we know where it's coming from. So what next we're going to check for is if the message contains the words or the phrase JWT expired. But I don't want to go ahead and do that here and say maybe and error.message.include. Why? Because I actually want to do something different when it's not the case, right? So I'm just going to put an if statement in here. I could literally do that and then bring the error message or the rest of the errors, because that particular error that we're trying to fetch would be for the expired token error. But if we go ahead and do that, I'll have to handle every other error after this, and I just personally don't like doing that. I like to handle the other cases, like the else cases or the false cases, before I actually do the main implementation, so that I know I'm done with it. So in that case, I'm going to, if the error.message does not include, if it doesn't include the words or the phrase JWT expired, we return rest.status, and the status will be error.its_status. I think error's got a status. Dot JSON, and the type will be error.name. The message will be error.message. Nice. So this is what we do when there's a different type of error. We return its status and the message and the name and whatnot. So this has handled every other error, and we no longer care, but we still know that this is an unauthorized error. So, but then it's just not the JWT expired error in particular, right? So we're covering every other unauthorized error. Now else, sorry, we're still in here. So else, we go ahead and we try. And we can catch. So for the catch, I think we already have an error over here. So I'm going to call this, let's see, a refresh error. So return rest.status. Oh, come on. And this will be a 401.json, and we type unauthorized. Message will be refresh error.message. Nice. Now what are we trying? So we will first of all constant token header request.header, and we extract the authorization from it. So this is the authorization token that's expired. Now we can say auth token will be token header, which could be null. So if it's not null, it'll split, and we split it by space, and we get the first part of it. Sorry, the second part of it. That is, it usually contains the word bearer with a space and then the mumbo jumbo. So we split it by space and remove. You could also go ahead and do dot replace bearer, but yeah, there's also a different way of doing it. So moving on, we can let the token to be await. Can't spell. Await token dot find one. So we have to import token dot find one. We find it by the. Let's find it by its access token. Let's just call this access token so we can do the same. So this is just meant to be found by the access token, that we can point it to the auth token. But I can literally just rename this to access token, and we can have a single value. Perfect. And we also need the refresh token. Well, this is where it gets a bit complicated. So we want to make sure that the access token's refresh token exists. So we can do that by using the exists hook, right? So we can do this by passing an object. You can check if a field exists by passing an object and giving the $ exists true. We're going to see more of this style of querying the database in later examples, like in the products example and the rest of them. But this is essentially how we check if something exists. So moving on, so we're checking to make sure that the access token is equal to what we fetched and the refresh token exists. So if the refresh token doesn't exist, then it means we can't refresh the access token. But if it exists, we can refresh the access token. So the next thing that we're going to do would be to check if, as always, the token is not null. If there's no token, return response.status 401.json and the type. I could literally copy this, but yeah, super lazy. Being so lazy. Now the message, sorry, will be token does not. Let's be formal instead of saying doesn't. Let's say does not exist. Nice. And we can save so that it formats automatically. Nice. I'm also leaving spaces between these just to make my code a bit more readable. Right, so moving on, we can find the user, which will be equal to jwt.verify, and we're verifying the refresh token, so .refresh token. So we're trying to make sure that the refresh token that we just fetched, or the token that we've just fetched, which contains surely a refresh token, because if there's no refresh token, this will be null. It won't return it. It will just throw this undefined, and then if this is undefined, we return. But at this point, we're very sure that we've got a token, and that token's got a refresh token. So we're trying to verify that that refresh token has not expired yet, and it's still valid, and it's a proper refresh token. And we can get that from process.env. That is the secret of it. .refresh token secret. Hopefully I spelt that right, because this person doesn't have compile time, so you'll never know when you've made a mistake. Alright, so after that we can fetch a new access token. Now to explain this, what this is actually doing, the reason why I've called it user is because the jwt.verify, the verify function actually verifies the validity of a token we've passed with using the secret, and it returns you the payload of the token. So this will actually bear the user's ID and is admin, because these two things were what we set in the token as its payload. So it contains the user's data. We could just go and say user's data, but if you read this as secret, you can also even see that it returns a jwt.jwt, right? It's a jwt payload, and it synchronously verifies given token using a secret or a public key to get a decoded token. So it decodes the token and saves that, or returns that payload, and we're saving it here. So we're going to use that new payload and create a new access token. That will be jwt.sign. And we're signing a new access token, and what we're doing is we're setting the ID to still be the user.id, that is the old ID, because we believe at this point it's the same as admin, always be the same, user.isAdmin. But this could actually be faulty, because what if there's a malicious actor who has gotten access to the token and changed the isAdmin to be actually isAdmin, and we're creating a fresh token with this existing user and setting their isAdmin to be that. So we could go ahead and just try and fetch the user from the server, and if that user exists and we get their isAdmin property, so that will be a lot more secure. So let's actually go ahead and do that. So this could be the user data, and over here we can await the actual user, constant user will be equal to await, and that will be equal to user dot find by ID, and that will be user data.id. What am I doing? Nice. And then if there's no user, we can return response.status 404, and that'll be .json, and that'll be message. Well, let's not directly call them out on it. Let's just say invalid user. So if that is not the case, then we can get the isAdmin property from the user.isAdmin, right? And we can also get their ID from that. So moving on, we can set that. This is the new access token, and yeah, what am I missing? So we sign a new token with the ID. Yeah, and then we also need a secret, right? Yes, so we need a secret. So that'll be process.env. Got sidetracked there for a bit. It will be you, but with access token. Yes, access token secret. We can save this. It should split. Nice, perfect. And then finally, excuse me, we can go ahead and set. Oh, well, I actually forgot to set its expiry. So this is an access token which will also expire in. Let's see. Expires in, and that should set it 24 hours expiry. Now we set the request headers, right? So the person has made a request, right? They made a request, and that request, this already carried the token in the header, authorization token. Now we're going to replace the old access token with a new access token that was just generated in the request headers, because after doing this we're going to call next, which pushes it to the endpoints that we're actually trying to visit, and that endpoint can freely do its work knowing that the token that it bears at the top of it is actually valid. So this is why I'm replacing the access token in the request authorization headers, which will be equal to the new bearer with new access token. Nice. Now after doing that, nice, yeah, we could go ahead and then update this already existing token in this one right here. No, where is it? This. We could go ahead and update this, right? But there's two ways we can actually go about this. Why am I setting this as let? This should actually be a constant. I don't know. I'm not changing it anywhere, am I? No, I'm not. So yeah, it should be a constant. So now we have two ways of doing this. One which we've already done before, which would be token, not access token. We set it to be the new access token, and then we do await token, not save. But there's also another way that you can do this, and that is to await the token dot update one, and you tell it what field or what particular token you're trying to find. You can tell it that by hinting a particular field. So the field that we want to identify the token by would be their ID. So any token that bears underscore ID to match the old token.id, we update that field with this new data, and that data will be the access token field. We want an access token field to be updated with a new access token, and in this case we don't use .save, we use .execute, and that is it. So we can save this. Now we're not quite done. One more thing that I'd like to do would be to set the response headers, response.set authorization, the authorization headers. We want to set that to be set authorization to be bearer, and it will carry the new access token. Nice. So why am I doing this? So we already know why I've done this, because we're pushing to the next request, to the actual request they're making, and we want it to carry the proper authorization headers. But then this is a response. So this would have been the normal flow if we weren't handling this thing server side, right? If we weren't handling this server side, the client, being our Flutter client, would make a new request. If we weren't handling this here, it would be, the request will be answered with an error, an authorized error that was from there. Now, what the client will have to do would be to check every single request. Now, either ways, we're still going to be checking every single request, but then either way, in this case, they're going to be checking every single request for an error that says check if that is if it throws an error. So they'll only do this if there's an error. So check if error contains JWT expired. Right, if it does, they will make a new request for a new token, and then they will get response, and then they will take that new access token and then save the new access token, and then make the old request again. This request, they will have to make it again. Make request, initial request with new token. So you see all they have to do. But with this new style, the only thing that you'd have to do would be to make a request. Now, for each request, whether there's an error or not, you want to check. So in this case, we're sending the authorization in every response. So what we actually do is, if there's an error, that is an authorized error because the token is expired, we refresh the token, and then we go ahead and actually answer their request with a proper response. So we actually push this down to the proper endpoint they're trying to visit. So if they're trying to fetch users, we actually go ahead and fetch them the users, because now they've got a new authorization token, a new access token. We fetch them the users, and when we send that response, we set an authorization header back to them. So what they can do is check every request, check every response rather, check if the response, whether it's got an error or not, check if response carries carries new token essentially. So if any response carries a new token, it means their old token got expired, and we refresh it in the server and push them a new one, and that is it. So they just do this, and then they just skip and save the token that they've got. So they check and save, right, if it exists. So this is all in one. They don't have to make a new request and save this. So we're skipping 2 steps, right? So after that, they just simply, that is it. They check if response carries a new token, and that is it. There's nothing else to do. So on the next request, when they're making a new request, they will simply check their storage and fetch whatever access tokens lives in the storage, and they've already replaced the old access token with a new access token, and that is it. So they're set. You see, there's only 2 things to do. So this is why I've done it this way. This is why I decided to handle it server side. So we sent that response to them with the new authorization header, and we'll return next, as always, in our middlewares. So we could go ahead and export this module. Module.export will be equal to the error handler function. Sorry. Yes, so we're exporting this. What's the matter? Yeah, there's no problem. It's just freaking out on me. So now over here, where is that? Sorry, this app.js. What we actually want to do is to put this particular new middleware after the auth JWT. After, remember, after, don't put it before. The reason being error handler is remember that, and we don't want to invoke it. Remember that this person is the reason why we even needed this. So if this person throws an error, and when it calls next, it's going to pass it to the next middleware or the next thing. In this case, if there was no middleware, it will be this, right? So it'll go ahead and pass it to the next reasonable route. So in this case, if we didn't have this here, if we had it before you, this person would run and there would be no errors to catch because there was no errors thrown from here. Now it would call next and come to this person, right? And this person will find an error, throw it, but there's no error handler after it. So the only thing after it would be any other endpoint here that matches the request, whatever request was made. So in that case, we want this to always be after the auth JWT, so it catches its errors and handles them. Now in that case, we're going to spin up Postman and try to make a request. But before that, all of the endpoints so far that we've got are authentication endpoints, and all of them have been excluded from this because we want them to be without access tokens. There's no point to asking for an access token when someone's trying to log in or register, forgot their password. They probably don't have an access token at that point, so the only time we want it is for other endpoints. So we don't have any other endpoints right now, so I'm going to create one, and that could be app.use, no, not use, get, and that could be you. Right, and that will be users, and we want to get a new user, get all the users that exist in the server. So, right, and then we can go ahead and request response. So this is just for the test. And finally we can return. The reason why I'm returning something actually is to show you that what I said was true about this person completing the request no matter what happens. So regardless of the error, the request will actually come through with a response, with a proper response, instead of throwing an error. And then in a response we will have a new header. So response.send or the JSON will carry a list, and it will bear one user, and the name will be Paul, and organization will be the best tech, and their age will be 150. Yes. Let's go ahead and spin up Postman and try to do it on Postman. While trying to start my server, I've noticed an error, and I noticed these imports are going down. I don't know why that was happening, because I personally didn't import them that way. So let's go ahead and put them at the top. Save. Yeah, server starts perfectly now. So let's wait for that to connect to database, and we've got this person. So we're going to send the first request. Socket hang up. What's the matter? $3,000. What happened? The error handler error.status was not. Oh yeah, I found this thing, error.status, where I've done this. Three R's. I put 3 R's. Alright, again, stop the server and run it again. No, stop. Clear. npm start. Connected, alright. Run again. Nice, so we've got an authorized error, and the status code was 401 from that status, and you can see no authorization tokens found. Now this was thrown to us because it was not a JWT expired error, and that is because we didn't pass any authorization tokens, which it needed one for. So I'm going to pass it a bearer token. And for this, I'm actually just going to save this as a variable. So that way, every other endpoint, we don't have to type, when we're testing every other endpoint, you don't have to type the token or copy paste the token every time. You can just easily do this access token. Right, and you can get it. So in that case, I'm going to go to my database, and database, go to tokens. Yeah, I'm ignoring that totally. And then in the tokens, I will find the only token that I've got. What? We've got 2 different tokens for 2 different users. 8E3 would be my very first one, I think. Alright, so we want it for this person, Roxy. So let's do it with Roxy. Roxy's one is this. So I know this access token is expired because we've created this more than 24 hours ago. So cancel, I could paste that here, right? But I can actually highlight all of this and do save as a variable, set as a variable. And I'm going to set as a new variable, and this will be access token. The scope will be ecom environment, set variable, and that is it. So now the access token is just this. So I'm going to make a request with an expired token, send, and you can see it actually comes through, right? It comes through, but in the response, where is it? I think it's right here in the console, right? So this was it. This is the one that I've just done, get with 200. You can see that in the response there's an authorization over there. As you can see, it bears the new token. This is not the same as the token that I just had. It bears a new token. Now, all the client has to do would be to copy this and save it. Now, in the client section, he can, in the Flutter client, we can easily get access to this and just they can save it. Now, if I go ahead, as you can see, the request actually went through. It is a throw an error. But if I go ahead and remove the error handler, let's say I never wrote an error handler and I'm letting the client do it by themselves, and I save this. Waiting for the connecting to DB. Right, done. Alright, so if the client went ahead and made a request, you'd see this error. Unauthorized JWT, it's very ugly as well. Visualize. Sorry, preview. Yeah, so unauthorized error, JWT expired. And this is what they're going to get. And they will have to make a new request for refreshing the token. As I already explained all of that. You already know what I'm talking about. But in that other way, we get what we're looking for. Now, if they're making the request with a proper token, you will see that the authorization header, it doesn't get sent at all. Now, how about we try making the request? Let me clear this, and we try actually putting in the error handler. Right, save this, put in the error handler, but then we make the request with a fresh token. Let me close this down this way. Right, so we send this. Token does not exist. Oh yeah, so you can see I'm still using the very old token. This the one that I saved to the access token, but that one got overwritten. Right, it got overwritten when the new token got generated. So in the database, that one, it got changed. So you can see this one, it ends with 5ik. That is what it ends with. If I refresh this, you will see that the new token does not end with 5ik. It now ends with VOW. So this is a new token. We'll go ahead and copy this. So if I go ahead and make the request or try and replace this, so this is the access token, I can edit this and paste and hit enter, and that is it. Or you can just click away and that is it, it works. Now if I go ahead and make the new request with this, it will still go through, but it won't add any response headers, like any authorization in the response headers. And what is that taking so much time? It's ended with a 401, but it's not exiting. So somewhere I'm not calling next, am I? Alright, I just went through all of my code and I'm not missing next anywhere. Alright, I think why it's stuck in that infinite loop was because over here, whenever the error is not actually an unauthorized error, we're not doing anything. So in this case, I actually want to return next. Sorry, no, we want to return rest.status. Hopefully the error contains a status in this case. .json, and that will be, I just copy what we've got at the top. It will simply be this. Nice. Alright, let's try that again. Now, I think the reason why this is actually even failing is because I made a mistake when pasting my authorization error. So my authorization token, my access token. Invalid status code undefined. Yeah, so in this case, it's actually not giving us a status. So we can do this as 404. Right, let's send this. So you can see type error, and the message was auth header starts with is not a function. Why did I do that? So the problem comes from auth header starts with. Right here, it's rather a capital W. Boom. So, oh my days. This is why I don't like JavaScript at all. It could have literally screamed at me and underlined it red and said, "Oh, you used a capital letter here. You used a lowercase letter instead of a capital one." So there we go. After JavaScript wasted all my time, this is it. So it works with the new access token that I've just pasted. But then you can also see, wait, let me clear the console because we've done a lot of requests, and let's send this again. Now you can also see that over here, the response headers rather, that was the request header, but the response headers no longer bear any authorization headers. There's no authorization field in the response, but if it was expired and we generated a new one, it will bear it over there. So this is it for that endpoint. Moving on. Let's go ahead and handle the user's endpoint. With that done, I can, in good faith, clear that bit out, and we can move on to users. So we start from the route. Let's make sure that's in there. New file, users.js. Right, now for the users route, as always, to declare our route, we start with a router, and that will be constant router. So first express, require express, nice. So then we have a router.get. Now the first thing would be to get users, right? So it will be users / but with a get. So users / user controllers, users controller dot get users. So we will create that after. So in here, new file, that will be users.js. Nice. And then after this, we can module.export to be equal to the router. Beautiful. And then the controller, so it will be constant users controller require, and we go / controllers, and that will be users. Done. So we have get users. We also have router dot get, and we're getting a particular user, so that will be users / ID, the ID of the user. So that's a variable. So users controller dot get user by ID. I'm going to call it that. So we also have router dot get there. What else could we know? I think that's all the getting we can do. Let's put that is update to users information. That would be, so that would be users / their ID, and then you use the update or the put method, and that will users controller dot update user. Now that is it for the user particularly. Now we will also have other user functionalities that I would love to live under user. So we would, for example, getting the user's wish list. I would actually love the endpoint to be something like this: user / the user's ID, right, / their wish list, and it will be a get request. So get this endpoint. Right, so it will be a get request that does this user / so I would also want those to live under the users route. So we would also have get user wish list. We would have add to wish list, because to add to wish list I would want it to be a post that goes to the users / the users ID / their wish list and post to that endpoint. Alright, so we would also have deleting from a wish list. We would have cart functionalities that come under here because they're related to the user. Alright, so in that case, this is just a tentative version of this file. It will change later on. It will grow as the functionalities grow. It will also even have getting the payments profile for the user, and that's when we introduce Stripe. Yeah, so let me save this for now and also go to my, sorry, that was app.js, didn't mean to close that. So go to app.js, and over here we have to constant users router require routes slash users. All right, and finally we have app.use API slash users. So whenever they try to visit this, it will be the API v1 slash users slash the very next thing, either an ID or whatever else they need to do. All right, so in that case we have this bit and we're users router. Perfect. Nice. All right, so moving on. Save. Nice. We can close this and that, and we need both of them. So let's start working on controllers. So first I need get users by ID, update user. So over here we will have exports dot get users, which will be called an async with the requests and the response. This will be pretty simple because we're just fetching the user from the database. Right. So we're getting all users essentially. So do we even need the request? I don't think in that case we will need the request. So replace with underscore because we're getting all users. We don't need to know any details from the request. We have exports.get user by ID. Async. We definitely will use the request in this case. And then finally, I think it was, what is it? Update user, exports.update user. Nice. Alright, so yeah, this is it. So what are we doing here? Let's just speed through this. No need to explain. So we will try. And we will catch, catch comes here. So let me copy the other version of catch so we can console.error all of our problems. So not only the user will be aware of the issues, we also will on our end. So finally constant users will be equal to await user dot find, and we find all users. However, when we're sending all users over to the client, right, I don't even know why the client would actually need this. It should be an admin functionality, but I don't think the client will use it. But in that case, we want to only show their name, email, and their ID, and maybe if they're an admin. Right, we don't need any other information because what exactly are we getting all users for? What are we using it for on the client side? If we're going to display it, we'll probably just need their name, email, and ID, and that's it. So in that case, we can use something called select. So select lets you include certain properties that you want to be part of the document. So certain properties of the documents that you want to be part of the response essentially. And you can use either addition or subtraction. So when you want to add a property that you want to be part of it, you can just type in the name of it separated by spaces, so email, ID, and is admin. Now if you want to exclude a property, say for example we just wanted all properties but with the exception of the password, so we can say minus password hash, right, and that is it. So when you use this name, for example, it just means when you use a positive version, it means give me only these things that I've mentioned. But when you use a negative, it means give me everything except for whatever I've mentioned in negative. So email, ID, is admin. That's the only thing that we need. Probably. We're never going to use it, but it's just there just in case. Now, is the users is empty. Return arrest.status 404.json message will be users not found. Else will return rest.json users, and that is it. We're not testing most of these endpoints because of time, right? We don't want this tutorial to last 40 hours. Try, and then in this case we copy and we paste, and we have constant user will be equal to await. Hopefully I awaited the previous one. Yes, I did. User.find by ID, and it will be request.params, because remember what I told you before, this will come in the request.params, but anything that comes in the question mark or the ampersand will be the query parameters. So in this case we have a variable called ID in there. So if that variable is actually, say, user ID, we'll also reference it as params.userid, but since it's ID we can just say ID, and that will be it. Alright, so request.params.id, and in this case, we've got the user and we just want to select, and in this case we're excluding certain stuff. Yeah, so we want everything except for the password hash minus the password hash minus, no commas, minus their reset password OTP if it exists, OTP, and minus what else could we exclude? Minus reset password OTP expires. So these are the things that we want excluded. Now if there is no user, return rest.status to be 404.json, and it will contain a message that says user not found. Now it can just simply return rest.json user. Alright, let's go ahead and see if that worked. So it will be get users. I'm creating an endpoint for it, and it will be /users, and we're getting the user by a particular ID. Now I could go ahead and type in the ID. Say for example, you could type in the ID of the user. Let's copy one of our IDs. It will be you, Mr. Akinkaka. Alright, so we can use this and it would work, or we could go ahead and also do it the same way it looks on our route with the colon ID. Now you would notice that it's activated the params bit, so the params bit has been activated. If I remove that, the params bit does not get activated, but the moment I add that, it will get activated and the ID will become a key, and we can just simply pass it a value. So that way we could go ahead and do a send. It works either ways though, that's what I'm trying to say. So you can see user not found. What? So end of 289. Alright. Oh, sorry, I copied the ID of the token and not for the user. Right, paste, and that should get us our user, and you can see it doesn't contain the password hash and whatever else we didn't want it to contain. So moving on, we could go ahead and do the update user, and that should be pretty simple. So try and copy paste the catch. Done. So error handling on point. We can go ahead and extract the details of the user that we want to update, and the only details that we want to give the user access to update will be the name, email, and their phone. Now the reason why I'm particularly extracting these is because I'm going to pass the request body, which is the request body will include anything that the user wants to update. Right, so whenever we pass it raw down to the user.update or whatever we do, if we pass down the request body directly, it would mean that anything they pass in there, including their password hash, will simply be replaced. But in that case, I don't want that. I only want the specific things to be updatable. So in that case, I'm only going to select these things from whatever message they give to me. So if any of these things or extra are included, we're going to ignore the extra and fetch these only from the request body, and that is all I'm going to use. So we can constant user will be equal to await user.find by ID and update. Right, so we are doing two actions in one. So if we're getting and we're updating in one. So that would be the request.params.id. So updating a user with their ID, and the new data that we want to send will be their name, email, and their phone. So if any of these is actually not passed, it will not overwrite it on the server with undefined. It will rather skip it if it's not given here. So we can move on and say new is true. So what am I doing here? So setting, when you're using find by ID and update, if you want to get the new information or the fresh updated user or the fresh data, it could be anything, it could be token, it could be product, the fresh documents that has been updated after the update, you have to set new to be true. So it means it will return the new version of the document and add that to whatever variable that you're collecting it in. So when we go ahead and we check, oh come on bruv, when we go ahead and we do if, it will be if there's no user, meaning the update never went through and there was no new data to return, we return res.status 404.json oopsies, and that will be message user not found. Alright, so and then we return res.json the new user, so this will return the new user's data. So if we went ahead and we try this here and change it to a per, it's basically the same thing, and we went ahead and we included watch what happens. Where is it? So this is the current data. Let me expand this a little bit. So the current data includes their ID, name, email, their phone, and there is admin. Right, so if I went ahead and tried to change, say for example, their name, so I'm going to do all of the things that I said. I told you that if I excluded, say for example, the email, it will not touch the email. But if I touch the name and it changed the name to be, let's see, the best tech, but I didn't touch the email, it will actually not change the email, replace it with undefined. Now, what else did I mention? I also mentioned that when you add extra information, it will only take the information that I've highlighted I need. For example, is admin. You can't change their admin property from here, from the update. So the only place you can change it again manually. So what else have I mentioned? Yeah, it will also get us the new document, so watch for the name change. So when we send this, if I saved, yes I've saved, so it will actually update and get me the new document. Alright, and you can see as admin remains false. Oh my days, it's actually returning them the password hash in the response. So we actually want to exclude that password hash in the response, and we could do that by, where is it? Where are you? Right here, we could go ahead and do user dot password hash will be equal to undefined, and we don't save it in the server. If we don't do await user dot save, it won't set it to undefined in the server. It will only set it to undefined in a local copy that we've got, and it will send that local copy. So we can save that, and we can go ahead and chain this back to Paul, and we can save, send. It changes it back to Paul, but we can see the password hash has been excluded. So that is working perfectly. So finally, this is it. We're going to talk about admins. So for that, we're creating a route first. New file will be admin.js. Now, the admins will have quite a number of functionalities under the belt. So, but before that, let's instantiate a new express require express router. express.router. Nice. And then we can module, come on mate, yeah, .exports router. Perfect. Alright, so we have quite a number of functionalities for the admin. The first bit will concern the users. The second bit will concern categories. And the third bit, I think, will concern orders. No, products, then orders. Now, for each of these, we already have a user model. Categories will also need its own model. Products will also need its own model, and orders will also need its own model. Right? But before that, let's go ahead and write the route for each of them. So we will put all of them in one controller called the admin controller, and so I don't actually want to split them up, right? Put the admin functionalities for categories into the main categories controller, and then access it through categories controller dot so functionality, right? So I actually want all of them to sit under a special controller called admin controller. So in that case, we will constant admin controller will be equal to require controllers, and we will have the admin.js. Perfect. Now from there we can actually do user functionality like router.get, and that will be users/count to get the number of users. Admin controller dot get user count, and that will be users at a particular ID, and we want admin controller dot delete user. Then for categories, I think that's enough for users. For categories, we can have router dot post, and that will be categories to add a category to the virtual market, and that will be dot add category. Nice. Still not done with category. We also have router.puts to update a particular category. Categories, and that will be update a category that sits at categories category slash categories. No, it will be rather admin, because we're in the admin route. So the route will actually start with https. Let's see, the domain could be thebesttech.com.market.biz, then slash admin slash, in this case, categories at a particular ID, and that will be, say, I don't know, it could be any ID at all. So this is what I'm looking to get. So this is why I'm putting, for example, users before in here, because normally it would sit in app.js in this manner. So in this case, it's just going to be an admin route, and that would be app.use the API slash admin, and we have the admin router require routes admin. Nice. And we have the admin router. Perfect. So over here we've got this, and it will be get me or update a category at the categories slash the ID of the category, and we have the admin controller dot edit category, and we have router dot delete to delete a category. Also only exclusive access categories slash ID admin controller dot delete category. Nice, and then we do the same for order and do the same for products. So this bit will only be used for changing an order status, right? So, and this bin can't edit the user's order or a customer's order. The moment you've placed an order, no one has to write to reduce the quantity, to change the price or whatever, right? The only thing they can actually change would be the order status, and we're going to see that in the actual implementation in the controllers. That is, how that would work. I'm actually putting that in the products section instead of in the order section. My bad. So also notice how I've put the count first before the ID, so that way it doesn't. If you remember what I told you before, always put these sort of route before, else it will. If this came first and you were trying to access count, it would fall to this person, but then pass in the ID as a count, and that wouldn't work because we're not trying to change the order status, the status of an order with ID count. That's not what we're trying to do. So in that case, always put this first so it hits here, because when you send it with an ID, it will check and the ID doesn't match count, so it moves on and finds the one that uses a variable, else it will pass a variable to it. So moving on, products. Products would have quite a few. So that's first of all router.get. We get the count of products. Admin controller.get products count. Router.post products slash. We're doing admin controller dot add a product. Router.put product slash ID, and that will be admin controller dot edit product. Router.delete products slash images. Admin controller dot delete product images. You can put all of these into the same essentially. You could put just deleting the entire product line, or editing. Actually, so the reason why I've created a separate route for those, because I didn't think it was friendly to the client. And by that, I actually don't mean the user as a client, I mean the developer client. The developer who writes the client code, in this case it's us, but I also didn't think it was friendly, or it would give a good developer experience to let them handle deleting images while updating the product, because editing product would mean they'd have a dashboard and they could click and it will delete. The user or the admin can click on the delete button on the image, so the images will be displayed on one part of the dashboard and you can click to delete. The moment you click that, if they send a put request, it will be difficult to actually know that the put request is actually trying to delete from an array that lives in the database. There's almost certainly no way of telling us that unless we split that into a separate endpoint, which would be for deleting images, and then you tell us the images that you want to delete and the products that you want to delete those images on, so that way we can find those images and delete them. So this is what I'm trying to do. Now you could go ahead and also do the same thing for a particular image. In that case, they'd only need to pass you the image ID or the image URL, and you could probably find it in your local database or in your server when it's live. But in our case, this was just for the tutorial purpose, just to show you how that would function, right? Because it doesn't make any sense to put in the put, else they'd have to maybe construct a query to delete a particular image, right? So router.delete products So this bit will delete the entire product, and in there we will actually delete every image linked to the product before we delete it. So that's it from admin functionality. So moving on, we're just going to create the model. So I'm just going to create the model for every model that we're ever going to need, all of them, right? So that way we can just simply move on and know everything that we're expecting further down the line. In the models folder, I'm creating new files, and we have, first off would be, what is it, category.js, and then we have the order.js. We have the product.js, and yeah, I think we will actually have sub models for certain or for some models, so we will see those when we start implementing them. But let's start from the category first off. So the category itself will have, let's import the schema and the model from mongoose consts. Nice. And then finally we have a category schema, which will be a schema. And finally we export category, and we create a model, and now we'll have the category and the category schema. Nice. Then in here we have the name, which will be of type string. Required is true. Color will be of type string. Default will be, let me give it black 00000. The image, so a category could have an icon, so that's what I'm calling image, but it could be the icons can't be saved in a database because in Flutter we don't have we can't pass Flutter's icons over to the database and pass them back to Flutter's icons when we get them back. So in that case, also we will also need an admin dashboard in some time in the future. So at that point, what if the admin dashboard was not built with Flutter as well? So the icons will not translate over. So in this case, I actually wanted it to be a string, a URL of an image, right? And it's required. So that way it's quite universal and you can use it anywhere or on any platform. So moving on, I actually want to add another attribute to the category, because think about this. Imagine that we have a category, and where is our admin route? And over here we've got a delete category. Now categories are tied to product, so each product belongs to a category or multiple categories for that matter. Imagine that the admin decides to delete a category. When they delete it, any products that are hinged or linked to that category will have issues, right? And yeah, when we're displaying them, fetching that category or that category's details to display them like their name, because the products will actually be linked to categories by the category ID, because each category has an ID. Yeah, so we'll link them by their IDs. So in such a case, it will be an issue if you go ahead and deleted them. So we don't want a case where someone deletes it and it no longer exists. So what we do, or I personally want to do, would be to mark them for deletion, and then we register something called a cron job, which is simply a command or any scripts that we've written. We make it execute in certain intervals. So say we could give a cron job or write a script that will run every 12 midnight, and say every 12 midnight scan the database and find categories that have been marked for deletion. So we could put a marked for deletion flag on type will be boolean, and the default will be false. So the job will run every 12 midnight and scan the database for every category. Scan the database and the categories collection and find every category that's been marked for deletion. It's got that flag on it and it's set to true. Then it checks if there's any products attached to it. It doesn't do it. But if there's no products attached to it, it totally goes ahead and wipes it. Right? So also, if a product or if a category has been marked for deletion, then when an admin is adding a new product, we don't show the category. Like, we don't fetch the categories for them. So before we actually display categories to the admin, we check the ones that are marked for deletion on the UI, and then we sort those and we don't show them. So that way they don't attach more products to ones that have already been marked for deletion. Right, so this is how this system would work, because we're trying to build production ready apps. It's not just a dummy e-commerce app. It has to be production ready. So this is how I would go about it. So moving on, I think this is it for categories. Next up, let's handle the order. We're going to do the same thing. It would just simply be constant schema and model. You can just copy paste it from here if you wish to, but I'm just going to do all of it. Or let's actually copy paste. It's a lot faster. We just edit. So this would be order, this becomes order, and this becomes order schema. So order schema will be equal to a schema that contains, so what the orders contain, they contain the shipping address. So let's see, let's just call that shipping address, and the type will be string, required will be true, and then the city, so the shipping address would be the street address, basically, like let's say 2345 something drive or something avenue. Then finally we have the city. You could go ahead and make all of these an address object, but we're going to do that on the client. On this bit, I just want them to be separate. I don't want to have to create a lot of objects. True. We have postal code, which would be a string, and it can also be null. So we have the country, which will be of type string, required will be true. Then we have the phone, and the phone will also be of type string, and it will be required true. And then finally, after or because of the sort of format or the sort of payment gateway that we're using, that will be Stripe. We will have a payment ID attached to each order. That is the ID of the payment, and Stripe will provide that for us. So when they complete a payment on Stripe, we will fetch an ID for that particular payment and attach it to an order. So in that case, payment ID will be string. Now, if the person has not yet completed a payment for the order will still be in, say, a processing state or a pending state, and it's not paid yet. And then the payment ID will actually be null. That is why I'm making it nullable, because they haven't completed the payment yet, but the order stands. Now the status can be one of many things here. So the status can be type string. This simply means that the status can be anything at all. It means the status can be, it can be pending, it can be delivered and whatnot. But with this style of declaring a status, it's too open, yeah, because with this we're just telling it that it should accept any string at all. So meaning someone can actually just go ahead and say set the status. An admin can simply just say set the status to I don't care. I do not care about your order. And it would actually work. It would actually set it to be that. But we don't want that, so we want to restrict the status. So it's of type string, but it must adhere to a pattern. In order to do that, we can give it an enum and say the string, it must be a string, but then it must be contained within this enum. So in mongoose, you can pass in a property the same way we're passing required and a type and default. You can also pass in an enum, and you pass in that enum to tell the constraints of the string what it must be within, and that would be, it could be from pending to processed. It could be processed will be for paid. When they've paid, it gets the process status because the order has been paid for and processed. You could go ahead and add a separate payment status, but I'm not doing that. And then we have out for delivery, and we can also have delivered, and we also have cancelled, and on hold in case something happens, and we have expired. We can save that, and we can set this to be required, so the status must be present every time we create an order, and the default will simply be pending. Remember, the type of this is a string, not a list, but we're saying the string must be contained within this enum. So whatever string you're going to pass must be part of this, else it will throw an error. So now we also want to be able to track the status history, because we want the user to be able to click on an order and see the history. If you've ever used Amazon, it's got the history where it's gone through, what day that it went through that particular history. So now for the history, so status history. Now the status history, I'd actually personally, if I was creating my own e-commerce application, it would rather be of type, so right now it's going to be of type a list of string. We want it to be a list of string. Now this is a different way of declaring a list of something in your mongoose schema. The other style that we saw was this, and this was simply because we wanted to declare objects, a list of objects. This was a simpler way of doing it for objects, and this is a simpler way of doing it for this. Now the type must also be within this enum thingy, right? So required true, and default will be pending. Right, so but then in my I was trying to say something, and that was that if it was my personal, or if I was going through production on this, I would probably want to make this rather a list of objects, and each object would then contain the status, and then the status will contain, let's see pending, and the pending will carry let's see the date that it entered pending, and that could be dates.now, and then we can have the date entered pending, so start date, and then we could also have the date that it exited pending. End date would be date, that could be type date. This was also going to be type, and this will be the default, so it will be type date time date, and the default will be date or whatever. But I don't think in this case it should have a default, because by the time you're creating an order, you're not the one setting this. So we could do that over in our controllers. We set the value for the start date over at our controllers, and when we're switching to different status, we go over to status history and set the end date for the last status. So you could do this totally, but in the case of the UI that we have, we don't need this. We don't need to know when the status got into a certain state. We don't even need a status history with the UI that we've got. But the only reason why I've put it there was because we promised a production ready app, and I just want to show you how to handle a case where you wanted to do a status history, and that is it. This is how you're going to do it. We're not going to use it, but I'm just going to leave it in there in case you want to copy it later on. So, and then finally we can have the total price. The total price will be a number. It could be, should it be required? The total price, yeah, we could create the order without the total price, because in our case, we only create the orders after the person's paid for it. So even this payment ID should be compulsorily, or we're very sure that it will always not be null, because we only create it when the payment's gone through, because of how the Stripe payment flow works. And also the same for the total price, because by the time that we create the order, they've paid for it, so the total price is basically set. But in your case, you might not be using Stripe for the checkout as your payment gateway. You might be using something different. So in that case, your payment ID can be null, because you create the order and then you make them make the payment. If they don't complete the payment, the order can remain in pending with the payment ID as null or undefined, and the total price is still undefined because they haven't completed the payment yet, right? Because they could come back and the payment total price could increase because of taxes and all that. So you don't want to calculate that till they've completed the payment. So in that case, it could be null while the order exists. Now, finally, we have the user. The user will be of type schema.types.object ID, and it will refer to the user collection. And finally, the date ordered. When did you order it? It would be of type date. Default will be date.now. Allow it. Yes. Then finally, there's something missing here. It's the order items. What are they ordering? Because this just contains the order information, the information about where they're going to, what the status is, the total price. But it doesn't tell us what they're ordering. So in that case, we need to order items. It should be the first, actually, order items. And now, but I left it for last because I have to explain how it would work. Now, the order items would be a list. Yeah, it would be a list of order item objects. So we would have order item.js. Now it would be a list of these sort of objects. Now the order item would be a list of type of schema.types.object ID, and its reference would be the order item collection, and then the required would be true. Nice. So this is what the order items look like. Then this is it for the orders. Now we have to go and create the order items. Now what are the order items going to look like? Let's copy what we've got so far from order, and that would be my schema definition or instantiation. And that is it for the export. And we could go ahead and create our that is order item schema, and you, my friend, would be the order item, and you would be the order item. Nice. So you finally have constant order item schema will be equal to the schema it would be products. Now the products that the order item is referring to. So the order item is just simply a product, right? But then it's no longer just a product from the products category, so from the products collection. It's going to be an order item because it will contain other things apart from the product details. For example, it would contain, let's start from the other details so you could get what I'm trying to say. It would contain a quantity that we're trying to order. So it's the same product, but the same product can have a number of quantities when you place the order. So you can order multiple quantities of the same product, and that will be of type number, and the default will be 1. Right, so now it's a product, but it's become an order. So for that reason, we need to have a reference to the product that it's talking about. Now this can simply be of type schema.types.object ID, and that object ID must refer to the product collection. So it will only search in the products collection for validation or for finding or for whatever operation you're carrying out on this object ID. And then finally we have the selected size. So the selected size could be null, because some products do not have selected sizes. They don't have sizes to select from, because this is a all-purpose shop and not just for a particular category. It's got different categories. It's got furnitures. So furniture furniture usually have sizes and forms of dimensions, but let's see, a laptop, even a laptop has sizes. Let's see, I don't know, toilet paper or something. It could tissue papers and glasses. Glasses don't have sizes, so those can totally be null. We also have selected colors. Some things don't have colors, so we could also leave those as not. And we also want them as string and not as and the sort of string that I'm talking about would be this hash 0000000, because we're assuming that the admin should be able to see the orders. So what if the admin dashboard was built as a web app or a website and it wasn't built with Flutter? Then we'd also need to have access to the color hex, and that should come in that format. Now finally, this might work, but remember, production ready application, and that entails, or that makes us wonder, in a real case scenario, a product could be deleted, right? But then the order still lives. So let's say they've placed an order and the order's gone through, it's been delivered, but they also have to see their order history. So in that case, they'll keep fetching their order history, and when they fetch it, the product, right? The product, we will fetch the new link or the new name or the new image of the product as it currently is on the database. So that way, when they want to reorder, they can literally click on it and it could take them to the correct product, because with the ID and all that. Yeah. So in that case, this would totally work. But imagine that the product has been deleted. So if the product has been deleted, when they're fetching their order history, they're not going to be able to find the products, because the order history would want to populate the order item with the order item's image, that is the product's image, its price at the time or something, or anything at all. It could also want to try and find the product by its ID. Right, so these things will fail. These things will cause a 404 or 400 error. So in that case, we want to persist certain properties of the product in the schema itself, in the order item schema itself. So that way we don't totally depend on this person. So even if the product gets deleted later down the line, they can still see the product's image, its name, and its price, right? Without having to go through that. Without having to go through 400s and all that, or having to not see the order item again because we can't find the product. So in that case, we want to persist the product's name, and this would be the product. Let me just copy this and change it, because it's literally the same. And finally the product price, so this would be product image, and finally this is the product price, and this bit will be a number, right? So that way the client will always have these whenever this no longer exists. But then if this exists, we will update the name and the image, right? So this is how this could work. Now in the case of orders, we're assuming that we always want to show them the owed name and the owed image and the owed price that they had, without having to worry about this. But this would come in handy when they tap on the products to take them to the correct product page. The order product rather, so it can take them to the actual product page. But then these will come in handy for what I've just explained. This will also come in handy in the cart. So in the cart, in case the product name changes or the image changes or the price changes, we want to show that through the product link that we've got. But when the product gets deleted, we still want to have the product in their cart, but it will maybe turn grey or something, but then still having the image, the name and the price, and this will help us to achieve that. So in that case, we can move on to, we've done this, and that is product. So let's move on to the product itself. So the product, let's copy what we've already got, and that is you lot coming in handy. Remember, copy paste is very dangerous, so because I actually might forget to rename some of these and it will just end up failing. So we don't always want to do that. Now finally, I can go ahead and implement the products. Now for the products, we have a product schema will be equal to schema split, and we name would be of type string. Wide would be true. Description would be of type string. So I'm going to speed through this so you don't get bored. We're done with that, and we've got some very new things here. That would be one of such would be reviews. So we want reviews to live in a different collection, and we can reference all reviews related to this product in this product by just appending their ID. So this will only leave a list of IDs, and later on we can expand on that, or we can expand them when we're fetching them. I'll show you how to do that. And finally, we have the number of reviews, so that way we don't have to start counting the number of reviews on the client, or maybe we fetch all reviews and then we start counting them. We can fetch these separately. We also have the sizes, the colors. We've seen these before, these types before. We have category, so we've linked the category, and then we have this, the gender age category. So it's quite different than this. This could be furniture, shoes, dresses, and the rest of them. But this, you can see I've put an enum to say it's of type string, but it must be within these constraints. It must either be for men or for women. If it's for both of them, then it's going to be unisex, and then it could also be for kids. Now notice that I haven't made it required, because that is simply because it could be something like a furniture. Furniture doesn't have any gender or age restrictions, does it? No, it doesn't. So in that case, the gender age category for some products will be null in that case. So finally, we have count and stock. How many of this product do we have in stock? Now you can also very clearly notice that we've got minimum and maximum. Now the minimum in any mongoose object simply means, for numbers, that is, for ones that are of type numbers, you can have minimum and maximum. Minimum will simply mean it cannot go, the value of this cannot go below whatever you pass in our case 0, and it also can't be above 255 in this case. So a product can have up to 0 to 255. When it goes to 0, we know it's out of stock, but when it gets to 255 and the admin is trying to add more, we don't let them add more into stock. We can only hold 255 counts for this product. So 255. So it depends on the actual use case, yeah. So because in an actual e-commerce store, it would depend on the warehouse and the space in the warehouse where you store your product, and how much of any product it can actually take. So if a particular product exceeds 255 in our imaginary warehouse, we can only hold 255. Now, this isn't all for it, though. This isn't all we have to do for products. Now, we have some advanced things to do for the products in particular. So I want to introduce you to the concept of hooks. So you can think of hooks as the one that I'm actually going to talk about is going to be the pre-save hook, but you can think about hooks as functions that you can attach to your schema. Yeah, so you can attach these functions to your schema and they can run before something or after something. You can specify what you want. Now the hook that we're looking at will be called the pre-save hook. So you can just simply imagine this as that little helper that will whisper, hey, before you save that data, yeah, let me do something real quick. So before you save, pre-save, hook me up, link me, and let me do something. I've got to do something real quick, and then you can go ahead and save. So this is what happens before we call save, because remember that in our controllers, where is it? Right there. Yeah, you can see this, user.save. So whenever someone calls save, before they save anything, so save would usually run, we usually do use save when we do an update. Yeah, so whenever we update something, we run save, and this is exactly when we want to run this function. So the function I'm personally trying to run would be to update or calculate the reviews and update the reviews field. So we don't want to have a case where because the reviews will happen after a user leaves a review, and that doesn't concern the product. It doesn't concern the product's controller. Yeah, that will happen in a reviews controller. So in a reviews controller, if we change the review of a product and then we hit product.save, we don't want to have to go ahead and do the calculation every time in our actual code or write the code in there, because the review can also change based on certain stuff. For example, someone has deleted their review. We don't want to go ahead and also run or write the code to recalculate the reviews again in the delete controller function, and then we don't want to have to do that in the update controller function as well. So we only want to do this once and for all, and we can add that directly in the schema, so that way we can say before every save command, we're very sure that we'll only call save when someone tries to update something in the schema. Right, so whenever we try to do the save, please do this before that. Sneak this function, and we could do that by saying the schema dot pre, and then pre what. So the first thing you can see, yes, so you can see the first thing would be the method that you're trying to catch, or the method that you're trying to do this before. So pre what. Now it could be something like pre update, pre remove, pre insert, pre find one, and pre-validate. Anything, any function you can think of, you can run on a mongoose object, a mongoose model. Yeah, let's see, find one, these things, you can actually hook them and then do something before them. And similarly, just as we've got the pre-hooks, we also have post-hooks. Post-hooks, as you assumed, or as I know that you know, post-hooks would run after a certain method that you've passed to it. So post this, do this for me. Post save, do this for me. So let's move on. We're doing pre-save. So pre-save, before you save anything, go ahead and run this async function I'm about to pass, and we have the next. We can take the next. Nice. So that way we can call next. So you could think of it like a middleware. It sits there just between your schema and the function that you're trying to run. So you could say if. Now we want to first of all check that the review's length. So we calculate the rating. Where is it? The rating based on the reviews, right? So if this dot reviews dot length is greater than 0, now, if it's greater than 0, we actually want to get all reviews in there, and in each review, we will actually have the rating for that review. So a review contains a comment and the rating for it. So depending on those ratings, we collect all ratings from each review, and we simply calculate a rating, a general rating for the product, right? So as the average. So in that case, we will actually need, because this reviews actually contains only IDs. Remember, I told you this simply means contain or collect only the IDs. We can only put IDs in here, like right? But it will be of type object ID. So we actually want to expand this reviews, and the only way we can do that is find the document that it links to and get me the details of that document. It would be to use the populate method. So that would be await this dot populate. So I'm simply saying before you save this, so before whenever we call product or save, first of all populate. So this won't affect what lives on the database or what you're sending to your user. This will happen just in here. It doesn't affect, so I'm just trying to say it doesn't affect whatever results you get out there when you save it. So it doesn't populate whatever you've got out there. If you only want IDs, it will still give you IDs out there when you save it and you collect the result for the save. So we say await populate. So this is, we're populating a particular field in the product schema, so that this refers to the product schema. We're saying populate the field reviews, so get me all the documents for those IDs. Now finally, I'm going to say constant total rating will be equal to this dot reviews dot reduce. I think we have a similar function in Dart, and that will give us the actual value and finally give us the review. So you can see the previous value, that is the one that we're starting with, and the current value, and then finally you could give it the current index as a number. So finally we have the actual value and then the review. Now we actually want to add the previous value plus the review dot rating, and we want it to start from 0. So in the first instance, it will be 0 plus the first review's rating. Let's say it's about 4. That will be 4. So the review becomes 4. Now the new actual value becomes 4, and it will become 4 plus the next review's rating. Let's say the next review would be 5. So it would be 4 plus 5, and that's 9. So, and it just keeps going on and on. So this is the total rating, not the average that we're looking for. And then finally, we can say this dot rating will simply be equal to the total rating divided by the total length. This dot reviews dot length by the total reviews, or the total number of ratings altogether. And that gets us the average, and this is the raw average. But then we actually want to ensure that the average is between 0 and 5, because ratings are usually 0.0 or 1.5 or 4.5 or 5.0. It never exceeds 5, so it's ranging from this to that. So in that case, this is the raw rating. This is the raw rating. So we actually want to take that raw rating and pass it or shrink it, right? Compress it to be within 0 to 5, so that way we can get the accurate realistic rating. So it will be this dot rating will simply be parse float, parse float, and that will be the float total rating divided by this dot reviews dot length dot to fixed 1. So we only want to get one decimal place after that. So it could be 5.0 or 4.5 and so forth. Now this dot number of reviews will simply be equal to this dot reviews dot length. So in case the reviews hasn't been counted yet, we count it, because the number of reviews, we don't want to have to depend on ourselves to always remember to increase the number of reviews every time we delete a review, or increment the number of reviews every time we add a review, or every time we do anything else. Maybe wipe out all the reviews and change them to 0. So every time we do that and hit save, we can depend on our pre-hook to catch it and carry out that function. Then we call next. So whether the reason why I put the next out here is whether this condition meets, whether it meets this condition or not. We actually just want to go to the next one. So if it meets it, it runs this, exits, and hits the next thing. And the next thing in our case will simply be an index. So before I actually do this, I will remind you that I already told you about indexing. So you might have heard about indexing in even Firebase if you're used to Firebase. Firebase allows you to do indexing when you're trying to do more complex queries. So when you're trying to do more complex queries, you have to go to the Firestore dashboard and then activate in indices or activate in an index, right? And that will help you do query better. The same is the case here. So an index is just a method. So when we do product schema dot index, we're just invoking a method that will help us define an index on this collection, on this products collection. So we're defining an index, but programmatically. We don't have to go to the dashboard. You can actually do that from the dashboard, but we don't have to go to the dashboard to do that. We can do that with the schema, and the index gets registered. So it helps us improve performance actually. So it makes, like I already said, queries. When we're querying for specific documents, a particular index that we've defined could help us make the query faster or help even in performance, right? It helps us to quickly locate documents based on the fields that we've indexed. So in our case, I actually want to be able to perform full text search on the field name. Sorry, this is JavaScript, so name and description. I want to be able to perform full text search on both of them. That is when the user searches, types in queries to find products on the database. There's a lot more elaborate ways of doing this, but this is a very simple text search. So we can perform full queries on these and find products, whole products, by just searching a query. So simply what this means is that whenever we perform a text search on the name and description property, so in our code you're going to see how we're going to do that. Whenever we do that and we're referencing and saying we're searching for a text in every document in their name or in their description or even in both of them, then the index will make that a lot faster. In this case, we're saying activate a text index for the name field and activate a text index for the description field as well. Sorry, these have to live in curly braces because it's a JavaScript object. So this is essentially how to create an index for these to enable full text search for your search functionality. Now, I don't really think we're going to use what I'm about to explain in this entire course, but I'm going to explain it either way because we're talking about more advanced stuff in the models. So what I'm actually about to explain is something called virtuals. Yeah, so we have these properties, but then these properties will actually be field on the database. Now, what if we actually wanted to add, let's see, a field that will not actually live on the database, but it will only appear whenever we're trying to fetch. So whenever we do a fetch and we get a document from the database, we actually want to add that field, but it doesn't live on the database. Don't know if you get what I'm saying. So let's say, for example, we actually got your name and we could have, let's say, your surname or your last name. So we can have first name and last name. But then when we're sending it to the client, when the client is making a fetch, we actually want to add both the first name and last name and create a full name, but we don't want to store a full name on the database. We only want it to appear when we're sending it over to the client. So the client can easily say the JSON object at full name, give me the full name, and they can easily get it without having to by themselves do string concatenation and getting the full name. So in that case, you can activate something called virtuals. So that way, it will be a virtual property, and every time you do or you get your document, every time you fetch it, it will always contain that property. But when anyone goes to the database, they will not see it there. It could be secret even. So in case your database gets exposed, or maybe admins always see the database, you don't want them to be able to see those properties, you could go ahead and hide them as virtual properties so only the client can see them, which is also security risk because the client can get hacked at any time. So in order to do that, I'm just going to write it and teach it, but we're not going to use it actually. So we could have something like user schema. So that could be in the user schema, but let's say in the product schema. Wait, have we? I don't know. We got first name and last. We've got a full name here as well, but yeah, that doesn't matter. So let's see, product schema dot virtuals, virtual, not virtuals, virtual, and you can see the name, right, of the virtual, the property, or let's say the field name of that property, virtual property you're trying to add. And in this case, I'm going to say product initials, right, and then you say dot get. So in that case, we pass it in a function. You could use the classic function syntax or function without the arrow syntax, and then you do whatever you need to do, and that would return, let's see, this dot name, and then you delete some parts of it and get the first bit, second bit, and that will form the initial, and then you return that, right? This dot first bit, and that will get you the initials, right? So this should be pretty easy. In different cases it could be more complex than this, but you just want to return the value of that virtual property. So this is the name of a field, and finally you also need the property or the value of a field, and after that your virtuals will not show up until you manually activate them. So that is, you have to set the virtual option to true. And how do we do that? You also reference your schema, and that'll be schema.set, right? Set, and whenever we want to do a .to object, we want the virtuals to be true. And whenever we also want to do that, product schema.set, whenever we're doing a to JSON, we want the virtuals to appear. So if we only done this, if we've only activated this for to object, it won't appear for to JSON when we're doing a to JSON. Yeah, so we do two JSONs at this point. Where is it? This was oh, there you are. Sorry, forgive me, so blind. Oh, we even spread this, but I don't think we've done anything meaningful there. Let's look at you. Right, so we've got rest.json user. So this is passing the raw user model, these sort of models over there, but the JSON method will actually call user.to JSON, right, and that will convert it to a JSON, and we're going to get it. Also in this case, when we're getting it from find by ID or whatever, it converts it to a .to object. So in this case, it's fetching this from the database, and then whenever we call .to object, so it's a get, but then this case, it calls this, actually returns the user document that it gets .to a JavaScript object, so it calls this. So in that case, we also want it to fetch as the product initial. So meaning that over here, whenever we do user.full name, we shall get the full name. And similarly, when we send it over here, without even getting it from here, so even if we didn't activate the to object, if we actually only did the to JSON, and we just, meaning that over here we can't access user.full name, but then when we send that same raw object over here, it will to JSON it, and then because the to JSON's virtuals are set to true, it will go ahead and activate the product's initial. So this is how initial virtuals work, but we're not using those, so I'm going to ignore those. There's also one very good use case for those. Even if you're not setting your own virtuals, there's actually a virtual property that is saved to every schema that you do. Remember, schemas are actually stored in the database with IDs that have _ID. So meaning that in your Flutter client, whenever you actually need to get the product ID, you have to do the product object at _ID. If you want it to give you the normal ID without the underscore, you could go ahead and activate a virtual. So you could just go ahead and do this. Set virtuals to be true, but we could delete this, but we could leave this in. So because the ID is automatically added, but as a virtual property. Sorry, I forgot to add a constant behind this. So the ID is always added to every schema as a virtual property, but if you want to have access to it, you just have to activate virtuals for every turn and every scenario. That is two objects and two JSONs. This means that whenever the client, the Flutter client, fetches for themselves, they're going to get the normal ID property. So we could go ahead and just add this to every schema that we've written so far, so that way we can get their ID. And this will be category schema. Nice. We can copy this. And we've got the order item schema. So meaning IDs will appear for each of them instead of the normal underscore ID. No, forgot to copy that. Copy, save, cancel, cancel, save. That's the order, and we paste. This time it's simply order, and we can paste and paste. You go ahead and do it. I don't have the energy for it. Tokens, we can also do the same for token, but we don't care because the client is never going to get the token. So yeah, whatever. And then finally, we can also do the same for the user. Nice. So we can copy this and head over to user, activate this for the user schema, and we're done. Now, finally, we've got what else have we got? Have we done products? We've done that. So one more thing that we can actually do would be for the cart. So we have a cart, but we don't need a special. So you can actually go ahead and do it, but I'm not going to do it. But you can go ahead and create a separate schema or a separate model for the entire cart, and the cart will actually contain cart items, the same thing that we've done for orders, but I'm not going to do that. I'm only going to have cart items or cart products, and then the user or the end client can just simply get a list of all items in the cart, because I don't want to elongate the video, but you go ahead and do that. But for me, you could just follow what we've already done for order and order items, but for me, I'm only going to add a product.js. Nice. And for this, save, copy, move over and save. Order, done. So we can close down the rest of them. Close you down, close you down, close you, and we're finally here. So this one's pretty simple. So a cart product will be similar to an order item. So that would be cart product schema. It would be equal to a schema. And we have the product of type schema dot types dot object ID, and its reference would be the product, and as always required is true. Now the quantity will be of type number, and its default will be 1. Then the selected size, string, selected color of that particular product will contain string. Then we can also do the same thing that we've done for order items, adding the product price, name, and quantity. Sorry, not quantity. Name, price, image, in case someone deletes it. And then finally, we have to add an expiry for our reservations, because think about it. When someone adds a product to their cart, we actually have to go over to our product collection, find the product, and reduce its count and stock. The count and stock downed, that remains the same till the person decides to clear their cart or to check out the product. So meaning that the person was actually not serious. So there's some of us who are window shoppers. We just go on to Amazon or to Myntra, and we just add a lot of products to our cart, and we never actually check them out for months and months. We're just window shoppers. We love the thrill of shopping without paying for it, without actually checking out. So in that case, this product will actually be locked. So that particular, let's say they've added 10. So it means 10 of this product will be locked in limbo and will actually never be able to be accessed by people who are actually ready to buy. So this is bad for business. It's bad for us as business owners, because we're assuming that every e-commerce platform is owned by a business. So this is going to be bad for that business. So in that case, we want to add a reservation time. So when you add a product to your cart, we reserve it for a specific period of time, and that period of time, let's say reservation expiry, it will simply be of type date. It will have a default of 30 minutes. So if you don't check out in 30 minutes, then I'm sorry. Yeah, it will be date. Now the date will start from date.now plus 30 minutes from now, and that will be 30 times 60 times 1000. So after 30 minutes, we restore the count and stock of that particular product. And how can we do that? I've explained it before using cron jobs. So we store a job on the server that runs every 30 minutes, and it finds every product that is going to expire soon. Yeah, so I'm actually not going to go into details and explain how I do the cron jobs for the length of the video, but you will get the code for the cron job in the tutorial. It will be part of the tutorial. Yeah, so you can actually access that from there, but I'm not going to type it out in front of you. So what's the matter? I haven't put a colon. Beautiful. So it only lasts for this long, and then the reserved, we need a reserved property, so that way we can check before creating an order from a cart product. We can check if the cart product was already reserved. If it was reserved, then we know that they've checked out before the count and stock was replenished. So that way we can go ahead, if it was already reserved, we could go ahead and increase the count and stock. If it wasn't reserved, it means the reservation actually expired and the count and stock has already been replenished by a cron job. So that way we can go ahead and forget about trying to replenish when we're checking out the order. If you don't understand me, don't worry, you see it in the code. Nice. So finally, we could go ahead and also do what we've always done: cart product schema dot set, and we're setting the to object to have virtuals to be true. And finally, we can do cart product schema dot set, and we do a to JSON virtuals to be true. Done. So this is it. So the only remaining model that I think we haven't done yet would be the reviews. So that would be review.js, but I'm going to just skip to it. Here we go. This is the reviews are done. That is it for all models that we're going to need. So moving on, we could go ahead and actually do the implementation for our admin controller. To start this off, we could create a controller. .js, and we can start with the very first bit being the users count. So export dot get user count. So we're already used to at this point. Catch. And we can find the user count by await user dot count documents. So mongoose exposes this function for counting documents on the server, so you don't have to fetch all documents and maybe initiate a loop to count all of them. You can just do this and it directly counts it full. So we can check if there's no user count, and surely we can return rest.status 500.json with a message that says could not count users. Else we can simply return rest.json with the user count field referencing the user count, but since we're in JavaScript, we can simply put this in and it create a field, a key called user count, and it passes its value to be the user count value. Moving on, we've got the next one called exports.deleteUser, which will be called the async function. So we actually never use the request in this bit, so we can underscore that. And over here, request response, and we're going to try it and catch. Now over here we're doing quite a bit. So first off, we will get the user's ID, and that will be from the request.params, because the route actually, no, you're not the route. Where is it? Right there. So the route for deleting users actually contains that ID as a param, as a URL parameter. So fetching it from there, and it would be params.id. Now the constant user will be equal to await user.find by ID, user ID. If there's no user, we can return rest.status 404 as we always have. Oh wait, what's the matter? And after that, remember that a user does not just exist. When we go over to the user's model, a user is actually tied to orders. Where is it? So users actually got a wish list. We can't delete their wish list because wish lists, they only live, there's no collection for wish lists. Wish lists only live on the user's schema. Right, so in the user's data collection or their document, you will see a list of their wish list, which is linked to certain product. However, users have got orders. Users also have cart items, so we'll have to delete these things. We have to delete them from their collections. Alright, so we also have tokens, I believe, so we'll have to delete all of their tokens. We can go ahead and fetch orders. So for orders, we can go ahead and say orders will be equal to await order. There's no order object, so order will require model / order, and that is it. So it will be order dot, so we have find by ID, we have find one, and now we're seeing find, which we've also seen before. Find every document that matches whatever we put in there, or if we haven't passed in any query, it will find all order documents. It will return all order documents in the database. So we're filtering, and we're filtering by the user. Where is it? The user. So this field, the user field, we're filtering by that. So it's going to be order.find by user, and we only want orders where the user matches the user ID. And finally, for each order, there's order items. So each order carries a list, an array of the order item IDs, not the actual order items. So it carries a reference to the order items, and then we have a separate collection for each order item. So for that reason, we're not simply going to delete the orders straight up. We're going to first of all extract its order item IDs, which will be orders, and we're going to use the function called a flat map, which will give us each order. It's simply like a map in Flutter, in Dart, and we can, from each order, get the order.order items. I think it's called, is it? Yes, it's called order items. So order.order items, and that will get us their IDs. And then we could go ahead and delete that. Yeah. So we could go ahead and await order dot delete many, and we're deleting all orders where the user matches the user ID. That would delete all orders. And then finally we've got our order item ID, so we could go ahead and delete all order items, and that would be await order item dot delete many. Come on, mate. Order item row constant order item will be equal to require models order item .js, and we've got order item .delete many. Nice. And we're deleting many where their ID. Now we don't have only one ID, we've got a list of IDs and we want to delete all of them. In that case we can use a construct a query that will do that. In that case we use something called an in operator, which means delete all IDs that are in this array. And what array are we talking about? We're deleting all IDs in the order item IDs array. So it will loop through order item IDs and run a delete. It will run a delete one operation on each ID. So one after another, it will do that, and it will do that for us. So that's a lot faster than writing a JavaScript loop, because this is directly provided by the database through Mongoose. So moving on, we're moving on to the cart product. So we have cart product, which we're going to import ourselves because my ID does not want to assist me. So require models, and we have cart product, and we can go ahead and delete many. Yeah, and we're deleting all cart products where their ID is in, sorry, small letters, is in the user.cart. So this is the quickest way I know to do this, right? But we don't have a cart in our user model, right? In here we could go ahead and add a field called cart, and this field will it won't serve any purpose on the client side, because I don't think we need to know what exists in the user's cart when we're fetching the user. So it will only serve us locally when we're on the server. So for that reason I'm storing a cart, and that will contain schema dot types dot object ID, and it will carry a reference that is the cart product. Now this is one way of doing it. A different way of doing this would be to go to the cart product, and for each cart product link a user, or the user who hosts this cart product, and that would be the easier way to do it in this current environment, because in this current setup we've already written controllers from user, and we would have to go through each user and exclude the cart from being sent when we're getting a user, or when we're getting users we're going to have to exclude cart. If it's easy for you, you could go ahead and do that. If the other method is easy for you, which would be linking each cart product with its corresponding user, we could go ahead and do it that way. And then over here we won't do this. We will actually first of all get all cart products, and that will be constant cart products will be equal to await cart product dot find, and we find each cart product where the user matches the user ID, and that we just simply pass that in here. So we've got two ways of doing it. I'm going to go for the first bit because I don't know, I just love suffering, don't I? So let's go to the user and then add a user cart, and it will be linked to the cart product. Add a comma. Yep, I think that's it. So type will be schema at that. Beautiful. So moving on, we can shut this down, and you can go back to, what was it? The user controller. Now in the user controller we want to exclude it for certain cases, and that is only when we're fetching, because the client doesn't need to know. They will only be pushed to a cart product screen whenever they hit the cart product screen, and that alone will fetch their entire cart, and all of it in its entirety, really. So we've already got positive selections over here, so we don't have to do a negative like a remove, an exclusion. So over here we've only done inclusions, meaning only these will be present. But over here we're doing exclusions, so meaning these will be excluded, and we want to include the cart from that. So minus cart, and I think was set. So sorry, there's no comma. Don't put commas. You will be tempted to do that, but don't do it. There's no commas in that exclusion thingy. You just put spaces between them. So that is it for exclusion. For the update user, after updating a user, we want to exclude their password hash, and I probably want to remove their cart as well. So after updating a user, but I don't think the client really cares, does it? So the cart, user.cart will be equal to undefined. Nice. Come on, yellow lines gone. Beautiful. So moving on, we can save that and move on and carry on with our admin implementation. So we were removing all carts products by their user, by their IDs stored in the user. We can also add those IDs when we're writing the cart controller. So moving on, we could go ahead and user.find by ID and update. What I'm actually trying to do is update the cart list. Where is it? So I'm trying to update the cart list and remove the cart products that exist in here. Yeah. So this is basically useless, but I just want to show it for tutorial purposes. It's a way of pulling things or removing things from a collection, or from a document rather. So we find that document by ID and update. I'm doing this solely for the operation that we're about to do, and this is the operator. So I'm introducing, so we've seen the in operator, and right now we're looking at the pull. So this works for arrays. We can use the pull operator to remove things from an array. Yeah, so it just removes any instances that you specify. So we have to specify an instance the same way that we specified what to check in. So this way we're pulling everything in what? In the cart field, and we can go ahead and say pull everything in the cart field that exists. And in order to check if something exists, we can go ahead and use the exists operator and set it to true. So if exists is true, so each document implicitly carries the exists property, the same way we've got it in Firebase. With Firestore documents, you can check if it exists. So similarly, we can also check if a MongoDB document exists, or if a field or if a property exists, and that will be with this operator. So that way we can do that. So again, this is for tutorial purposes. It's no use into it already deleting the entire user. Help me, Visual Studio. So this will be token, and it comes from model/token. Come on, mate. Nice. So we do token dot delete one, because we know that only one token can exist at a time for a particular user, and that will be by the user ID. So we save this. We've deleted a lot of things, and finally we can delete the user. Now after we deleted the user, we could go ahead and return. And what are we returning? HTTP status code, return rest.status. HTTP status code require 204 for an asset deletion. So resource deleted, and we can close it with end. So whenever you don't have a JSON to send or a send to send, you do not end your responses with only the status code. Yeah, you always have to send something, and that when you don't have anything to send, you can go ahead and end it with end. So that closes it up. sums it up nicely. So moving on, we are going to look at the, where is it? Right here, the categories. So for the categories, we have quite a few things to talk about, but we'll see that when we're doing categories. Over here, I've forgotten to delete the user, so that would be await user.delete one, and we're deleting the user where their ID would be the user ID. So I totally forgot to do that. I'm doing that after this. In categories, because that's the very first thing, we have to talk about our code refactoring. So we've already got a pretty long document, a pretty long module. You could go ahead and abstract things and maybe create an admin folder and the controllers, and then put users.js into the admin folder, and then put in categories.js and create one for categories. So that way everything is simply modularized and you don't have to search through a super long document in order to find certain functions. So I'm going to do that because otherwise we've got actually a lot of things to do. So this will get really long. So I'm putting this into a separate folder, and that would be admin. And we can move in, so we don't have an admin, we have a user.js in there. So I can simply carry this and cut it, put it down there. But then the only thing would be that we already have a simple admin controller exported here. So one thing that we could do would be to either import all of them one after another. That is, import categories controller, products controller, orders controller, or we could go ahead and add export over here. So we simply modularize all exports, combine, or not even modularizing, we make them into one single atom and put them together and export all of them. So that would be a lot easier for you, but I'm not doing that, so I'm deleting the admin.js. And we can go in here and have the users controller, which will be controller/admin/users, and that way we have the users controller for users, and we have admin controller, but we're going to change that to categories in a bit. So in here we have a new file called categories.js, and I'm simply going to copy, paste categories controller, and that would be categories. Beautiful. And we replace. Nice. So the reason why I haven't done the other bit is because that bit would have been a lot easier, because we wouldn't have to change the admin controllers. We would also only have one import, because that general admin controller would export all of them. So the reason why I've done this is to make it a lot clearer, because when you see this, you know it's coming from a user's controller. But that could also be an issue because we already have a user's controller over here. So if you don't read it properly, you won't see, but at least we've got /admin/users, so that way you know that it's coming from a specific place. So it's basically preference. Whatever you wish or whatever you think is a lot better, you can do that. Now, moving on before we digress, is categories. So for categories, we have export dot, and the first thing would be to add categories. Now, the add category function, we have request, response, boom, and we have a try and a catch. So I'm going to steal you and close you down and paste it here. Nice. So the very first thing that we have to do was to look at the category model. Now, the category model has an image. So now we're dealing with image upload. So meaning that when the admin is trying to add a category, we're going to be expecting them to upload an image with a category. Now, that image, we cannot upload an image to the MongoDB database, right? Because it only stores documents. Yeah, it doesn't have a storage bucket. So for that reason, we'll have to persist that image on the server. We have to create a bucket in here, storage bucket in our server, where we can store all images, right? And then that will persist locally. So when they're trying to access it, they can access it locally when we're on localhost. But when we move on to, let's say, hosting our server on the internet, it will also work, right? We don't have to do a lot of configuration, so we do it in a way that will make it all purpose. So that's what we should do, and that will be. Now we can do that directly in the root. So we're in the root folder, everything's closed up, and we're going to have not a file, a folder called public. Now in the public, I actually want to have a separate folder for upload in case we have a separate folder for other things. So it could be, you can actually split them up and have a separate folder for user avatar uploads. You can have different ones for category images. You can have different ones for product images and so forth. But for tutorial purposes, we're just going to have one all-purpose directory called uploads for all uploads, because just because it's tutorial purposes. So now we have public and upload. So every image upload that comes from a client, be them an admin or a user or a proper client, we don't push them to MongoDB, we push them here. Now when we do that, we construct a URL, and that URL will be pointing to this directory. So when it's on localhost, that directory would look, the URL that we store in the image path for the MongoDB document would look something like http localhost, the port number, /public /uploads / the image name, right? Something .png or JPG or whatever. Now when that happens, it means that whenever the Flutter client or whoever's the client tries to access the specific image, they'd have to visit this. Now this bit, the host, the protocol and the host will actually lead them to it will hit our server, it will hit this person in app.js, it will hit this person. Yeah, so this person will get triggered. However, the public and the uploads are not route declared, so we don't have a route declared called /public and / whatever. We only have these, so this will actually throw an error. So for that reason, we actually have to go ahead and configure this over here, so that way when they try to access this locally or access it in any way, even when it's uploaded, when the server's been hosted somewhere, they will easily get access to it. So for that reason, we could go ahead and add a middleware for the route. Now in this case, we're not prefixing API v1 with it, we're only going directly to public, right? So / public. Now everything in the public folder, we want to serve it to them. Now we don't have a route defined, we rather use the express. So when you're serving public or static files, so static files could be in web development, it could be CSS, CSS files, style sheets. It could be your images like we have. It could be any other thing, any other document that you need to serve the user. And we're serving them this through the public route. So when they try to access the public route, serve them everything in the public folder using static access. So that is through express.static. This is inbuilt into Express. So that is Express because we're in Express, and this is Express. Express.static, and we can give it the directory name. The directory name is also an inbuilt variable that gets the base path for our project, and that would be, in this case, my computer's username / the best tech ecomly server, and then // what we do // and that will be public. Don't know if you get what I'm saying, but this is simply saying whenever they try to access public, go into this directory and serve them files from that directory, depending on what file they're trying to serve or trying to get or fetch. So the rest of it actually works automatically, and we don't have to do a lot of them. We don't have to say, all right, tell me what file they're looking for, the name of the file, and we have to go and find the file and then serve it to them. No, this actually handles all of that. We just have to point it in the right direction, in the right place to look for things to search for. So moving on, we can come here and start handling the image upload. Now we're going to do image uploads for a lot of things. If you've noticed in the models, we had product, and product also had image. It also had images. Category also had image. Sometimes users also have images, but in this case, from the user interface, the users do not have images. So we don't have a user, but you could have it for a lot of things. So I'm going to do an abstraction of the image uploading function because it's a whole setup. You have to do a whole setup, and we don't want to do that setup over and over and over again. So for that reason, I'm actually going to go into my helpers, create a new file, the same thing that I've done for email sender, create a new file, and I'm going to call this media helper. Now this media helper.js, that is, yeah. This media helper will be using a few things to do image uploads, and now one of those things that we need to use to access storage or to create this kind of virtual storage would be a package or a library called Malta. Now that library, we have to add it here because we don't already have it. So in that case, we have to npmi Malta. Yeah, that does all of the downloading we need to do. Beautiful. Can clear the console. And finally, we've got Malta. Now, in our media helper, we can import Malta, acquire Malta, and we will actually have a lot of other stuff as well. But before we actually get to them, let's start looking at how the implementation would work for these things. So the very first thing we need to do would be to create an export for our function, the function we need to use. Now we can call this export.upload, which will be a Malta function actually. So we're invoking Malta. So it will return us a function that we can invoke. Yeah. So, but then Malta takes a, you can go ahead and read the documentation, but I'm going to walk you through the bits that we need to know. So when we're taking this, Malta will give us a store or ask us for a storage. Now we have to give it a storage, and the storage will actually be the storage we'll have to create. So we have to create the storage, and then after that we'll also create the storage using Malta. Now since we don't have the storage, I'm going to have to hold it for now with undefined. Now moving on, we could go ahead and also give it limits, and this limit takes an object. Now the object we're going to give, we can provide some limits, and one of them would be file size. So now the file size, this is the only one I'm actually going to use, but there's a lot of limits. You can go ahead and read the Malta documentation to find out more, but I'm only using this. Now we only want to limit it to 5 megabytes. So let me go ahead and undefined. See this, yes, so I can comment it out. So we only want 5 megabytes. Now 5 megabytes would be 1024, which is 1024 bytes gives you a single kilobyte. So we want times 1024. So this should give us about 1 million bytes, and that would be 1 megabyte. And we can go ahead and multiply the 1 megabyte by 5, and that will give us exactly 5 megabytes. So the total of this will be in bytes, and it will receive it in bytes. So remember, it takes it in bytes, the file size that is. So moving on, we could go ahead and filter the files and see what files are valid and what files are not valid. So we're going to come back to this later, but for now, file filter will give us a function. Now the function gives us the request, right, which is any, and then it gives us a file. It gives us a file and a callback. As you can see, this is the callback. See, that is the callback that it will return. It returns us a callback. So meaning that whenever we use this, it returns a function. So that function is what we return. So now that would be something that we never used, a request, and then a file, and then a callback. So what do? We go ahead and check if the file is valid. So constant is valid would be if we only want to accept 3 file types, and that is PNG, JPEG, and JPG. We don't want any other file types. The reason why I'm restricting the file types is because there's a lot of image files out there, and I don't want to have to handle all of them for reasons, right? So I actually want to limit the file types to only these 3. So constant allowed extensions would be equal to a list of extensions. Now in here I could literally just put the list of extensions and then just check if the extension matches. However, we're going to be finding out the extension from the file. Now the file has something called a MIME type. So file.mime type, as you can see, it gives us the content type for this, and content types or MIME types usually come in this format: image/png or image/jpeg, and so forth, depending on the type of it. So for that reason, in order to know if a file is actually a valid image, we can't just put in JPG and the rest of them in here, right? We want to actually match them. We want to match them with the extension. So based on a specific MIME type or a specific content type, which is image/something, we know if it's valid. Now I also don't want to just put them in here and say PNG and so forth, because later on I'm actually going to want to fetch the other part of this, being the extension PNG, and then attach it to the file name that I'm going to upload to the server. So if it's image.png, I want it to return me a PNG. So for that reason, I'm actually going to create an object rather, when JavaScript are not in Dart. So the reason again why I'm excluding or restricting these extensions is because the person could upload, say, a document, a PDF, and if we don't restrict the extensions, it will also accept a PDF and any other thing, a video, MP4s. So I'm only doing these 3 because I don't have the energy to do WebP and the rest of. There's a lot of image types out there. I don't have the energy to start writing all of them. You could go ahead and ask ChatGPT to give you a list of all document types, and that should actually work, and you can use that. So in this case we have PNG. I love PNG, so I'm going to put it first. And then finally we have image/JPG, and that would be JPG. Perfect. And then finally we could go ahead and check. It will be valid if the allowed extensions at file.mime type is not undefined. But remember that we don't have to do this in JavaScript. Just the simple fact of checking this or return as undefined or the value in there. So when we do that and this is undefined, then it's valid or simply be false. If it's because the boolean that is returning here will be false, because undefined equals false. If it doesn't exist, it equals false. We're checking for booleans. This is just weird JavaScript here. So moving on, we can let an upload error. So we're creating an upload error. So when there's an issue, remember we return a callback, and that callback will be using the category. So when we call it upload, it returns us either an error callback, a callback that we can invoke, and then listen to the return type of that. So for that reason I'm creating an error, and this error will contain invalid image type, and I'm appending a new line, and that will say file.mime type. That could be image/jpg is not allowed. You've probably seen this type of error before somewhere. Yes. And then moving on, if it's not valid, that is if it's valid rather, we'll return, or let's do it if it's not valid, because I love doing negatives first. We'll return the callback, and then we pass it the upload error. But if it's valid, we'll return the callback and we don't pass an error. So you see, it gives us, the callback gives either an error or an accept file, which is a boolean, meaning we should accept the file. Should we accept the file for upload? And then we'll return this null and then true. Now the file filter takes that and takes the callback. So if the callback returns an error, it will throw back a callback. It will return them a callback that contains an error. If it doesn't contain an error, it will throw them back a callback that contains the image. Yeah, so that is how this works. The file filter receives this and throws a second callback for us to use at the other side. Now moving on, we have to create that storage, don't we? So in order to create the storage, it will be constant storage, which will be equal to the Malta.disk storage. You can find this in the documentation for Malta, and you go ahead and you pass it a document. Now the first document that I'm going to pass, wait, give me a second. Storage, yes, so we don't forget. Now the very first property that we pass will be the destination. Where is it going to get saved? So we pass it a function, it wants a function, and it's going to give us a few things that we're not going to use, and I'm going to just comment them out, and we finally use the callback, so it provides us a callback again. Now the destination will return CB null for the error, and the destination will be public / uploads. Right, nice. Now the file name will be another function that returns us request, file, and CB. We're taking all of them this time, 2 of them this time, and constant file name will be equal to we're constructing a file name. What name? So we've got the destination, save it to public uploads. Now we have to give it the file name to store the file in. Now the reason why I'm actually not taking the file name from the request, so let's say the person's uploaded dress.png, it would mean that we could have 2 dress.pngs living in the uploads folder, and we don't want that, because imagine a scenario where we've already uploaded dress.png and someone else, a different admin, is also trying to upload dress.png. Now we have 2 dress.pngs on the server, so when a client is trying to fetch not even all, just a single dress.png, the server is not going to know what dress.png to link to a particular product or a particular category that's trying to fetch it. So for that reason, we have to give unique names to all of them. Now you can create a unique name however you want and append it to the product or to whatever needs it. But personally, you could go ahead and use a UID, generate a random UID, and that would also work. Any way at all that you can get your hands on dynamic values, you could go ahead and do that, but for me I'm going to do it this way. So the file dot its original name, and we replace, now the original name of the file will replace all spaces. We're taking the actual file's original name, so we'll replace all spaces with dashes. Yeah, we'll replace, now we have 3 file types that we're accepting, so we're sure that it's only 3 file types. So I could go ahead and do replace for all file types, but then if you had a longer type or longer allowed extensions map object, you could go ahead and do, instead of doing this, you could go ahead and actually do a more programmatic, use a more programmatic approach, maybe splitting by dot. That is the very last dot, and then removing that last bit, and then taking the other bits and joining them together. As you already know, you probably already know how to do. I mean, like dot split, what we do with lists, and we split dot join and all that. Yeah, so you could go ahead and do that. But since I've only got 3, I'm going to replace .png with a space. Sorry, not with a space, with an empty string, and .jpg replace .jpg with a space, not a space. I keep spacing. It's not a space. I'm sorry. Dot .jpeg with an empty string, and we save. Now finally we get a new extension, so a constant extension would be allowed extension at file.mimetype. So at this point the filtering has worked. So the filter, it will invalidate this if the file type does not exist, but at this point we're pretty sure that the file type exists, so we're going to extract it using this, and that could result from image/png or result as in a PNG like I've already explained, and then we return the callback, sorry, not capitals, small letters, CB null for the error, and for the file name we'll return it a file name, which is this hyphen, and we append a date. This is how I want to make it unique. You could go ahead and use a UID and just replace the entire file name with a UID. That also works. It doesn't matter. This is just my logic. And then you put a dot, the extension. So .png dot whatnot. So this is it. Put 2 commas. I'm so sorry. Remove my yellow lines. Beautiful. So finally we've done this, and we can pass that storage to this person. So we've created a storage, and with that storage we can go ahead and do filters, limits and all that, and upload it to the storage finally. Being back here, we can push through to our image upload, and the very first thing we can do, or I want to do, would be constant image upload. So remember that I told you that this would take whatever we do and return as a callback. This upload or this multi, it will take all of these and return as a proper callback that we can use here. So the image upload callback will be, or we could just call this upload image. So since it's a function, upload image will be equal to media helper dot upload. We don't have the media helper imported, so that would be constant media helper equal to, I think, that is 2. So we're in this, so we have to exit again. So we're nested 2 layers deep. So that is this, that, and then we go into helpers, and then finally media helper.js, and that export, hopefully, yes, it export upload. So finally it will be this dot upload, perfect, dot field, right, field, and we pass it a list of fields, and that would be the field that we're trying to get the images that we're going to upload. What fields are you getting them from? So the very first one would be from the category would be the image field. So meaning that we're expecting that whoever's uploading will give us something like this, image, and then they give us a file, right? So I will also show you how to upload a file from Postman for testing purposes as well. So the field that we're looking for would have a name called image, and we're only restricting them to only one image. So they can't upload a string of images or a list of images. Only one image could exist in there. They can't give us an array of images. Beautiful. Wow, it's calling my argument useless. So we can actually extract this outside of the try block. Now in the try block we only await upload image and pass it the request and response. Done. Yeah, so now you can see await has no effect on this type of expression. So this is actually not returning a future, a promise rather. O dot exit my head. But then we can actually see that we don't have the ability to say async await or whatever over here, because we're just directly invoking the multifunction. So one thing we could do would be to use, where is it? Yeah, it starts from here. Cut out that bit, and because we actually want that to wait for that to complete before we return. Yeah, so we always wait for that. So in order to do that, we util. Now the util is from the util package, constant util will be called to require util. It's already there in your node modules. We're looking to promissify. I'm redoing this to see the promissify, and you can see it takes a function following the common error first callback style, that it's taking an error first, as we see always in most of our middlewares, value callback. Also the same thing we see in media helper, as we see it takes an error first and then something else. So it takes that and it turns it into a promise. So promissify, and it takes this function, and that is a function we're trying to promissify. So let's see if that, so it does the formatting, and it does that. So we can move on, and in here we await for this to complete. We try catch, and if there's any error, we want to exit this before we move on. Now this entire thing will live in a larger try catch block. And this bit, now over here I'm actually going to cut this and put it here. But then for you, I'm pasting this but removing this bit, because we want to do a different type of error returning. So we return rest.status, and that will be a 500 error because it's our fault. .json type would be error.code, and then message would be error.message, and finally it has a field, so we also want to use the field, and that will be the message, and then we put into curly braces the field that it contains. That would be error.field, the field that has the issue, that is. And then finally it could give us storage errors, that is a list of errors. Storage errors will be error.storage errors, and that is it. So this is the type of error catching we want to do over here. And then moving on, we could go ahead and constant image will be equal to request.files, and in that files it's a map, it's an object. No, map is for Dart, object is for JavaScript, so it's an object, and from that object you want the image field. So in the image path we get the image at index 0 because it gives it to us as a list. You could go ahead and console log it, but we don't have time, so you have to trust me on this one. So the image, if there's no image, will return rest.status 404.json. message will be no file found. Now following this, we're pretty sure that the image upload has been completed. So finally what we actually do would be to replace the request.body at image to be equal to the path that we've just extracted, and that's request.protocol. That is whether it's HTTP or HTTPS. So protocol will get us that, and then we do this, and then the domain. So the domain can either be a local host or an actual domain name, and in that case we get that from request.get, and we get the host. So the host would tell us if it's a proper domain or localhost. So if it's localhost colon a port number, it will actually get us the localhost colon the port number, or whatever it is, whatever that bit of the URL is the thing that comes after this. It will actually fetch that for us with this. And then finally we append the actual image path, and that image path will come from this. So the image path will be image.path. Boom. And then finally we can let category to be equal to new category. Come on, import. Automatic imports no longer work. Maybe because I'm typing them wrong. Category. Yeah, it never works. And then request.body. So we just simply pass the request.body. Now you could actually go ahead and just store this as an image variable. And with that, you will have to deconstruct or spread this and manually pass this and then pass in the image to be the image. And then you'll probably have to remove the old image from there, else you're going to have two images, or if JavaScript automatically removes one of them. So this is why I've just directly replaced it in the request body, and that should work. Now the request.files at image has already been replaced by this person, because this person, when we called it here, it actually processed that and it replaced this image in the request.files. So it places it in there, and then we can totally access it from the list of images that we've got. So that is why we're able to directly do image.path, because this isn't coming from the old request, it's coming from the formatted request that has been changed by this person over here. So now category, we have to import category, constant category to require, and we go into models category.js. Beautiful. And then finally we let category be that, and we could go ahead and check the category to be equal to the old category.save, which again you could go ahead and put in there. If category does not exist, we want to return a rest.status 500.json with the message the category could not be created. Rest.status 201. Now we want to return this .json, and we pass it the category that's been created. That was pretty long. So this is it for image upload. Now we will also have to delete images at some point. When we're deleting, say, a category, we have to go into the uploads folder and delete all images linked to that category. Yeah, so we will see how to do that as well. Deleting a category would be a lot simpler than adding a category. That would export.delete category. Request response, as always in a cycle. We try, and we catch. Now the category that we're trying to delete would be category.find by ID and request.params.id. There's also other ways of deleting these, like .delete one, where you can just delete specified by ID and delete a particular category. Now, if there was no category to be deleted at all, then we know that the person's passes a wrong bit. So we return rest.status 404.json and a message category not found. Else we set the category to .marked for deletion to be true, and we await category.save. Now this is specifically why I've done it this way. Also, you could actually just find by ID and update, right? And that would also work instead of going this very long route. And we'll return rest.status, and this time it's 204.end. Now we're not being truthful about 204 because it's been marked for deletion, but it's not been deleted. So, but I'm just going to return 204 either ways. So with this, we've only marked it for deletion. The actual deletion will occur in a cron job, and that cron job will actually have to search for, I've already explained this before, but I'm just going to go over it again. It's going to search for all categories that have been marked for deletion, and then check if there's any products that are attached to that category. It does not delete it, otherwise it deletes it. Now, when it's doing that deletion, it will actually need the help of the media helper. Why? Because we're going to write a function in our media helper that helps us delete images at certain paths. So in order to do that, we have export.delete images. Now you can go ahead and pass only a single image, but delete images. Now you don't have to name the function since it's already got a name over there. So image URLs. Now I also want to throw errors when certain errors occur, but I also know that when I'm deleting due to certain errors, I actually might not want to stop deleting. So let's say we've got 5 image URLs and a particular error shows up for one image. We don't want to stop deleting the other images, right? So we want to go ahead and delete the rest of the images and not throw the entire function or the entire call. But in some cases we actually want to throw. So I'm going to take a message, right? Not a message, an error name. So continue on error name. So in that case we continue when the error name matches this. So in that case we await. Now I already have my function I want to do, but I always want to wait for this. So I'm going to wrap this function in a promise that is in a future. And I say promise.all, so make sure that all of these promises run. So I'm simply trying to run a list of methods essentially. So I'm going to carry out functionality for deleting a singular image but in a loop. So for that reason, that loop will return a list. So it will be a list of functions or a list of command or things to do. In that case, I want to use a promise.or. It's also the same as future.wait, which you can actually pass a list of futures to. This is the same. I'm passing a list of things that I want to wait for. So for that reason, I'm waiting for image URLs.map, and it gives us an async function. I'm doing an async function with each image URL being given, and I'm going to map through each one and I'm going to perform an operation on them. It's a surgeon. Now the path, we have path.resolve. Now the path is from constant path will be from require path. You don't have to add a library, it's already there. You only have to import it. So that is path.resolve. As you can see, it already exists right there. So resolve, and we resolve first of all the directory name, meaning the directory that we're currently working in, the current working directory, and then we exit, and then we go into public. So what the reason why I'm doing this exit is because I'm nested in the helpers. So this module is nested in the helpers. So the directory name will actually get me the directory of my helpers. So it will be the directory that this module, this particular, not the base directory, this directory, the directory where this person's nested, and that will be my current working directory. So it will be dbestech ecomly server / helpers. So we're exiting the helpers with 2 dots, and that will put us directly outside of the helpers and inside of the base. And in the base we can find the public uploads. So we're going into public, and we're finally going into uploads, and finally we go into the path.base name with the image URL. Nice. So where is it? Now this will actually truncate. As you can see, it returns the last portion of a path, similar to the Unix. Oh, come on, mate. Unix base name command, right? So if we have http / whatnot, it would essentially strip the entire path, http / localhost 8080 whatever. It slashes all of that away, and we're assuming that the very last bit will be the actual image name, as we actually do have here. So when we do that in the categories, we append this with the image and the actual path of it, which would be file name with the date.extension. So that will actually be returned here, and we will actually have a properly resolved path. So finally we could go ahead, after we await for this promise to complete, we could go ahead and try. Wait, I hope I'm outside of the promise. Alright, yeah, I'm not, so this is alright. So after I do that, I can try and I can await. We unlink. Now, the unlink that I'm actually looking for to be not this, but that, the promises version. So we do that, and it automatically imports at the top. And you can see it's got this similar format to what we've got in the app.js, this .env/config. And this simply means that we can go ahead and do what I've taught before, importing the fs and then calling promises on it directly. So similar to what we were going to do with the config.config. So, but I'm just going to leave this the way it was. So when I'm linking that bit, and then after we catch an error. Now I don't want to rethrow all errors. I only throw when this is not the case. So if error.code is equal to this, we can console.error, and we say let's make that continuing with the next image, and then we can print the next error.message. Else we can simply console.error, and the error deleting image error.message, and then finally we throw error. So this is how it would work when we're using it over at our cron jobs. So I think cron jobs should be the next thing that we talk about, but then I actually want to complete the entire admin functionality, so I'm going to complete that, then we move on to cron jobs after that. Now I think the final bit for category would be edit category, which is also limited to admins. So export dot edit category with request and response. Got a reusable catch block. Paste that, and then we get the things to edit, and the only things we're allowing editing for would be the name, icon, and the color. and that will come from the request body. Category would be await category dot find by ID and update. Yet another function. And we're updating, we're finding it by the ID request.params.id. And then the object that we're passing for the update would be the name icon and color, which we've already just structured at the top. And then finally, we want to get the new version, the updated version. So we set new to be true, and we check if there's no category. Return arrest.status 404. It means the category was never found when it tried to find by ID before doing the update. So JSON would be message category not found. And finally, if that's not the case, we'll return rest.json, and that would be the category. Nice. Then moving on, we can go ahead and do, what else have we got? Some routes, admin. So that is it for category. So we're moving on to products. So I'm opening up a new bit for products. Now let's do orders first, should we? Orders is a lot simpler. I think I only have 3 for orders and then 4 for products. So we do products after orders. So new file orders.js, and we do the import. So that's it. So that would be export.getOrders request response, try, put the catch note, copied, paste, perfect. Then we get the orders from orders would be await order, also not getting imported. Constant order would be nice. Dot find. And then when we're finding the order, it actually bears a lot of stuff. So when an admin is getting orders, we don't care about a few things. We don't care about the status history, for example. That should only matter to the user to know the history of the status. Now you can leave that in or you can put it in, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, personally, I don't think it matters to the admin. I don't think the admin should see the status history. Unless they really do need it, then you can leave that in. So we select. Remember, you can either use exclusion or inclusion, but we don't put positive signs in front of numbers. In mathematics, we don't say +1, we only write 1. But when it's negative, we put the negative in front of it. So you can think of it like that. So when you say status history, it means include only status history alone. I don't want anything else, but when you do a negative status history, for example, it means put in everything but exclude the status history alone. So that's how it works. And then finally, when they fetch it, they've got this thing. Where is it? Order, yes. They've got this bit called the user. Now the user is an object ID, but when the admin is fetching the orders, they probably want it displaying the username, the user's email, and all that, right? So we don't want them to get only that. Let's get it done so you can get a visual example of what it looks like before I show it to you. But moving on. So we have sort. So I actually want to arrange them in a certain order, and that is newest to oldest. So the newest come first by date ordered, because orders have a date ordered. So by that field, I actually want to do a sort, and you can do that by passing an object and specifying the field. Now, normally you could do date ordered, and it would sort them by date ordered, and by default it sorts in from oldest to newest. But when you want to specify your own order, that is excluding the default order, you can go ahead and put in an object and say date ordered, meaning the field that you want to sort by, and then finally you put in the sort param, and that would be -1, meaning from newest to the oldest. But normally, by default, it goes from oldest to the newest. And then finally, we go ahead and check if orders, there's no orders, return rest.status. Don't know, I think this is basically useless, right? But yeah, orders not found. And then finally, we can return rest.json orders if orders existed. So let's go ahead and see what it looks like on Postman. Let's do this. I think my server's crashed because can't find model users, and that would be from you. So after the move, I forgot to put it in order, so I think this exits twice. So all of them exit twice. You as well, you and you and you. So let's, fingers crossed, still crashing. Export.order the model order schema. Order schema is not defined. Are you sure? I believe that would be in my order model, right? In the cart product. Wow. Disadvantages of copy pasting. This one's also cart product. Yep. Alright. Oh, JavaScript. Never throwing compile time errors. Alright, let's fix all of these errors and then we'll move on. So this bit is from the admin.js. Admin controller.get products count. Oh yeah, we no longer have those, so that would be from you. So we close you down and fingers crossed, please work. Yet another error. Alright. Requires a callback function but got an object. After digging about a little bit, I think it's from you. Users controller dot. It's probably from these two because there's no functions defined for them yet. So orders get exports dot async function request response, and over here we're not using that request, and we put that in order. Boom, and we do the same for you. Right. So I believe that fixes the errors. Nice. So it's done and it's connected to the database. Sorry, cut clear npm start. Beautiful. Nice. And then finally, I actually wanted to come over and change you to an admin, so that way we can actually access admin functionalities, because from what we've set up we can't without being an admin. So let's actually test out first, and then so it would be /admin/ orders / what was it, get orders. So it would turn that into a get and get all orders, and we're putting that. So the authorization would remain the same. We're doing the auth, and we're changing this to all at. So do a login and get a token. Nice. Then we put that token in our environment. Nice. Then we move on to authorization for the new request. Save, close, and close. And we put in the authorization already exists. And over here we're getting this, so we put none and we send. So it should throw token has been revoked because we're not an admin, right? So that works over at where is it? Middlewares. JWT. If you're not that, it throws an error, and then we catch that error over here and we say unauthorized. Token does not exist in case of that, or if it wasn't expired, we throw the error.message, and the error.message was token revoked, I think. Yeah, token revoked, because is revoked was returned as true over there. Over here is revoked returned true because is revoked checks for admin routes and all that. So moving on, we switch this user to become an admin and true, and we do a new login for Paul, and we expect to get admin access. Paste. So we're making a new request, and hopefully it works this time. So it works, and the orders is an empty list. So let's go ahead and create a new order in a database. Orders. I actually need an orders collection. Orders. Create. Really? But there's no orders. Test.orders already exists. There's no test.orders, mate. Oh, there they are. So we've got orders, and I'm simply inserting a new document. I will do that and get back to you in a bit. Alright, it's been a few minutes and I've completely done manual insertion into our database. So we've got a new category and we've got 3 new products, and each product is linked to that category because it's ID 66, and we've also got ID 66. So manually I've added all 3 of them. Zoom in so you can see a lot better. Right, so you can see all 3 of them, and finally I've also added the orders. So the orders are linked to each product. It's one order rather, and the order contains 3 order items. Now each order item is linked to a proper order item that exists that I've also manually added. So we could go ahead and do our tests. So moving on, let me zoom this right back, and we can go over to you and do this again. And we can see 3 orders in a database, 1 order, sorry, in a database, but with 3 order items. So on the admin dashboard, I presume that the admin would want to see the order item names. So what was ordered. Now in each order item has products. Now I also assume that we also want to see the name of each product. Yeah, so we also have the user, which is also an ID. I also assume that the admin would also want to be able to see the name and the email of the person who's done the order. Right, so I actually would have added their address, but we already have a different address, a shipping address for the order, and not using the user's address, their personal house address. So in that case, we would love to not see the IDs for these fields, but rather see the actual data in them. Now we don't have to go ahead and maybe you might be thinking that we'd have to probably do orders.map. And then for each order, we do, say for example, for users, we do user.find by ID, and we find the user's ID from order.user, and then we also do the same for order items. We're not going to do that because MongoDB already has a good way of doing that. You can do that directly in here. Now, let's do the very simple version. That would be for user. The user has only got we only want two fields from the user, so we do .populate. So populate means expand this ID. So because it's an object ID, it goes into its relatives, or sorry, its reference collection, because orders has user and user is an object ID, and object ID's reference is the user, so it knows exactly where to go to search for that ID. So it goes in there and say, let's say for example, it's searching for order. Let's go to products rather, because we've got about 3 products, and let's copy this order ID. Cancel. So it will do this. It will enter underscore ID, and it will take an object ID, and it will replace the ID that we pass into this, and then it applies. So it filters and finds only that object that contains that ID. Yeah, so this is how it will find the user. So it goes into the user's collection because we've referenced user, and it finds us the user. So that way we can come here and populate the field called user. And for the user field, when we save this and we do this again, we run this again, user will actually get populated with all of the user's data. You can see card, ID, email, name, blah blah blah, but we don't want those. We only want the name and their email. So I'm actually going to use the select property, and you can do that by just adding a second string and then put in everything that you want to include or exclude. So let's do exclusions first. So minus cart. Let's save that and do a run. Welcome to the party, and that is cart. Cart would be gone, disappeared. And well, this isn't what we want. So if we use exclusion, we'd have to exclude everything one after another, and that would be very super long. So also, yeah, you can see that the normal ID has appeared because I put in a virtual, this set virtuals from 2 objects and 2 JSON to true. So that way it includes the ID in the response, but there's no ID in the database. It only has the underscore ID in the database. So that is how virtuals work. So sorry, I forgot to show you that, but you've seen it now if you stuck around. So we only want to include the name and their email, and that is it. So we run this, and that shows up as selected. Come on, mate. Right, and it only shows their name and their email. Now the IDs are persisted. It always will get you their ID. It doesn't matter. We could actually go ahead and try and remove that, but we need that because what if the admin wanted to tap on the user's name or something, or their avatar, and wanted to be taken to their profile page? When they do that, then we'd need the ID. In that case, you always need IDs to query for stuff from a particular entity. So in that case, we're leaving the ID in there. So moving on, we actually want to populate each order item. So how are we exactly going to do that because it's not just a field, is it? It's an array of things you want to populate. So you could go ahead and do populate. And in the populate, you could go ahead and pass it an object, right? Since we're doing sort of a query, like a more advanced query, so you pass it an object and you specify the path that you want to expand, and that would be order items, right? So when we save this and run this, order items get populated. Yeah, so the reason why I've actually put in an object is because I actually wanted to populate not only the individual order items, but inside each order item we actually have the product. Now the product itself is also an object ID, so we want each order item to be populated, and in each order item we want the product section to be populated as well, right? So if we actually went ahead and done this order items and saved it, it would actually watch it. It works as well. So the reason why I put an object is because I actually wanted to do something more advanced, and that is specify the path and say this is the path I want to expand, and then you go ahead and say in that path or in that single population I also want to do a second populate query or populate operation, not a query, it's an operation. So we populate and we do the same thing that we've done here. You can keep going and keep nesting just similarly. So in here we could go ahead and specify the path again and say the path in the order item that I want to populate would be the product, and in there you could go ahead and say populate. So let's do the product first and then we go ahead, but then let me save this and we go into this and you can see the product actually gets populated. So sorry, I'm turning into a geek. Alright, schema hasn't been registered for model product.use. Yeah, I think it's showing that error because I haven't used product yet. So if you don't use a particular model, then when the connection is being established, it doesn't register the model. So that would be model slash product. So hopefully it works this time. So client npm start. Alright. And we send. Nice, so it works now, but we can also see that the product is showing way too much information, way more than we need, actually. So yeah, it's showing way too much. So we could go ahead and restrict this as well. So for this, we're only selecting, but for the initial populate command, we had the luxury of being in here, not in an object. But in this case, we're in an object. But remember, everything is the same. So in this case, we can also use the select keyword and select the things we need to select. So in this case, we only want the product's name. So product, select only the name, but populate. Now watch how each product contains a category. Where is it? Right there. So each product also contains a category, so want to populate the path. So we're doing the same thing that we've done in here again and again. So in here we're in another path. So this is a path, populate, path, populate, path. So you can keep nesting it if you've got nested relationships, right? So in this case we're selecting only name. If we also had something else to populate, then we go ahead and populate the category. Was linked to something else, we need that to be populated as well. So I'm going to send, and hopefully this works. I know it will, but yes. So we've got product contains ID, name, and category, and the category populates the name as well only. So this is it. This is it. We could go ahead and close down the orders, get orders, so we can move on to handling the get orders count. We go ahead and we copy the catch block, put a try, nearly paste the catch without a try. So this is pretty, come on mate, this is pretty simple. So count would be await order dot count document. Autocomplete is also non-existent, and if there's no count, you can simply return rest.status 500.json message could not count orders. I'm making it a 500 because I don't believe that the user's at fault here. I believe it's me. If there's no count in the database, or if the count fails, I'm not taking anything from the user, so I'm not even using the request. So in that case, everything in here would be a 500 because it's coming from me, the server. So in that case, we'll return res.json, and that would be a count, and that would be in the form of count, and that is it. So it's about 3 blocks of code, not 3 lines, but 3 blocks, just 3 different things to do, and that is it. Now for the change order status, this is a simple version of it. There's more complicated ways of handling these things, and for example, when changing the order status, we don't let the admin transition from, say, pending to delivered. It has to go through a process. So from pending, if someone's trying to change it to delivered, it has to have gone through maybe shipment and something else before getting to delivered. So we don't let them go directly from pending to shipped or to delivered. Right, it has to go through the process. So you could go ahead and implement those. We have those in the paid calls. So, but for the tutorial purposes, we're going to keep it short. And we paste our catch block. Again, we're keeping it short for tutorial purposes. I think we're missing one actually. Deleting order. Yes, I'm missing a delete order over there. So I'm actually going to implement that after we do this bit. So we put this in order, and for change order status, we're trying to, first of all, constant order ID, we fetch that from the request.params.id, and we new status would be equal to request.body.status. So we're assuming the status will be in the request body, so the admin will send the new status and the client sends it to us in the request body with a field called status, So finally we get the order, so we can constant order await order dot find by ID, order ID. Nice. Now if there's no order, we return rest.status 400.json message would be order not found. We're done with all negativity, we're moving into positivity. So in the positive case, you can go ahead and do your checks if the request is valid, and then you go ahead, the status is a valid transition. If it can transition from this to that, you go ahead and do that, but we're not doing that again. So we're just directly updating the order status. Now we can do a find by ID and update. So let's go ahead and even do that. That's a lot simpler. Well, do you know what? Let's go ahead and do what we were doing previously. So it's order.status would be equal to the new status. Now, yeah, we also have the order's status history. So the order.status history dot push, right? So first of all, we check. Yeah, let's first check if the order.status history dot include. So let's do this before this, so that way, before the order status actually changes, we check if this current status already exists. This order's current status already exists, right? Dot status. If it already exists in the status history. Now, if it doesn't exist, we go ahead and we push the old status into the status history. Order.status. If it does, we ignore it. But whatever the case, whether it exists or not, we must go ahead and change the order status to be the new status. So if it was null at first, we change it to pending, and we push null. No, null is not a value. So let's say if it was pending, we push pending into the list if the status history was not containing the pending status already. But if it was containing it, we leave it as it is, and then we just change the status to process or something, because it should go from pending to process and down the line, further down, right? So, and then after that, we could go ahead and await. So the order is changing, so we can change this to let or var. Order will be called order await order dot save, and we save that and return rest.json, and that gives us the order. Boom, done. So pretty simple in this case, but so the next thing would be deleting order. I haven't specified the delete order in my there. No, this is for the admin. No, these are models. Looking for route, admin route, delete order. It would also bear the same format, the same URL format. So this is delete. It goes into the orders collection and finds a particular order with this ID and deletes it. So that would be delete order. Boom. And we go ahead and create a categories could be closed. Order can also be closed, but orders, however, I'm betting this has thrown an error in my yes, because we haven't created the function yet. So export.delete order will be equal to async function request response. We try. So by now you should probably be familiar with most of these things that we're doing, because we've done them over and over. So we try and we constant product count. You can pause the video and try to do it yourself. So just for practice sakes. No, not products. I'm moving into products too quickly. Moving into that too quickly, because I was being so loquacious. So order dot find by ID and delete, but I can't not be loquacious because I'm teaching, so you'd excuse me because I talk too much. Request.params.id if there's no order, meaning there was no order to delete. So we go ahead and return rest.status. That would be a 404 JSON message order not found. And we save that. Exports. Nice. And finally, for constant order item ID auth order dot order items. So we're going to delete all order items linked to the order, so that we don't have leftovers in the database. It'll be an order item dot find by ID and delete, and we get the order item ID. Now you might ask, how exactly are we doing this after deleting the order? Because when you delete, it actually gets you the order back, right? So we're going to test this just for you to see. Now after that, it was a delete op, so because it was a delete op operation. We return a 204 and we end it with no message, just a 204. So let's pick an order and delete the order, because this is the end of it actually for orders. For admin's orders, we'll have other orders later down the line for the client, but over here we're changing this to a delete. We're changing this to orders, and we're putting a param, and it would be the ID of the order. No, sorry, not this. It should be a path param, not a query param. And for that, we can do this and put this ID, and it creates a path parameter. And there you can see that path variables, and we can choose any order, and it would be this order. So when we delete this order, we're expecting that all order items in the database will also be wiped. 3 of them. So let's try that, and we paste this. Authorization works beautiful, everything's working perfectly. So we send this, and hopefully it works. So 204 no content, that is what it means. Yeah, 204 no content. The server successfully processed the request, but it's not returning any content. So let's see if the operation worked. This bit worked after deleting the order. So let me refresh this. So we can see that the document is empty, and the orders collection does not have the order. The order's gone. It's dead. We killed him. Barbaric. All right. So yeah, that is it for orders. So moving on, we're going to products. So let's see how products work. We can close down almost all of you. So I don't like the cluttery workspace. All right. So that's a lot cleaner. So for products, we already did a little import that we're not using. So I'm cutting that and creating a new file for products.js, and we paste our import, save. And over here we've got quite a number of them. I think get orders is also done, close. So it's now we have get products count, add products, edit product, delete product, images. So this is for images specifically. So when you're deleting a product image, or when you're deleting a product, we prompt you to delete its images first before you delete the actual product. Yeah. Or I think we could also factor that into the actual product deletion controller. So that way when you're deleting products, it deletes images first, and then it goes ahead and deletes products. But it could be a case where you just wanted to get rid of images, so that's why I've got that there. I think I've explained that before, so probably just reiterating. Now moving on, we've got export.get products count. Now the reason why we actually don't have a different get products route for admins would be that the user, the normal user, because when we go over here, you can see that a product contains quite a lot: name, description, price, rating, colors, images, reviews, number of reviews, sizes, category, count, and stock. So normally in the user's routes, the user will actually be seeing a lot less. So I do think that we need a specific version for this person, for the admin. So admin probably need their own router.get. Nice. So that way they get to see a more detailed version of what the user would see if they also were trying to fetch all products. So let's go ahead and create all of the functions first, just the function stubs, the signature and all that, and do this 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my days! Deleting to alright, yeah, that's a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So that would be. I've done all that to avoid this person screaming. You see, it's been screaming for a long time. It's so pissed. Alright, let's. Yeah, still screaming. So sorry. So we have to do an import products controller dot equal to require controllers products admin products. Nice. And then we copy. He's burning. Can't take it. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Yes, it's over. It's done. You're alright, mate. Alright, so we move on to this and we start implementations. Now the very first bit, let's just speed through this. You've already know how these work, so I'm just going to speed through them till I get to. I'm also putting this all the way to the bottom, because this will include pagination, because we want them to be paginated, so 10 per page. So yeah, so I'm going to put this next and make a separate section and a video so you easily find it in case you wanted to find the pagination sections. I like to yap for a bit with you, so I'm yapping about at products. At products would need you to upload images. So we've already done an image upload, but it's been only once, so let's go ahead and do it again together, so that way we can do a little bit of revision, and I could also add a few things, because products actually has two types of images. It has a list of images and it has one image. So we've only dealt with the one image, we've never dealt with a list of images. So let's go ahead and see how that would work. So in order for that to work, we actually need to get our hands on the upload image, and that lives in. Let's go ahead and copy what we've done previously for category. So it's also very similar. So I'm importing both media helper and you. Yeah. So media helpers exporting these two things, and we need them. So we save this and we use that in here to do the same thing that we've done previously. So I can copy all the way up to there, and we have a nested try catch, and we have a bigger, a larger try catch block that will contain something else. So it contains something else and the normal catch. Now I will also do something different to this catch block later on, but I'm leaving this in just to hold it. So the weird JavaScript compiler doesn't scream at me. It's pretty yet. It's going to scream. So I'm putting this as a placeholder. It's going to change. So keep your eyes up for that. So moving on, and the image upload, or the upload image, will start with this, and then media helper.upload field will be this. So you can notice that it's an array of fields. Now the first field would be the name. Max count is 1. The next field would be, its name would be images and not image, and its max count would be 10. We only want 10 images at most for a particular product, so you can only upload 10 images max. Anything less than 10, anything greater than 10 is not allowed, so it will throw an error. So in that case you can save and you can try upload image rest console error, same thing, right? Error.code, you can go ahead and leave that bit, and then finally we move on and then we get the category of the product. So constant category will be equal to await category dot find ID, and we get request dot body dot category. So it's going to be a JavaScript object, and we are trying to find the category aspect of that. So we've got category automatically imported at the top, so we can go ahead and check if the category that they're trying to attach to the product does not exist, or it's been marked for deletion. We don't let them do it. So we can first of all check that it exists. So return res.status 404.json, and this time we're not saying category not found because we want to be a lot clearer. Invalid category, because it's gone. It's no longer valid, right? So if, however, the category is valid but the category has been marked for deletion, let's go ahead and copy this directly. Marked for deletion, so I don't misspell errors, because JavaScript will not warn me if it's so important. Return res.status 404 and we .json, and the message this time, let's see, give me a message, category marked for deletion. Deletion, you cannot add products to this category. Yes, nice. All right, that's a pretty long message, but it's all right. It's descriptive. That's what we want, isn't it? So moving on, we could go ahead and constant image would be equal to request.files. Let's go ahead and copy this, but don't tell anyone that I'm copy pasting. It's lazy work, but it's good work. It's good work. So we copy this bit. It would be the image, blah blah blah. I think I need up to you. Everything that has to do with the image. Boom. So constant image request.files, and if the image is not defined, if it's not there, if it doesn't exist, say no file found, else set the request body to be that. And then we move on to images. So for the images, I'm going to call that a gallery, because it's the gallery of pictures for the product. So gallery would be equal to requests.files at, notice the difference, images, which contains a list the same as this person. So it puts it in a list whether it's one image or multiple images. So in this case, we're very sure that it's only one image that exists in there, so we only want to access the very first bit of it. So in that case, we say at 0. Now for the images, we want all of them, so we're taking all of them and we're saying constant image. You can go ahead and use a map to do this, but I'm going to do it the traditional way, and that would be creating a new list, and we if gallery exists and gallery.length, we don't have to check the length because the for loop will automatically check the length for us. So for constant image off, remember off, don't make that mistake that I usually do. When I was starting out with JavaScript, I'd always mix it up and say in, because I'm a Dart nerd. The image path will be equal to, so this is for each image, its path will be nice. Boom, copy paste. Don't tell anyone I'm doing that. It's pretty risky, but saves us time. Image path this dot and dot push, rather, not add push. Image path save, nice. And then finally, if image paths dot length is greater than 0, then we can go ahead and bother the body and say body at images, we change it to be equal to image paths. If it's not greater than 0, then we ignore it. Finally, we let product be equal to, or we could just do that in one line, and constant product will be equal to await new product with the request.body that we've totally modified. .save. And finally, if there was no product, meaning it wasn't created successfully, we can return rest.status. Something went wrong and it was probably from us and not from them. So .status 500.json message, the product could not be created. And finally, we return its resource created, so rest.status 201 with a message. The product would be your message. And finally, the error. I promised you this was going to change, and it's going to change. Now, this bit remains the same mostly, but we want to know something before we do this. So we actually want to check if error is an instance of Malta error. Now we have to import Malta at the top. Constant Malta would be equal to require Malta. And you can see Malta error. Perfect. So if it's a Malta error, we can return rest.status, and that would be the error.code, because we don't want to give it a 500 when it's not a 500. JSON the message, error.message. You can go ahead and do this same thing for category, and that is it. So moving on, we've got edit product. It's also pretty simple, something we've done before, but I'm going to show you the very first bit of it before I move on and start doing crazy. Oh, do you know what? Let's do it all together. So because when we're editing, we also have images to edit, so you're going to have to see how to edit images. So that would be try catch. Now the catcher will be, since we're editing images, we can also go ahead and copy what we've got for you, because we're also doing image editing, image manipulation. So this would come in handy. So if, now the very first thing that I actually want to show you, we haven't done it before, but you could go ahead and do it for all your routes before you start. It's a good practice for validation. You could go ahead and check before using, where are they in the orders? I think I've done something like that. Before using these params.id and whatnot, change order status, request.params.id, you could go ahead and do a validation for them. So for example, before I can actually go ahead and say that my product ID is request.params.id, I could go ahead and do a validation first and say it would be this person, mongoose dot is valid object ID. So you can check if the object ID is actually valid before you go ahead and use it. So param, so saves you one layer of, maybe you don't go too deep before your code crashes. You can check it here before your code actually crashes, before you use it for a find by ID. When you use it for a find or for anything at all, it will actually crash. But what if you've already run a lot of functions before that? So in a case where you're going to do a lot of things before you actually use the IDs, please, you can go ahead and use this and check before that. So that way you save yourself some time, or you speed up the client app a little bit. So that way it's your backend is a little bit faster. And then we'll wait and check for the product.find by ID. And when you find by ID, the request.params.id. So if the product doesn't exist as well, then if these two things are true, then I want us to return rest.status, and we go 404.json message invalid product. I'm just showing you all the ways that you can do different things. So this is the same as just checking, getting the product and then checking if product is not itself this same thing, but it's just done in there to save us time, because we're about to do a lot of checks before we actually get to that part. So if any of these ring true, exit before we start doing all those sorcery that we were about to start engaging. So if request.body.category is not a valid category, you could go ahead and do that. But let's do this. So constant category would be equal to await category dot find by ID. Hopefully it's imported category at the top. Perfect. Already existed. Find by ID, and that would be request.body.category. So if there's no category, return rest.status 404.json message. You've passed as an invalid category to update. So when they're trying to update a category, the category of the product, and the category does not exist, or the category has been marked for deletion. So we could go ahead and copy this bit. Have you been marked for deletion? Yes, and that would be you. Where does it start? So it's after this. I've actually not invoked this bit, so I don't like leaving them hanging. Just syntax brain burn. So if the category has been marked for deletion, also tell them that they can't use that category. Return this as well. So if these things have not been triggered, I'm seeing an error, but I don't know why. Try expected. I've copied the very wrong thing. So I've copied that wrongly. Where do you end? It's right there. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Sorry. So if this is the case as well, don't continue. Just move on. So moving on, we could go ahead and start the proper implementation. That would be constant product that we equal to await product dot find by ID and request dot params dot ID. And we're very sure that it exists, because at this point it would have thrown. So we don't have to do the if not product blah blah blah. So we move on and we limit would be 10. So we're minus product.images.length. So what I'm doing is, remember that my limit was 10 for my gallery. Where is it? So only 10 images allowed. So I'm checking if how much you've already got. So where our base is 10. So in the images that you're trying to send, if let's say you're sending 5 and 10 is the base. Now the product, which is the product that's already saved in the database, contains, let's say if it contains about 6 already, and you're sending 5. So this would actually get us a limit of 10 minus 6, which is 4. However, if this 5 is greater than 4, then we don't accept it. We tell you uploading too much. You can only upload 10, but we've already got 6 in the database, so you only need 4. Now you could go ahead and do it that way, or you could actually not throw an error, but just continue and say, look, exclude this last image or exclude this number from the list, right? So you could go ahead and remove those from the list and continue without throwing an error. So moving on, I'm going to construct a limit, and then using that limit, I'm going to gallery upload will be equal to util.promisify. We've already done this before. You could go ahead and copy paste. But I'm so lazy I don't have the energy to scroll all the way up and go copy paste. Upload fields, and we put in a list of fields, and this time we're only taking images. Name images. Max count would be the limit. Nice. util permissify blah. I hope I've closed it properly. I believe I have. So we try. I'm just going to copy this. Too lazy not to. Not image. I actually wanted one for the gallery. I've just noticed something. We're not doing uploads for the entire gallery. We're only getting... Are we? Oh yeah, we are. We actually are. But over here we've just decided to put them together. But over here it's only one of them. So put these up and we can try catch a separate try catch. In this case, gallery upload. Or we could call this upload gallery. Upload gallery. Nice. And yeah, that should work. And we also have the errors properly. Now, we also don't only have categories. Remember, we also have images, like normal images. So they could either upload images or they could go ahead and upload like change images from the gallery. So we have two things that are editable. So in that case, I actually want to do this if and only if. If and only if. So where is it limit? So if, what's the matter? Have I overcopied? I think I did. So if the request.body.images exists, then we go ahead and enter this world, and we do this, and we upload the gallery, save, yes, proper indentation. And after try catching that, we go ahead and constant image files will be equal to request.files. I feel like I've done this before. Add images. Now constant gallery update will be equal to image files and image files dot length is greater than 0. So if we have some image files and the image files is not empty, yes, we go ahead and check if this is true, or if update gallery is true. We go ahead and we've already defined that at the top, but it's no problem. So we can just use what we have at the top. So we can say constant image, but let me just copy paste what we've already got. I don't have the energy for this. If that is true, we go ahead and enter a for loop, and we actually need an image path. Constant image paths would be equal to an empty list, and we can save this. And it's got an issue, being what? Image.path. Why is it splitting though? You little. Alright, so that is it for uploading this. Then we finally, after the for loop, which ends here, we could go ahead and we request.body at images will be equal to, we spread the product.images, the already existing images, and we insert image paths. So that we will replace the entire images field. So what's the matter? But I'm using it though. Isn't it linked? I don't think it is. So it's actually not connected to that. So it has to be inside this person. Yes. So right. So that should work. Come on. Nice, so it's gone. So we've done that for
gallery images. What if they were trying to upload or update normal, like the base image? So we've got images and we've got image. So what if they were actually trying to update the image itself? We could go ahead and do that, do the same thing that we've done here, but for a single image. So for this bit, I actually think let's close this down first, and that is if request.body.image exists, we go ahead and we go over to, I don't have it in the same file, go over to categories and copy the bit about adding images. That would be from you to you. Nice. Aha, so paste it. So make sure that everything is as should be, and I do believe so. So we could go ahead and carry on with adding the product. We already have an existent version here, so we can make this let product, and then we can come down to the bottom and replace that product with the product.save. But I'm just going to do this actually. So I'm going to constant updated product would be equal to await product.find by ID and update. I'm doing this because I've got an entire request.body to put in, and I don't have the energy to start filtering and finding out what should be added and what should be removed. So find by ID and update, and the ID would come from request.parameters.id, and we put in the, let's just directly pass in the request.body. It's already a map, an object, and then we knew it would be true. We want this. What's the matter? Right, I think that's proper. So if there's no updated product, we know that something's definitely wrong. So we ignore that and we return rest.status 404.json message. The product you're trying to update was not found in the database anymore. Someone's deleted it before the operation could complete. Return rest.json and return the updated product. Now this is it for product, I believe. No, we still have about 3 more to go. So this is it for edit product. So moving on, let's do the bit for deleting product images. So we're just dealing with images left, right and center. So deleting product images would be try constant product ID would be equal to request.params.id, and then constant deleted image URL. So I'm expecting that the client would put all images, the URL of all images that have been marked for deletion, into a list and send it over to me. Now, how does a client know this? Because you write documentation for your APIs. So that is the importance of documentation. So the client knows exactly what to give to you and what they're expecting from you as well. So finally, we validate if mongoose dot is valid object ID, and we check for the product ID, or if it's not a valid object ID, or array dot is array deleted image URLs. If it's not an array, we go ahead and we throw an error and say return response.status 400.json message. I need something quite generic to cover both of them. That would be invalid request data. So you sent me an invalid data for my request, for your request, to process your request. Now the catch block will be, I think it could it could have some things because we're doing deletion. So I will explain that later, but for now I'm just going to, no, I'm ignoring that till we get there. So I'll explain it when we get there, don't worry. So finally, if it's valid, we could go ahead. Come on, split. Nice. MongoDB, yes, so that's correct. So we can go ahead and delete the images. I was actually trying to look at this. I think it looks weird, but yeah, whatever. So we do media helper dot delete images, and we pass it the deleted image URLs, and we say constant product will be equal to await product dot find by ID. Yeah, I actually want to do find by ID and update, but we have something huge to do. We need to do a filter on the images. So we have to remove all images, but all deleted images from the array. So, but then let's fetch this first, and it would be product find by ID. It would be the product ID, which I've already extracted, and we could go ahead and check if there's no product. Return arrest.status. Arrest.status 404.json message invalid. No, this time it's product not found. We can put a semicolon to close that code block, and after that we can go ahead and remove all images that have been deleted from the product document. So in order to do that, we can say products.images would be equal to products.images.filter. This is how to do it in JavaScript, and we filter each image, and for each image we want to return not deleted image URLs that includes, so it doesn't, every image where the image or the image URL does not exist in this URL, in this list. That's what I'm trying to do. So that would be filter all images, return me a list. It's also like a map, but return me a list that satisfies this condition. Yeah, so the condition would be deleted image URL dot includes. If it doesn't include the image, then we return that image because it's not been deleted. So after that, we could go ahead and say await product.save, boom, and return rest.status. Forgive me that we're not testing these things on Postman. The reason why I'm not is because of time. We don't have any time at all. The videos will bear really long. The last tutorial lasted for about 40 hours. This was pretty long. This one's drawing up pretty long, and we're not even done with the back end yet. We haven't gone anywhere yet. So forgive me for that. Deleting product, and that would be error.message. Change them to backticks for better linting. Beautiful. So finally, we handle files not found errors. So because we're deleting, delete images would, where is it? Delete images. So this function actually throws whenever it doesn't find the thing that you're trying to delete. So this bit will throw an error. It's the unlink rather that will throw an error because it doesn't find the path that you're trying to resolve, because the path base name, when it combines all of these and tries to resolve it, it won't find it. So it will throw an ENO. You can't pronounce it. It's an ENOEN error. Enowant. Don't know how to pronounce that, but so we have to catch that particular error, and then if that error comes up, we say if the error.code is equal to nonce. We could go ahead and return rest.status 404.json, and the message would be image.found. So image doesn't exist at all. Else we return the usual res.status. That would be 500.json. Type would be, let's ignore the type because we're not pretty sure that all errors are coming from our image not found. Nice. Beautiful. So this is it for deleting images. Now I'm going to test this part in Postman just to show you that the ENOENT error gets caught. So I've completed a setup for this. I'm going to run, and let's pull up the response. And it's not working. Alright, so something's blocking my request and preventing it from completing. Is it connected to the database? Yes, it is. What's the matter then? Oh, I figured out why. It was /images and not just the ID, the product itself, but it should be images, not images. So don't mess up your route or you will end up deleting something important. So you can see image not found, meaning that the no end block got triggered. So over here, let's just send the error dot message, so we can tell when it's the other message and this message. Right, so if that changes, then it's the other message, but it doesn't change. So we're saying image not found. You can also, if you don't believe me, we can also just wrap this with quotes, and when it's this error message, we can see error.message as the literal error message, which I believe will not happen. So you can also see that's not the issue, so it's being caught properly. So I'm leaving this as error.message. Right, so moving on, we finally get to delete a product. Finally. And after that, we do a separate section for get product. So stay tuned for that. So for deleting a product, we try, we catch, we cry. Ooh, rhymes. So I'm just going to copy paste something that I've already done before, being you, and we are pretty solid here. So I believe you lot are pretty familiar with this at this point. So product ID is equal to request.params.id, and if the mongoose dot is valid object ID, product ID, if it's not, rather, we could go ahead and return rest.status, and that is 404.json invalid products. Now this is quite different from the ID from a product of that ID existing. So these two are totally different, mutually exclusive. This one only checks the validity of it. So if the string does not match the pattern of mongoose object IDs, it won't be valid. That is simply what it's doing. It's not checking for the product's existence. It's not checking that the ID exists in a database. No, it's only checking if it's a proper mongoose object ID. Returns true if mongoose can cast the given value to an object ID, or false otherwise. So that is how it works. So it doesn't care about whether the product exists, which is what we're checking for. In this case, product.find by ID, product ID, and if there is no product, we return rest.status, and that will be 404.json message product not found. And if that is not the case, we could go ahead and await. So we're deleting the products. We're deleting the product's images before we delete the actual product. So media helper dot delete images, and we pass it all images in the products and the product's images. And also the products have images and image, so we're deleting both this and that. So we're adding everything. So products dot images and products dot image. So both of them are getting deleted, and we only continue if the image does not exist. So remember, we've got to continue on error name. Yeah, so when the error name is ENOENT, we want to continue. Yeah, so remember how this works. Remember that it checks if the code which we've confirmed works, because the code throws that when the image doesn't exist. So at this point, we're deleting product. So if a particular product's image, if this product has already been damned for, it's already been condemned, right, for execution, we're going to kill it. So if its images do not exist, we do not care. We delete it either way. It means someone's already helped us get rid of it. So we could go ahead and move on or continue without crashing. If that error gets thrown, then we await for all reviews. Review dot delete many. Boy oh boy, I don't think, look how long that is. Imagine that we hadn't split this up and we only review, and we only put in one file called admin.js. It would have been super long. Review.js, and we actually want this to be gone. So all reviews, review.delete many, where they're, so we're constructing a query, the same thing that we saw on the MongoDB dashboard over here. So we're doing the same thing, and we're saying remove all reviews where their IDs are. If you remember the operator for checking when something is in something, it is a $in. So in, when we actually want to remove from a list, we pull. So pull everything in that list, or pull everything that matches the things that we've said. So product.reviews. So products reviews contains a list of IDs. So, and then finally we product.find by ID and delete. And the ID would be product ID, and that is it. So we return rest.status 204.end. Beautiful. Done. Right, so up next we see how to get products. We see how pagination works. It's going to be fun. So we've got quite a lot to go, really. I'm going to be honest with you. It's quite a lot to go. So hang in there.